I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological, and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his residents,
Alrighty, let's get this reset from seated to standing. And
morning. Today's flyer.
oh, okay, that's interesting. It just popped into mute. Okay, did you change any settings? Okay, but it just popped over to mute.
You read well.
Well, I have to know what I can put and what I can't. You know, like that goes with my.
And I changed microphones. Does that? Is this microphone working? Is my good?
Early today. Did you get a good night's rest last night?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's good. I had a good night's rest.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
Hey, welcome. Good morning. We're happy to have you here at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo Psychic and Healing Fair in Rohnert Park. And I'm delighted. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we're just really happy to have you all with us this morning. So I'm delighted to introduce you to Reverend Annie Batchelder, and I'd like to tell you just a little bit about her. She is a gifted channel, psychic, medium, and healer. With over 30 years of experience, she has dedicated her life to helping reunify people with their soul and the divine. As Reverend Annie says, truly the divine doeth the work, not I. I think you're a good combo, actually. Annie's natural psychic ability has been enhanced by teaching Awakening Your Light Body, Channeling 101, and how to read the Akashic Records. Through these spiritual practices, Annie made peace with her own painful life experiences, including being disabled with multiple sclerosis for 10 years, multiple tubal pregnancies, a miscarriage, and having to give back an adopted newborn to the birth family. Annie trusts her soul and the great creatress, the divine, to lead her gracefully through life and to be of service to clients and students. By embodying her soul's light and consciousness, she channels loving information that heals those in need. Welcome.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Annie Batchelder. I'm a reverend also, but I don't stand on ceremony and titles. Mostly Annie. Everybody knows me. I'm so glad you're here. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to just do a quick prayer to get us going. Great creatress, divine, birther of us all, assist us to fully embody our soul's light, to see as you see, to love as you love. May our soul purposes serve you, great creators, as well as uplifting others. May our soul's purposes also aid in your divine plan of love and unity with all life. Amen.
Amen.
I think opening with a prayer is a good idea.
Yeah.
It calms me down anyway, and I'm a little nervous, it seems like, this morning. So anyway, I want to talk about soul consciousness, and I really wanted this to be an interactive thing, so chime in. I love questions. You know, questions are the can openers in my work. And what I want to know is who here believes that having a deep and abiding relationship with your soul is important at this time in life. Okay. Universal, yes. Love people who raise their hands and participate. Now, why do you think it's important to have a relationship with your soul, have some knowledge of your soul? Yeah.
I guess because it gives you a deeper understanding of who you are and kind of balance in your life.
She said, I guess it gives you a deeper understanding of who you are and balances your life. I think that's a great way of framing it. Perfect. you know. Any other ideas? Any other reasons to be close to your soul? Yeah.
It makes you kinder to others.
Well, it makes you kinder to other. This is really true because our souls love us unconditionally. They really do. And we haven't really been given a lot of training or knowledge about having a soul. I mean, grew up, I didn't have a lot of religious training, and I didn't look that good to me. The religious training I saw, it was like, well, no, thank you. I did try to be a Jehovah's Witness for a little while in junior high school, but when the Bible study teacher said, we think you're too young to have a boyfriend, when I was a freshman in high school, in my mind, I went, boys 1, God 0. That was the scorecard. So, and you can see that carried through my life. Anyway, welcome. Have a seat. Pick up a flyer. So, how do you think you receive messages from your soul? Just any answers. I'm not looking for the right answer because there isn't one in my book. There's your answer, and there's my answer, and there's her answer, and there's, other people's answers. It's a unique one-to-one personal relationship. And how do you think you receive messages from your soul?
Through signs.
Signs. Great. What does signs look like? Like coincidental synchronicities?
Synchronicity.
Yeah. Great.
What about feelings?
Feelings is a big one with me. As a channel since 1988 and working in the Akashic Records, which are the soul level plane of consciousness that is the record of the soul's entire journey from inception to wherever it goes. It's all about the soul for me. And in my experience, that information, messages, urgings, directions, clear cuts, yeses, nos, or this is why, come through body sensations, phrases in my head, pictures that I get, a sense of, there's a yes and a no. When you look inside, it goes, am I a yes for this or am I no for this? You get an answer, don't you? Everybody's laughing because yeah. And so that has to be respected. And if you ask me, that's my soul talking. That's my inner compass, or my BS meter. I believe we all have a BS meter, and like sometimes it pings. And like if I don't listen to that, I'm going to crash into a wall, and it's probably going to be emotionally uncomfortable. And that will be the lesson. So, what does a soul message constitute? Like, how does it sound? Is there a way, the difference between, like, I know what my inner mind sounds like because it talks to me all day, right? That's my mind chatter. But what does a soul message sound like or feel like when you get them?
I feel like it's like energy.
Energy.
For me, I feel like, okay, that doesn't feel like the right kind of energy for me. Or so it's kind of like an intuition thing, like, okay, I'm not really liking this space and where I'm at in this energy, so I need to kick it out or do whatever I need to do to.
And that's your soul talking to you to use your discernment, we might say, about this energy isn't for you.
Right.
Or this energy is for you. Like an invitation feels like an invitation. Oh, that's nice. If it's like, no, that's to divert your path. Go around. Obstacle ahead.
Right.
I sense that too. I clearly get that. Do you ever get pictures? No?
Or maybe just like setting an intention how you want that space to be. I guess kind of like would be like a picture of how, like, I really want to do this, but I want this space to be this way. And if it's not that way, then I'm going to change it, or, like intuition.
Yeah. And having an intention, it's like makes you kind of formulate a real thought,
Right.
Make a real plan, and direct your attention at creating something in a certain way. It's going to feel like this. It's going to have these components, and this is going to add to it in this way, and all that, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. And to me, that's like listening to my soul. And in my world, soul messages are very direct and they're very loving. And I've learned through working in the Akashic Records and through channeling my guide, Anubis, who said our higher purpose together is reuniting humans with their souls, and from there with the divine. And I've learned that my soul, loves me very much. My soul chose this body, this personality as the perfect avenue to get its soul's purposes accomplished in this world, in this lifetime. And my soul doesn't walk away from me. It doesn't let me down in the pinch, in the clinch, or whatever that expression is. When I'm in times of trouble, my soul is there helping me. In the Akashic Records, too, it's clear that the soul, it's become clear, especially through writing this book, which is a channeled book, Soul Consciousness, Bringing Forth Soul Consciousness, an Akashic Records Guide to Living a Fulfilled Life. This book has taught me, I'm channeling all these chapters, and they're channeling topics like how the soul is constructed. And I'm looking around going, I didn't know anything about us writing a book. This was not, and nobody announced this one, which was probably smart because I probably would have ran away. And that the soul is the connector between the human and the divine. So me, the human, my soul, the divine. You, the human, your soul, the divine. All of you are connected through your soul. So I want to know who this creature is. I want to know what our relationship is, because apparently the soul has an agenda. And in my experience, my soul has sent a lot of messages through the physical body, and that showed up like 3 tubal pregnancies and a miscarriage, and having to give an adopted baby back, and then standing in a hall looking at my nicely folded towels in the linen closet because I was very persnickety then. Now I'm not quite so fussy. I have other things to do. But saying, all right, divine, I get it. You don't want me to have a family. What do you want me to do? Next thing I know, I'm taking classes and reading books on how to channel, and I'm taking classes on how to sense energy and consciousness and expand my consciousness. So it was a whole different story, and it's all been soul-based. That's been the continuous thread through all the ups and downs and twists and turns and good decisions, bad decisions. And from what I can tell, my soul and the guides always put what I think are like, oh, that was a mistake. They always put that to best use, and it serves my evolution, And to me, that's just a kindness, that's like they turn what could have been a terrible loss or just a guilt trip I put on myself or bad behavior with other people. They take that and turn it to the highest purpose, and that to me, that's divine love, right? That's love, right? There's no judgment in there. And one of the things I love about the Akashic Records is that they're governed by 3 principles. Resist not, judge not, and fear not. And this is the Akashic Records are a soul level plane of consciousness that records everything that a soul has ever thought, said, or done throughout time. So you want to know about past lives? Akashic Records has a record of them. They'll pull up, this is a massive amount of information and energy. The guides will pull up what's really important to you today. What is going to set you free the most? What's going to make you feel like you are more holistically organized? balanced, on the right path, confident, steady. They realize having bodies in an emotional environment with lots of conflicts seems to be a little like a topsy-turvy boat, right? Get ready, we're going into a big wave, So they utilize all of that, and they also give us calming practices, wonderful calming practices. And I tell you, when I'm typing this book, I'm channeling, and they'd have to settle me down. I was taking care of my father, who was in his 90s, and his wife, who was a few years ahead of him in her 90s. She had dementia, and he was just getting old. And he's a very, do it yourself kind of guy. And when he could not do it for himself or for other people, he was done. He wanted out of here. And so we were taking care of them, and it was a whole family event, and it worked out really, really well. But it was stressful. You do a 24-hour shift with them, and it's got to make a couple of meals, you're cleaning the house, you're answering questions, you're problem solving, because there were always problems, right? And they owned some apartments, and so I was like, okay, I know this is a little late, but Dad, will you teach me how to manage the apartments? I really discovered what I did not know. And I discovered my father was a very intuitive guy. Anyway, so I'm doing that. I'm running my own business as a channel. I'm writing a book. I'm in a full-time relationship. I'm trying to stay healthy and exercise. And, of course, the exercise fell down on the path, and that was that on that, because I'm still in trouble resurrecting that. But it's like there was so much going on. They had to basically channel me off the cliff to get me to focus and hear what the chapter was about, And then there were all kinds of chapter headings that we went into: how the soul is constructed, the spiritual heart, alternatives to worry, developing soul consciousness, the value you bring to your soul. Did you ever think that you brought value to your soul and the divine? I mean, isn't that a wild perspective? Well, I love it. It's the best, because my soul did choose me. With all my foibles, and there are plenty. I made lists of my character defects for many vacations. But there are things that my soul needs me to do so that I can evolve. And as I evolve, my soul evolves. And then we both become closer to the divine. We both become more in that. It feels like going into the bubble of loving energy, a field of loving energy that embraces me safely and kindly. That's both my soul and the divine. That's what it feels like. And so it was like there was plenty of bait to continue going into the space, like I needed it badly to be centered. The chapters like living as your soul, or masterful manifesting. Manifesting to me is always like there's some trick that everybody else knows that I don't really know, right? So it's like a skill that I didn't get the handbook on. And yet, you know what I need always shows up at the right time in the right form, right? But does my mind believe that it's going to happen again? No. It puts fear in. So, there's 40 chapters in here. There's 13 Akashic Records processes. And chapter 1 is the introduction from the Akashic beings of light. And they're my guides in the Akashic Records. And they explain what they do and why. And then there's a little bit about me after that. But chapter 2 teaches you how to open your Akashic Records, the record of your own soul's entire journey, and how to ask questions in the Akashic Records. Questions are can openers to information and energy in the Akashic Records. And another interesting thing about the Akashic Records that is important for you to know is that in the records, the order of importance is energy first, information second. Now, has anybody had the experience of like the light kind of sliding in surreptitiously and getting to you underneath the mind chatter or the resistance or the, I don't know what this is, and it kind of gets the job done? Like there, energy has its own character. It has its own skill set that's way beyond what my mind can conjure. You know? And to me, it's always about the light. It's been about the light since I was 17, and it's been about the light since I learned to channel. It's been about the light since I did Awakening Your Light Body, which was all about light and energy and consciousness. And you know, it was really fun. You could go surf in the starry skies and get way the heck out there and meet some beings. Okay, you know, and it was useful, and it really helps in working in the Akashic records. So let's see what else there. Page 12 in chapter 2 has a lot of information, basic characteristics of the Akashic records. One nice thing is this is good news for if anybody who feels that they're not like psychic or a channel. Like you don't have to have started channeling 37 years ago to be able to open your records. The Akashic records are spiritual, not psychic. You're already spiritual because you have a soul. That's your spirit, right? Would everybody agree on that? Linking those two concepts? So you don't have to be like, oh, I can read the future. I'm not good at reading the future anyway, and neither are the records. However, the records contain everything that is happening, or excuse me, has happened, is happening now, and has the probability of happening. You know, if everything remains the same, tomorrow it's quite likely to be very similar. And given, if you're like me, I'm formulaic. I had a good day. I drank this much black tea, and I had a protein drink in the morning, and I lasted like all that. And I didn't eat too much, and I didn't get the sugar and the butter, and I did some readings, and that was a good day. I want to do it again today, so I'm going to do exactly that. No, I did whatever today is. Surprise! Be flexible, Annie. Just do not fit life into a box. This doesn't fit in a box. So, energy first, information second. I love this perspective of the Akashic records. And that's that a soul has everything it needs and nothing that it doesn't. So I needed to have illness and injury and difficult physical experiences to humble me. It really did. Because, you know, I'm in my mid-20s, and it's like the secretary with fibromyalgia and all the other things I didn't understand. Then I'm like, you just need to think the right thoughts. It's like, oh God, I want to meet her and ask her, beg forgiveness from her, because now I know. You know, sometimes it's not just about if I just think the right thoughts. I do have to shut up and rest and watch a lot of icky TV or the shopping channel or something, and just let time go by, waiting for my body to regenerate itself. Sometimes it's that way. And when I got MS, that taught me a lot too. Like all of a sudden I had a slurred speech. My vision was a little wild. I had a burning hole in one eye, you know, like, and my balance wasn't very good. I sort of walked in an S shape. That went right along with the slurring speech. She's drunk, right? No, not yet. That came later. I had to get sober. That was sobering. But I needed the humility, and I needed something to create compassion for people, so I could be in this space of no judgment when people talk to me about health issues or having trouble in a relationship, or there's some block in their life that they just haven't been able to master, and it's frustrating and it's mystifying, there's no judgment in the Akashic records. They never go, you should know better than that. Well, I feel this big, well, I didn't, or I did that thing again, okay, you have a pattern for that. Does not mean you have to be married to it for your life, Annie, and the guides are always kind. They are the examples of unconditional love. Anyhow, so what I do is, not only this book teaches you how to open your records, and it's set up that you open your records before every chapter, you read the chapter, and then at the end of each chapter, there's a list of questions to answer, to write your answers down, because when you write them down, you are telling yourself what you got. And you are telling yourself, this is a little different than the way I normally think. That's how my soul sounds. This is my masters, teachers, and loved ones in the Akashic records talking to me and leading me through this information or this question. And we use that format in a class. I give you the flyer on the chairs. Did you guys get flyers in the back row? Everybody got them? Okay. This class is going on next Saturday, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. online, so you don't have to drive anywhere. Nobody has to drive the car. I like that. Save the earth. And this came out of wanting to know, okay, I had so many physical things happen. I thought, bless you. Hallelujah. Yeah. So I had so many illnesses. I thought there's got to be a common thread in here somewhere, because I wrote down like the date and how old I was and kind of what was going on with me at the time. And then I looked at it like in my Akashic records, what was the spiritual message? And there was a spiritual message on everything, from 5th grade, having bronchitis all the time, to the tubal pregnancies and the miscarriage, to having multiple sclerosis, to having shingles. Oh, that's a good one. All of these things have a spiritual, like, Annie, you didn't hear the subtle one. We got your attention now. As my teacher used to say, it's the 2x4 up against the head, But I am hard of hearing in terms of that, in terms of soul messages and stuff like that. There you go. There's a flyer for you. And this class is designed to use your Akashic records to show you how your soul has been talking to you through your body all these years. One thing I learned in the Akashic records also was that my soul looked over the menu and said, okay, 8 billion people on the possible choices for bodies and personalities. My soul chose this one. My soul chose this body and this personality. Your soul chose that body. Your soul chose that body. Your soul chose that personality, for a specific reason, because it served your soul's purposes, whose goal is to evolve and have you evolve so we can all sit in the lap of the divine and be happy, right? And I mean it. I think being happy is a big part of it. Otherwise, why bother? It's a lot of inner work for, okay, where's the chase down the tunnel? I want to know what the reward is at the end of the line, right? And so the reward in doing this class was I got to see that there was a common thread of messages that were spiritual nudges. Start doing this. Pay attention to that. Be kind to your body. Take care of your body. Oh, you tend to have a wacky nervous system, so you need to have acupuncture and chiropractic, and I need to get the right amount of rest. We go to bed at like 9:30, 10 o'clock. We're just that way. My Tibetan doctor, who really helped me come out of that 10 years of disability. And that was on top of the 10 years previous that I'd been diagnosed with MS. And he said, for every hour of sleep you get before midnight, it's worth 4 hours afterwards. Now my shrink put a bomb in there and she said, well, there are some people who are night owls. I'm like, so you say. I'm holding that in reserve. I'm not voting on that. But in my world, I do better if I go to bed early, have a nice 7-8 hour stretch of sleep, get up, do my day. Then I'm steady. And then I'm me. I'm not at the effect of not sleeping well or not paying attention to my physical needs. I meditate. Very good for me. I open my records almost every day and go, okay, what's the mission? What am I doing today? What's important? I have a to-do list from here to Texas, and like what I think is important is not always the energy that's ripe to accomplish. And my guides have taught me that. But doing this class really did show me there were messages all along the way. And it's kind of like, oh, this body is in cahoots with my soul, that invisible thing. Like, I heard I have one. What do I do with it? And why am I responsible for it? And how come nobody gave me any tools to exercise that responsibility? Or like, don't you need to have a lot of power to be responsible for your soul? But as individual sparks of divine light that were created to be exactly the way you are, we have the same powers that the divine has. And we can heal from incurable diseases. And that's like, it's weird to say, I do not have MS any longer. I haven't had any trouble with MS since 2010. I don't take any meds. My neurologist is like, well, your MRI has been the same. It's a boring book now. It looks just like the last one, and it can be done. It can be done. Now, then there's the aging part. I don't really have that aging gracefully thing down yet. So that's the new, like, what's with this? How do I do this? Oh no, we're going to go into the land of limitations again. And, having a neurological issue was like that, So that did make me much more receptive, But I also know that there was cheese down that tunnel of having illnesses. You could pull out the I'm too sick to do that card and get the blue parking spaces, and your family doesn't make you clean up after the party. I'm doing that one again. Then when I got well, I really had to have a chat with myself. Like, Annie, are you ready to be well? Yeah, I am. Well, are you ready to give up the blue parking spaces? Yeah, that's fine. I started parking in the back of the lot even before that conversation. And then it was like, you might have to get a job. A real job. I don't know, punch a time clock job. Oh my God. So I had to go do that, And then finally I let go of the little job I had, and I'd gotten it down to 1 day a week, and it was like, I'm just doing readings. I'm just doing my spiritual work, doing what I do best. This is my soul's purpose, to be in front of you guys talking this way and sharing what I know. But it was like I was holding on to 1 day a week, a 5-hour shift, like a paycheck was like, yeah, they were like, well, that wasn't really worth the time and energy I had. Like, why bother? It was a psychological attachment. That was my dock. I still had a hand on the dock. Give up the paycheck. I was like, I'm going to float free. Nobody's going to nothing to root me, And it worked out despite all my fears and misgivings. So the class is on next Saturday, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's on Zoom. It's only $154. The last class I was doing was based on chapter 15 called Living as Your Soul Writing Workshop. That is a 7-week class, $500. So this is a really good bargain. And I teach you how to work in your Akashic records and how to get information. And then I'm with you and you're like, well, Annie, I had this experience. What does that mean? You know, I'm there to hold your hand and to help you receive the message if you're not certain about what it was. But I tell you, you are going to be surprised that working in your Akashic records delivers such clean, clear messages. Like, no fooling. People are like, I've been trying to figure this out my whole life. Why do I take on too much? Well, it's because I'm afraid I've already failed, so I have to do extra. You know, like, or another comment was, she got, I'm not failing, I'm feeling. I think that was like, see how succinct it is? But it's clear. It's like a little package, this message. It's got energy in it. It's got images in it. It's got punch. It's got stick-to-itiveness. You know, these are the kind of messages you get in your Akashic records. And so it's a great tool for you to have no matter what. I mean, did you ever wander around the life going, everybody else seems to have gotten a how to do this handbook, but I didn't. Like I would, you know, I'd set up and visualize the conversation I'm going to have with somebody about something that was difficult for me and I need them to either not do it or something, you know, and I'd rehearse and rehearse and rehearse. And I would make my statement and they would answer something I hadn't predicted and it'd be like, oh my God, now what? Right? So I need to be able to access that divine wisdom within me. And I believe that's your soul. And then our souls connect us with the divine. And I believe that all of that is based in love. And the guides say things like, guess what? The game is rigged, so you'll win. It's like, really? Do tell. I need more information, you know. But when I look at it through the Akashic records, it is. I wasn't supposed to have children. If I had children, I'd be diapering kids while trying to learn how to open my records or do awakening your light body wild meditations for a 3-day weekend. You know, it would not have happened. You know, and the parts of me that needed to be developed so that I could function as some kind of useful tool in the divine's hands, which apparently that's the reason that we're made the way we are. The divine had reasons. Perfectly good, safe, valuable, contributive reasons for designing us the way we are. And the class, Body and Soul, Akashic Healing class, is all about you discovering that. So it's a good idea if you have my book, Bringing Forth Soul Consciousness, and you read chapter 1 and 2. 1's the introduction, 2 is the how to open your Akashic records, because we're going to do the whole workshop as Akashic records inquiries. And the Akashic records respond to questions like, well, let me tell you, you know, why? What? You know, that's the thing. I mean, I've asked questions in my Akashic records like, what is it about me and butter? And I was doing a swap with another Akashic records reader. And as soon as those words came out of my mouth, with my records open, I get the vision of a big white cow with black spots. There's a rope around its neck. I'm a little orphan in a dirty white dress and bare feet, and I'm wandering around the town selling cow's milk, or I made butter, or maybe even got to cheese after I got a little older. But I was known in a group of villages as that little girl with the cow. That cow kept me warm at night. That cow fed me. so I knew the value of butter, especially when you're not getting enough nutrition. You got to have some fat to burn, right? Like I just don't burn it anymore. But I still like butter. And it, to me, it's like one of those things. I would like to be left alone in a dark closet with some butter so I can eat it by myself. The whole cute, and sneak it. It's on the level of addiction and hiding and, spurious behavior. But, so it was really like I felt guilty and weird about it. But then it was like, so what's the truth about me? And I'm bursting into tears as soon as I got the image of the cow and that little orphan. It was like, I knew that was the truth about me and butter, and it just came in a picture in one flash. And I teach you how to do past lives. Are your ancestors doing something with your energy or giving you messages as well? Like I've done a lot of readings for people who felt like there's something was holding them back. And I get the image of like the bit in a horse's mouth and reins, and like the ancestors were going, whoa, back down. And in a lot of cases, our ancestors had decided amongst themselves and you or me that this soul is the one we're going to put in place at a certain time coming up, because this soul is the trailblazer. This soul doesn't have the kind of fear we have, and this soul will whack down the jungle, run the trail for us, open up the energies so we can follow. But sometimes they go, we're going to get in long trouble. We're going to die. Slow down, not so fast. Or our personalities will sometimes behave like that. And you have to kind of go, oh, poor personality. It's okay. You're doing a great job. It's all right. We're going to be all right. And you just keep going. And they settle down. Or you have to turn and go like, all right, ancestor, come on. You put me up to this. You voted me in here. I agreed. So let's get busy. I'm taking care of business. It was an assignment you gave me, and I accepted. So there you have it. So I'm wondering how much more time I have. We're doing good. I have about 5 minutes for questions. Oh, by the way, this book is $24. I take cash, checks, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle. I don't have a credit card reader, but this book, it's 40 chapters of a lot of very good information, and it's on Audible. It took me 1.25 years to get the recordings right, to get it up on Audible and pass their standards. It's on Audible now, so, and other audiobook platforms as well. Now, this is the companion journal to the book. And since every chapter ends with questions about the material in the chapter that you write your answers to, we thought this would be a good idea, is to set a book up that has the questions written out for you and a place to write your answers. And, one of the things I found is that going back and reading your notes a few weeks later is like eye-opening, because usually something has shifted since you opened your records and said, blah, 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 blah. What? Why? What? How? And got the information. You go back and read it. It was like, that's exactly what I needed. And it lets you know you're on the right track. And usually the records do anyway. The information you get is like, it just feels so, that's me. That's what I needed. That's exactly it. And you feel like, I feel when I hit the mark in a reading, or when I get information from my records that helps me, I just feel like everything is in order. Things are the way they're supposed to be. I know what I need to do, who I'm supposed to be. I know why everything is the way it is. The circumstances are the way they are. I feel a certainty and a belongingness. I've never felt like I belonged in this world and in the spiritual world more than I do now. And it's taken a heck of a lot of personal inner work and all that. But the addition of knowing my soul has been a deal maker, a revelation, really, a kindness. So this book is 22. If you want to buy both of them, it's $40 for the pair. If you just get the book, that's great. But to do this class, and I would love it if you all did the class. I think it would be really, really useful, and it will give you a really good grounding in how to work in your Akashic records on a lot of different bases and a lot of different questions. And you'll go, oh, that's what you do. You design a question, you open your records, you go in, and you ask it. And you don't want to go in and just ask yes, no questions, because then party over. Okay, right? You want to know why. Give me the reasons. Give me the how. Give me the what is this? How is this good for me? How is this helping me evolve? How is it helping my soul evolve? I've even done situations like, it means I have to do wrap up. Okay, I've 5 more minutes. I did it. I was getting ready to do a reading later that one morning, and for my sister, my older sister, and I had a list about as long as your arm on my sister, right? If only she would, and she ought to do this, and if you got the handle on this problem, her life would be better. And judgment, advice. And I didn't even want to hear it. And so I opened my records and I said, how can I do a good reading for my sister? I know I got 5 minutes, right? And they showed me a write-on wipe-off board with a bunch of black writing on it with a list. And it was that was my representative, my list. And they just started erasing it. And I ended up with a blank whiteboard. And it was I got the message, let go of your agenda. And so that's it. That's the key to doing good readings. It's let go of whatever my mind has decided is the right answer, because I'm this little human. I'm looking through these really small viewing thing, but in the records, the view is far more holistic, and it takes into account lifetimes, and it takes into account who this person is trying to be and becoming, or why they did that in the past and how that served them, and all the things that I like about being in the records. And we had a fabulous reading. It was so freeing to see my sister as she is, not through my judgmental personality glasses and narrow-minded, list on her, right? And it was a blast. It was really fun. So, would you like to do the class? Who wants to do the class? You can declare in private with me later if you don't want to be public about it. Are you curious?
Will you be holding the class at different times? We don't,
If you're occupied next Saturday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's a little short notice. Yes, but I don't know when. But
But you have a website or something?
I
that we can
do.
look at?
Yes, my website on this thing is
Oh, there you go.
anniechannels.com. You can email me at anniechannels@gmail. Here's my phone number down here at the bottom, 415-846-2412, right underneath my email address, anniechannels@gmail. And I'm also, you can get a good price on a reading today. I'm doing full Akashic Records readings for about a half an hour for only $80. My normal rate. You want one of those? Okay, you better. Okay, you're next. Meet you at the table. And I mean, normally I charge $204, and I'm really, I don't know. I'm thinking about raising my rates because I do have a lot of experience here, and it's I deliver. It's important to me to deliver for you guys. You can get just a regular psychic reading or an Anubis channeling for $65. And Anubis channeling is much more, that's my original guide. Anubis was a Greek mythological creature who helped the embalmers. Okay, 2 minutes. Good there's somebody here managing me on the time because I like to talk. And I really like to talk to you guys because you're responsive. Thank you. Anubis would help the embalmers embalm the person who had died. And Anubis would weigh the heart against a feather. And if the feather weighed less than the heart, you had to go back into another lifetime. If the heart weighed more or weighed less than the feather, then Anubis would escort you to the afterlife. Now, I had no idea who Anubis was when I got to Tianan. It was like, I just got a name that I could friggin' pronounce instead of the first thing was like a 12-syllable Hindi kind of sing-songy thing. And I'm like, I can't remember that. You have to make it simple. And so they did. And so Anubis likes to go chakra by chakra and work with you in that way. Yeah. So that's an option too. Or you can just say, okay, psychic reading. Okay, I'll go look at your body clairvoyantly, and what do they tell me to start talking about? Like that. Get in, get out. Anyway, so thank you. She says time's up.
Thank you.
What? Yes, I do. And it's got the banners like this behind it. There's two on either end of the table. And I would love to do a reading for you. And you should have hand up first. What's your name? Coral. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annie.
Yes.
I would like to buy 2 of the books.
Bingo.
Okay.
Here we go. Do you want just the text, or do you want
Both?
you want 2 sets?
One set?
Uh-huh.
The blue and the purple.
Uh-huh. Okay, great. Beautiful. Yeah. Very nice of you.
Did you want photographing that?
I did. In fact,
Is it already autographed?
yes, I did. What I do is I channel little messages on the inside cover, and they're all different. So if you can read my writing, hopefully you can read what it says. Oh, sure.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace sharing. is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put the little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace, share.
All right. And we are live with Renee and Anthony. Step in just a little bit here. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we are happy to have you with us this morning. Thanks for joining us. I'd like to share just a little bit about Renee and Anthony, let you know a little bit about who they are. They are modern mystics, teachers, healers, and visionaries. Renee and Anthony are the voices behind Blue Soul Earth, which is focused on igniting global consciousness and bringing the worlds of science and spirituality. Their teachings, workshops, darshans, memberships, programs, and sacred retreats focus on universal consciousness, heart-centered living, and our human existence. I was going to say experience, but I imagine that's included.
That too.
As channels of Mary Magdalene and Yeshua, Renee and Anthony today will channel their energies. So we will discover the divine feminine in all of us as we experience the energy of all that is, of source, and of universal consciousness. We will learn together how to ebb and flow to create harmony and flow in our own life. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being here, everyone. Oh, it would be good if we actually push that button. Go figure. That would be good if we push that button, right? Except nothing in that. I just realized. So go ahead. Why don't you start, and I will just plug this in because I completely forgot.
Explain to them, Gaia.
Anthony is already in channel. So typically, thanks for joining us, first of all. And I just give me a second to kind of plug this in. Anthony is normally starts as Anthony and then goes into trance. But for some reason, the guys decided to be here
We just
at the
never
beginning.
left. That's
Because we had a private session at the booth
We never
and
really
the
did.
guides never left.
do we?
So,
Oh, okay.
but that's a little unusual.
Wow.
Usually Anthony is here and we kind of explain how the channeling process works, but that was not the case today.
So beautiful then.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now you understand, don't you?
Yes.
Why don't you, young lady, come sit here? And you, young lady, come closer.
Yeah, don't be afraid.
Come closer. That is as close as you're going to come?
Now, is anybody new to channeling?
Sit here.
Yeah, anywhere is fine. Yeah. No, we have a more intimate group. Yesterday the room was full, and today is Palm Sunday or something. Palm
Yes, it
Sunday.
is. Palm Sunday. The second day of
And the
Pesach.
second day of Passover. So maybe we lost some people because of that. But anyway, is anyone here new to channeling? Stop it. 2 of you? 3 of you? Okay. So typically we explain a little bit how it works when Anthony's Anthony, right? And so some of the teachings that we've been doing lately is really different than what you would have heard us say even 6 months ago. So essentially what's happening here when he connects, because we all have the ability to do that. We were talking about this at the booth. We're all healers. We're all mystics. We all have that ability. So our teachings are really on you all have that ability to channel your higher self. And essentially that's what is happening right here. He's channeling his higher self. And when you think of us as energy beings, we are literally like walking antennas. That's
Why
really
do you put up rabbit ears?
well, because I grew up old long enough to know to remember TVs with rabbit ears, and we actually had one. So
Ears in general.
yeah, ears in general. So those of you young enough who won't remember that, but we actually had a TV with rabbit ears, and so it's literally like that. We're like walking antennae, and we can connect to everything. So it's a question of how do we all get into what we call an expanded state of awareness. Some people call it channeling. We call it now more of an expanded state of awareness that's connected to your higher self And then when your higher self is here, he's in this expanded state of awareness. I know I'm talking to him as if he's not here.
But I am here.
You are here. And then think of Mary Magdalene or a guide or an angelic frequency, or Metatron or Melchizedek, who we also channel. Yeshua we channel the Ascended Masters as a collective. Think of them as frequencies. That's really what they are. So what we're doing is we're expanded state, connecting to our higher self, and then we start to work with the frequency that we want to work with. So in the early days, we channeled everything. Like it was nuts, you know. I mean, Christy kind of knew us earlier on. He was, as Anthony likes to say, a big hot mess, because he was a wide open portal. Whatever would come through came through. And so it was challenging to go somewhere where you're going out for a dinner party and you don't know 70% of the people at the dinner, and then he goes into trance and brings someone's Aunt Evelyn through.
Okay.
This isn't cool,
We
right?
didn't do that.
You did, guys. Way back when, before he learned how to be grounded, a lot of that happened. And so we channeled a lot for many, many years. The angelic realm, the seraphim realm, the Metatron, the Melchizedek, the Ascended Masters. And then Yeshua and Mary Magdalene came through, I would say about 6-7 years ago now,
Yes.
and said, guess what? You're done playing with the universe. You're here to, you know, balance the masculine and feminine together. And we're your prime guides, and that's it.
Sorry, that was funny.
Yeah.
What you said, because that's
Yeah.
basically what kind of happened to me.
Yeah, they said, you know, done playing now. So the reason that it's worth mentioning that is because when we all have this ability and we're opening up to a frequency, it's worth following that path. If it takes you to Egypt, great. If it takes you to Ireland, great. Wherever it takes you. We're going to be going to southern France this year because our entire book that just came out 2 months ago, Magdalene's Journey, which we're not calling it channeled, by the way. I know we were talking about this at the booth. It's historical fiction. And we've woven in a lot of history and citations from academics, but we've also woven in the channeled story of her life. So it's kind of a hybrid book. And that was one of the reasons where Magdalene came through and said, okay, enough. I'm here to tell you my story. Let's get on with it.
Okay.
And in the beginning, we were like, well, but wait, we're not religious. Yeah, I can't do that story. Wait a minute. No. And she said, well, I wasn't religious, and nor was Yeshua 2,000 years ago either. So a lot of that is really covered in this book about the unity consciousness of all that we are. Do you want to weave in something here before Yeshua and Magdalene come through?
Do you have any questions?
So who is Yeshua?
Yeshua, otherwise known
Stone.
as Jesus, right?
Oh,
The world
okay.
knows as Jesus. Yeshua was his Aramaic name.
Okay.
Yeshua.
Yeah.
Yeshua.
Isn't that sexy? I know, it's much sexier than Jesus.
Yeshua.
It's a better name.
Right, it's his real name. So
Yeah, Yeshua.
Yeshua, exactly. So anyway, so that's the energies that we're working with most now.
We are in it now.
So anyway, questions before we bring through Yeshua and Magdalene for the guides. I think the guides that are here now, those of you old enough to know just Esther and Jerry Hicks and the Vortex, right, and the Abraham teachings, that was a collective energy that came through, Abraham was. And that's who these guys are, the collective.
A collective of what?
Collective of frequencies.
What are we?
Yeah, what?
That is the question.
Why
isn't
don't
it?
you explain that?
Mm-hmm.
That's also explained in the multidimensional soul chapter of our book, but they can explain exactly kind of what's happening.
We're
here.
going to ask questions. Young lady, who are we? Who do you think we are?
I think we are.
I love that they called you young lady.
people of the universe.
The people of the universe. We like that. What do you think we are, stone holder?
I think that we are all.
Who
bodies
do
of
you think we
consciousness.
are?
We're all bodies of consciousness.
Good. Bodies of consciousness. That is good. And you, who are we?
Who is Anthony channeling? Or they would say they're channeling him, actually.
Who do you think we are?
Is it a spirit guide or a spiritual being?
Spiritual beings. Very good. That's a start. And you, Christy,
Yeah.
who are we?
We are love.
We are love. Who are we?
You are love.
We are love. That is good. Who do you think we are?
I think maybe just spirits on a plane.
Spirits on a plane. Where are we flying to exactly?
That was cute.
You're in the spiritual world.
Spiritual world. Ah, we are in the spiritual world. Young man, who are we?
We are light.
Ah,
Ooh, good one.
who are we?
Beings of light.
And who are you?
I'm Sean.
Also a being of light.
Being of light. Yeah.
Is your daughter okay?
Yes.
She is beautiful.
Thank you.
And you, with the things on your arms,
The tattoos.
who are we, do you think?
I don't know.
Good. That's a beginning also. That's a new start. We're going to explain who we are. We are no different than you. We are spirit. And we are you.
He shakes because the energy's moving through him.
You, all of you, are us. We are light, photons. You are light and photons and all of these good other things. The only difference is that we step out and we step into one vibration. That's the only difference.
Into the vibration that we call Earth. So
At least
think
one
of,
of them,
you were
anyway.
saying plane, okay, dimensional realm or dimensional reality. That's essentially what's happening. And when Yeshua and Magdalene come in or step into, they're stepping into, well, they're always here. Actually, they're always here. So think of it like this. Think of it as when you're in an expanded state of awareness, you're like a Christmas tree. All the lights are ding, 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 ding. They're all lit up. And so all of those lights are frequencies that we have access to. So knowledge, ability to heal, ability to go into the Akashic records and see your past life or, whatever. That's that expanded state of awareness. So when the guides dim their lights, they'll dim their lights on the tree and Anthony's light gets brighter. And that's when Anthony comes back into this dimensional reality, so to speak.
That is a good way.
It's an interesting analogy
to
to
put it.
explain it. That's easy for our brains to get around.
That is the quantum aspect of who you are, of who we are as spirit and beings. You two are spirit, having a spiritual experience in a perception of reality that you refer to as Earth. And that is okay. That is how it works, in a manner of speaking.
But we're also, our frequencies, right? Because the multidimensional soul is more than one.
Yes.
We're having multiple experiences everywhere else all at the same time,
You
which is very mind bending.
are this. Can you see it? Just barely. But when it comes into focus, you start to come into focus like that.
Yeah. There's a great Robin Williams film. Do you know the film I'm talking about, where at the very end of the film, like all these beams of lights are coming in and all you see is this massive thing of lights. This is how our
Yes.
guides have explained that it is. And as they get closer in this vibration, we show up as material form.
What
Because
movie is that?
I can't remember the name of
things
it.
that come, things that will come.
Okay.
Something like that.
I'll have to.
We can check it for you later if you want.
When-
So funny.
What dreams?
Yes,
That's
what
it.
dreams will
That's
come.
it. Yeah, it's a great kind of analogy, and there's some other things too, other movies that kind of depict this. So
You're not alone, ever. The consciousness of what you refer to as God is always here, because you are always here. You, us, we make up the idea and the concept of God.
we are not separate.
That is
in
the
other words,
foundation.
right?
Okay.
And by the way, through the book, that teaching is fundamental throughout it, that we are one, that we are not disconnected. And funny story, I really wanted it to be 22 chapters. And when the book appeared to be finished, it was 20. And we didn't have 22 chapters. And Yeshua took up an entire chapter at the end. And I said, wait a minute. In a book about Mary Magdalene's life, we're not having the chapter end with a dude. That's not happening. So we called Magdalene back through and we said, Yeshua can't end the book. That's not happening. So that's how, and then the beginning chapter ended up becoming a monologue of just Magdalene addressing her prostitute title because it wasn't mentioned. And my editor said, nowhere do you mention her, time that she spent as a prostitute. And when we asked Magdalene about that, what did she say?
What did she say, Kaya?
She said, I do not wish to talk about that part of my life. And that's not the focus. That's where humanity's collective consciousness has been. So she was a little frustrated with it. She said, but if you want me to address it, I will. And so it's addressed in chapter 1, and she takes all of 4 lines to address it. That's who she is. That's who she is. She says, listen, that's not where I want to spend my time. But she says in so many words, how many of you have had sex for pleasure and recreation before you got married? For 6 months, I did what I needed to do to leave my family because my father was trying to marry me off to a man I didn't love. So I left home and I made money as I needed to for 6 months. And that allowed me the independence and the freedom to go and follow Yeshua's teachings. And she said, you may have had sex for pleasure. I did it because I had to. Don't judge me and don't judge other women. Punto. That was it. That was the end of her. That was the end of her addressing that. And so that's very much indicative of the personality that she is. The divine feminine saying, I'm not going to apologize for who I am. I was a strong woman. And that's it. And
You have a question.
that's how much it was
Yeah,
addressed.
and she just clarified that answer that I was thinking about. And I was thinking that her sister, Martha, she was the prostitute.
Magdalene says in the book, in our,
I just wanna be-
she does say that
Because
for
I've been
6
thinking about
months. Yeah, for about 6 months, she did do that as when men propositioned her for about 6 months to make her way because she was literally had to leave or be forced
Her
to.
sister.
No. Miriam left
Mary.
home
Okay.
because her father was going to marry her to a man she didn't love.
Okay.
And she wanted to go off and follow crazy Yeshua.
Okay, so Mary, it wasn't her sister Martha then.
No,
Okay, you clarified it.
yeah.
Yeah. for
But
me.
we put labels on it, and the Catholic Church had put labels on it, and the Romans put labels on it. And yes,
Okay.
don't get me into the patriarchy.
No.
That'll take all day.
We are patriarchy as well.
Mhm.
You understand that, don't you?
Yes, but they're here to see Yeshua. and
We
Magdalene.
know. We are here to change your perception of what the patriarchy is, was, and will be. But do not fear. Don't be afraid. Your earth is changing. Your perceptions are changing of who you are in the consciousness
Of all.
of all things.
Goodbye, 3D world.
3D world.
So let's talk about that for just a minute, because this is one of my pet peeves in the spiritual community. And I know we're live on this, so I might piss some people off, but this whole 3D versus 5D, we're not going anywhere.
Right.
This earth isn't going away. 5D is a state of mind, a state of consciousness. We're not going anywhere. So
Earth always regenerates.
what? I know I'm on a high horse this
You are
morning.
becoming fiery like Miriam.
I am a little bit, aren't I? Not afraid to hold back. Yeah.
Go, Miriam.
Go, Miriam.
Do
So,
speak, woman.
well, no, I believe that semantics matter, because if we constantly think about dogma from the past, it was always about light, love, and forever after within heaven. And hell was either here in the earth plane or somewhere else down there with Satan, right? That's how we were programmed and conditioned. And so now it's like, let's look to the galactic consuls of the world to come and save us. When I go to Sedona and I go to Mount Shasta, it's all about this external worship. So we've replaced a monotheistic God with a galactic federation. So our message, back to the simplicity of Yeshua and Mary Magdalene's messages of 2,000 years ago, the kingdom lies within. We are the gurus we seek out there. And go within and find that salvation, that love, that eternal, because that's what really where the magic is. Like, we all have that ability to teach and to heal and to love and to transmute and transform.
If we are patriarch, why do we allow you to speak?
Because I won't permit you not to allow me to speak, I guess. I don't know.
Because it is your time.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
It is the time of the woman, not
So
of us.
with that, please let's bring Miriam through.
1 second, please.
Thank you. I was like, what are they still doing here?
Letting her teach and speak, her mind, her voice, letting her to become the divine feminine that she is becoming, and that she represents this to us and to all of you as well. That is how we work, you see.
And I'll add this as Anthony is about to bring Miriam through. I'll add this. We've had plenty of naysayers and people who have not supported our message because Mary Magdalene couldn't possibly come through a man. So interestingly enough, with the blossom of this book, the people who have most supported us are not the people we thought were going to most support us, which is very interesting because some people see Magdalene as they have a certain image of who she is, and why would she come through a man?
Why do you think that I am a man,
Are you?
Anthony?
I know.
Yes. We're just going to do one teaching moment.
Okay.
Good.
Before that you say anything, though, I want to say that the reason we believe that she's coming through a man is to show humanity for men not to be afraid of the divine feminine.
That is good too.
Yeah. That's really what it is.
So quickly, the divine masculine, divine feminine is a concept human. It is of human perception. But in truth, you are neither man or female. You are light.
And energy.
And energy. But you perceive yourselves as feminine and masculine. But that's okay. It's a good way to learn. The yin and the yang, the ebb and the flow, the up and the down, and the right and the left.
Very linear. That's the way we've been programmed to think. It's very linear.
Okay.
And we're in a sphere.
We're in a sphere.
So,
A sphere.
Yeah, and so
planes, Earth planes and grids is
spirals.
spherical.
Yeah, think of everything as spirals.
Yes.
So from that perspective, yeah, there is no left, there's no right, there's no backwards, there's no forward, there's no past lives or future lives, there just is.
Is your universe expanding?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is. Will it ever stop expanding? No. Think about your consciousness like that as well. It is expanding. It will never stop.
Yeah.
And the more you expand your consciousness, the more you will change as spirit. That's how it works.
And we are all spirit. So back to whoever was saying in the spirit realm, our guides will literally say, this is also the spirit realm.
It is one of them.
Yeah, it's
of
one
an
them.
infinite amount of spiritual realms, you see.
Yeah, so we're here and now. It's just up to us to be awake enough to see, feel, touch, experience in an expanded state of awareness, in an avatar state, you could call it.
Avatar, yes, something like that.
I like to tell people that we are our own sovereign beings. So we, each lifetime that we come in, because it's what I was taught from my teacher, that we are, every time we come through, if you know who you are as an individual, your soul knows who you are.
Yeah.
Then you just keep growing more and more every lifetime. And
I mean, we're
like
really here to
That is
remember our divinity, our divinity, and to remember
And to
that we're
grow.
not separate, right? We keep coming at it from a separate place. So right now, regardless of your political belief systems, because we're not going to go there, regardless of that, it feels divisive regardless of where you are. It just feels divisive. So sometimes it feels like we're taking a step back. We're not moving towards that unity. We're not moving towards the embrace and the elevation of the divine feminine. But in fact, like if we can see the bigger picture of it, we are. We have to trust that. We have to trust that the momentum of the collective consciousness who knows better has come too far. Because whatever we focus on, we get more of. So if we focus on conspiracy theories, aliens to rescue us, galactic federations to rescue us, or governments to rescue us, or messiahs to rescue us, then we're not doing the internal work by stepping into our light and love and trusting and having faith that we're going to get through together. Because it's all about community and supporting each other. So when, at least in our community, when someone's having a Kundalini awakening or something, we can tell them, you're not crazy. This is real. This is happening. We have people in our membership who talk to Mary Magdalene in their refrigerator. I know that sounds crazy, but she opens the refrigerator and she gets a message. And so when things like that happen, it seems crazy, but really what's happening is you're moving in and out of dimensional spheres. And so if it's whatever, that is a trigger, that is some kind of indication or symbolic for her, the refrigerator. Other people bring through Magdalene through art. Like the woman who did this, we worked with her to get this just vibrationally correct. So we're all going to bring through, right, the energies and work with them in our own unique ways.
Are there any questions before we step back?
Let's bring
Yeah.
She's different than we are. She is singular in nature. Your hand, Gaia.
Yes.
Thank you.
I debate with these guys all the time.
No, she doesn't. She argues with us.
I do indeed.
And we ask her to give us a good glass of wine before you do so.
That's true.
Find your higher selves. There you will find who you are. Don't be afraid. You are all light beings of love and divinity. The more you are on your spiritual journey, the more you will discover who you are in this perception of reality. Very good. It's time to step back. Miriam's coming now.
It's about time.
Be nice.
I feel her knocking. It's like, boot them out already, will you?
You have a way with words.
I do. Sorry. Gotta have a sense of humor with this.
Yes, you do.
We used to take this stuff too seriously. And about 2 years ago, our guide said, start to have more fun. Because if you can't have fun on a spiritual path, it's not worth doing. It's really not worth doing. So you have to have fun with it. So yeah, I kick them out sometimes and say, skedaddle, we're watching a movie. What are you doing here? Sometimes they come through in the middle of a movie. Get lost. They'll come through for a teaching moment. They often come through teaching moments.
Good. I'm here. It is good to see you.
Connection has been made.
Yes.
So we talked about frequency. It's like, think of it as a connection has been made to Miriam's frequency.
Good to see you, Christy.
See you too.
Are you busy?
I'm busy.
Good. Busy, busy, busy. Be busy living and be busy. Be busy.
Do you want to speak, just before we take questions, a little bit about masculine and feminine energies kind of coming together as one? Because that was really the title of our talk, although we've been going in a lot of different directions.
What does it mean when masculine and feminine come together? What does it mean? It can mean many different things. It depends on you. But this earth realm is unbalanced in that sense. The consciousness of feminine is rising, if you will. I put it that way, so that it will equal that of man. But it must go a little bit higher. It must go higher, and then it will slowly balance itself again.
Because we're so out of balance right now.
And when that happens, the two become one. Now that one, the two becoming one, means that you start to recognize that your consciousness is connected to all things, even the chairs that you're sitting in.
Everything has energy.
This idea of dualism will slowly go away. And when that happens, that's when your earth starts to vibrate a little bit differently. Okay. And you know, when you say you're in the vortex,
Yeah.
you are in the vortex. You are in this consciousness that starts to vibrate faster and faster and faster.
So it's not higher, it's faster.
Yes, we'll say
Yeah.
that. I'll say that.
Yeah.
And then that's when the magic starts to happen. That's when you start to realize that you're not alone in this solar system, Milky Way galaxy, universe, and it's starting to happen now. Beings outside of your reality are stepping into this reality to communicate with you. I am one of them. I am Miriam of Magdal or Magdala or Mary Magdalene. Magdala was the place from where I came. But I step into your reality because all of you are ready for it.
In a different
The
way.
world is becoming ready for it now. So I can come through a man, at least the perception of a man, whose heart is open and
He's-
willing to do
He's
the work
definitely a
with
man
me.
when he's Anthony.
Yes, he is, but he's a good man, isn't he?
Most of the time.
He's on a path. I see 1, 2 men here.
Yeah.
Men are usually not my favorite. However,
Don't be afraid. She does
it is
embrace
up to
that.
the man to support that woman to go higher.
Yeah.
That is why men are here now, to support the woman, the female energy, to go a little bit higher,
So her voice.
support her
Right. We need to speak our truth and speak our voice and
That
not
is
hold
right.
back.
as Anthony and the Pharisees, the patriarch,
Take a step back.
are taking a step back.
Sorry.
Yes. You're very much like me, you know.
I know.
I love the jewelry.
Thank you. Yeah, you had us make it. She came to us one day about 6 months ago and said, "You're making jewelry in my name." And I'm like, "I'm too old for that."
I
And
wish
next thing you know, a whole collection was born.
to work through all of you. Right. When I come through you, work with you, you may manifest me in your own unique way. There isn't one way. There is only your way, isn't there?
So actually, there's something that you said I'd love to bring up because it's in the book, actually. So there's a point, the book is written as fiction. So it's really Rochelle and Angelo are the main characters. And so it's about a couple in New England who have this experience of channeling, and then suddenly Mary Magdalene shows up in their living room, which really replicates our experience of what happened, to be honest.
And I did, didn't I?
You did.
I just popped
Yeah.
through.
You did pop through.
And
And
you
it
said,
took a
"Who are
while
you?"
for that connection to really come through. But what the interesting thing that you brought up earlier, which is in the book, there's a point where Rochelle is asking Miriam, well, what does it mean vibrating faster? Because you had said that in the book. What does it mean that our planets are vibrating faster? And you said something along the lines of that it means that you're closer to love. You're closer to this Christ consciousness of divine love.
Yes.
And so I just thought that was interesting because it's hard for us to think, what does that mean that a planet is our consciousness is vibrating faster?
So what it means is this, that your consciousness, the consciousness of this particular earth realm, starts to vibrate differently. And when it comes in sync with other conscious beings, other consciousness, they start to frequent
Each other, which
with
amplifies,
each other.
right? That's why collective healing is so powerful.
Your fear is dissipating.
They're like bees, very high vibrational.
So when we're vibrating together at this consciousness, all things are possible. So, heart coherence is based on this, right? The heart coherence. And by the way, I keep forgetting to mention this. And all of our friends are saying, no one knows about your podcast. Let them know. So I'm going to let you know right now before I forget. Blue Soul Earth on YouTube. Subscribe. It's free. And we're starting to roll out all these interviews that we did with masters, like, whatever. And so there's a great interview with Roland McCready of Heart Math, where he talks about this relative to what you're talking about, is that the Earth's vibration and the resonance field is exactly that of the human heart. It's exact. So when we get into that alignment, that's the healing, field that Joe Dispenza talks about, that Slipton talks about, that Greg Braden, that all of these people these modern mystics talk about. That's the field of healing.
That is correct.
Do you want to speak about that?
The field of healing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of
Okay.
how you and Yeshua did that 2,000 years ago, even though we didn't have quantum language for it back then.
We didn't have quantum language, but what we would say was this: you must have faith. When you have faith, you open your heart. And when you open your heart, you let go of your fear. And when you let go of your fear, then your true authentic self, as I would mention, will come into you stronger. It enlivens you, enlightens you.
Your field.
But you must open your heart. That is how we had to talk. We couldn't say, listen, you're made of photons and subatomic particles, all of us. And when your consciousness becomes aligned, then you'll be able to heal yourselves. We couldn't say that because the consciousness wasn't there yet.
And you also didn't have access to that language back then.
As human, no.
Yeah, it's
I
human.
did not. But I can now manifest myself as I once was.
Yeah.
Which I wish to tell you as well. I am not who you think I am. I am a Miriam of Magdal now, but in truth, I am no different than any of you.
It's spirit
I am
energy.
spirit first, manifesting myself now as Miriam of Magdal, as all of you are manifesting yourselves as you, uniquely you.
Sometimes when I ask Miriam a question, including in the book, when we were asking a question, and sometimes there'd be silence, one moment, please. Sometimes Anthony will say, one moment, please. And you've explained it this way in the book, but I think it's interesting. You're going into the Akashic records of who you once were as Miriam of Magdal and picking up information from that.
Do I really go into the Akashic records? In a manner of speaking.
Yeah, that's what we call it.
We call it. It is energy. That's all it is.
So Anthony and Miriam are in there together, tapping into the Akashic records of who she once was, if that makes any sense.
But I will manifest myself as Miriam of Magdal through the perceptions that Renee and Anthony have of me. You see, but I will manifest myself through all of you in a different manner, depending on the perceptions and belief systems of your own humanity, of who you are as a human being.
So it's like a collaborative effort when anything is created or
How are
created.
you? Are you okay?
Yeah, it's cold.
You're cold, okay.
Yeah.
I don't want you to be afraid
No.
or fearful.
Does anyone have any questions, by the way? Questions?
No questions for Miriam.
One question right there.
The books are available.
At her booth? Yeah, sure. We'll sign them too.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I can't wait to read it.
Yeah, it's intense. I'm still blown away when I reread the book that we created.
Remember that everything has frequencies and resonance. And I will say this about the book that I wrote for you. Didn't I?
Through both of us, yes.
I come through your fingers and I
Yeah.
come through you in a different way. Each sound has a frequency. Each word has a frequency, and a word has intention. And the energy that you put into the intention of the word to form syllables, phrases, has energy, just like that rock you're holding. Where is it? Did it disappear? Your male friend has it.
Yeah.
My husband. But yes.
It all has energy. So when you read,
Yeah.
you're reading frequencies and vibrations of energy that come from me through her, masculine and feminine, onto the page. When you read it, it
Yeah.
goes into you.
So I don't think
That's how it
I don't think I
works.
kept this in the book. I can't remember. Should know this. I don't think I kept it in the book. But there was a moment where your story was coming through, and I was taking too long at the laptop to get it down. And Miriam said to me, "Are you changing my words?"
Because I know who you are.
So and she was yelling at me, literally. She's like, "You're taking too long. I
I
know how
was
fast you
scolding
type."
you.
She was scolding me. She said, "Do not change my words
No.
because they carry frequencies." And she said, "And I don't care," you said, "whether people like it or not. This is my truth." That's what you said.
I don't.
Mhm.
She's
I don't want to
scolding me.
say care, but what I do want to say is if you have ears to hear, you will hear. If you have eyes to see, you will see.
Mhm.
If your heart is open, then you will receive. That's what's most important.
And then she also said, "Those who do not hear will never know me,"
No, but
Yeah.
that too is okay.
which I thought was a great.
It is
quote.
fine.
Okay.
I know. It was
It's not my
really
problem.
beautiful when it
Thank you.
came through.
It's yours. You see.
I think we're all worth knowing.
Yeah, absolutely.
You are all worth knowing. That is correct.
This is, I just opened this randomly, and it says, the more you start to understand quantum realities, the more you will realize that there is no singular truth, only a truth related to your perception of it.
That is correct. There is no truth. There is only your truth and your reality and perception of it. That's why there is no right and there is no wrong. And
there's
in
no
truth,
and there's no evil.
there is no evil. There is no sin. There is no karma. Let it percolate a little bit.
Just energies going through.
Just energy.
Is what it is.
It is what it is.
Cycles going through.
Be within yourself. The great Buddha would say that. Yeshua studied the same thing, and I showed him as well.
Vibrate how you want to vibrate, and then you're going to attract those energies to you. And if they don't come into your field, they're not meant to be there. And don't worry about it. Let go.
I don't know, since you mentioned karma, that came out of my mouth yesterday.
That is okay.
You know, it's
It's all
interesting that
about
there's
Karma.
Yeah.
I mean, it was quick. It was, and I said,
Yeah. It's a
well,
great.
I wasn't supposed to say that, but it came out.
Let me see if I can
Yeah.
pull it up
It
quickly.
is more energy
Oh, I
than
don't
it is
even.
karma.
I don't have karma
okay,
in the
yeah, but-
index. That's too bad.
You know, it was, I'm just saying.
The
you know.
laws that are governing here in this earth realm
Mhm.
do not govern where
Yeah.
you all reside, actually.
It's a
There
way.
are no
It's a way
laws.
to think about it. Like the way
There is
that
only
they've explained
energy.
it is karma. That cause and effect does exist in the sense that we reap what we sow. So from that perspective, karma
Okay.
exists. However, what you
It is
have.
what you believe.
Right.
exists.
So do you want to speak about that? Because there's just a whole, I can't pull it up because unfortunately I didn't index the
I'm
word
just saying,
karma.
it just
But
came out.
yeah. But if we,
And
so whatever
intensified,
we
just-
put energy towards is what we get more of. So
Okay.
if we put more energy, I don't know how many times people come to our booth or an event that we're having and they'll say, you know, I must be dealing with karma because I have cancer in this lifetime, or I've had all these disasters happen. And you've always said, you and Yeshua have always said, do you want to
Go.
Well, more that whatever we're focusing on, if we believe we have karma, if we believe in sin, if we believe in all these things, that's what we're bringing more into our field.
Mhm.
So we don't want to give more credence or more energy to it. It's funny, I spent years as a publicist, you know, and as a publicist, when something comes out on a social media feed or something, we always had this thing in agency life that we said, don't feed the troll.
Mm.
You feed the troll and it expands and you get more of that negative energy. So don't feed the
Don't want-
troll.
no,
Don't
and
feed
I
the
just
karma
I
wheel.
just said that and I just let it go, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let it go. Don't feed the karma wheel. Don't feed the sin wheel. Just release
No,
the
I'm just
things
saying.
that no
Yeah.
longer serve you.
Repent, repent, repent. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Yes.
We've missed the mark again. We must go around the wheel and wheel and wheel until we
Yeah.
reach our enlightenment. Maybe.
Mhm.
If you desire.
Yeah, and we have to pay attention to language. You know, we had gone to, I think it was at a progressive synagogue, and it was all in Hebrew, but a lot of the language was we missed the mark, how we said all this stuff. And I jabbed Anthony. I said, I'm not singing that. I mean, the music was beautiful, by the way. It was gorgeous.
The vibrations are great.
Vibration of the mute, but I said I can't say these words because it's perpetually feeding my whole system that we're sinners, that we've missed the mark. So I'm jabbing him, and he's like, "The music's beautiful."
But Gaia,
I
the music
know.
is beautiful.
I know, but we can't perpetuate that. So that's just a way for us to be aware of what we're feeding ourselves, the language that we're feeding ourselves. So do you want to say more about that?
No, you just did.
Questions.
Questions.
Make it tough. The harder the question.
That was great.
Yeah, we
How
need
long are you
tougher
gonna
questions.
change? Oh, go ahead, please.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just thinking, I guess, is it Madeline? Madeline?
Yes.
Miriam.
Miriam, sorry.
That is
Um,
okay.
Are
For
you
this time.
always, is this, are you always around us, even if we're not channeling you? You're always there.
Yes. Do you know why?
Why?
Because you're always here.
Oh, I like that.
Because we're all connected. What you focus on is what you bring into your field.
If you wish that I come through you, be with you, sing with you,
Focus on her frequency.
Okay.
create an altar, flowers, incense, a little bit of wine, perhaps, candles, goddesses.
Yes, goddesses, Isis.
A picture of me never hurts.
Get an Isis.
She kept
Well, yeah, so there's a
That will
strong,
come to
we
you.
don't have time to go into it here, but we could do a whole session on the Isis Egyptian connection to Mary Magdalene.
Yes,
We
it's
could-
very big.
It's very big. Yeah, her second book will be more focused on that because this is apparently one of 12 to come.
I didn't say that.
Yes, the guide said that.
I
Yes,
know
Yes,
they
she did.
inspired you, don't they?
Well, you did say there was at least four.
So you call her
from
Meriden, or that's
Miriam.
Miriam.
Maria.
Well, the world calls her Mary Magdalene, right? But
Yeah.
you know, Middle East. Do you think anyone was named Mary Magdalene in
Magdalene is the descriptor. of where
Palestine
they came
2,000 years ago?
from.
Yeah.
Magdalene. Magdala.
Magdalene.
Yeah, Magdalene.
Yeah. So we try to be as authentic as possible with the language.
Which is?
Well, I mean, to get as close to what,
Mariam ben Magdala.
yeah, it's probably
That
the
was my-
Magdala.
that was
Miriam
probably-
of
Merriman.
Miriam of Magdala.
Merriman. Mhm.
Yes.
is the closest. Because remember the borders back then, there wasn't Israel as we knew it, right? It was Babylonia and Persia and, you know, ancient Egypt, and all of these influences used to cross borders quite a bit, you know. We don't have time to go into this either, but Yeshua spent
How
many
many
years
minutes?
in India.
gonna ask that.
45. Go ahead. You have a few minutes.
Go.
Thank you. 'Cause I was gonna ask what background, because I was getting, I could see India, and I'm also getting French with Arabic,
Yeah.
which would be the Jerusalem. So that's what I'm getting.
Yeah. Well, do you want to
Is
speak
that-
about you? I mean, we don't have much time, but you can speak about your briefly time in Gaul.
Mhm.
It wasn't brief.
I know.
I know what you mean, though. My time in Gaul. Gaul is the Latin name, Gallia,
Mhm.
for France. Oh, they didn't speak French at that time. It was more what you call Proto-French. It was mixed in with different languages. But the Druids were very important to us.
Yeah.
They allowed us shelter. They helped us build, create communities, and they were very earth-based energies and extremely good teachers. They didn't have preconceptions
Of God.
of God,
Yeah.
but they were accepting of Yeshua, the energy of love.
The messages of Yeshua's teachings and healings spread as far as what is now southern France, because there were trading routes. actually, and we're learning more and more as we're reading, doing research on our next book already, which is already more than half done.
Wow.
And all the trading routes that really existed through that whole region, you know.
Yes, wherever the Romans went, they
Yeah.
created trading routes for commerce.
And it was
business.
very common for people who were learned and had, you know, came from family of means, especially Yeshua, to travel abroad to learn from other masters.
Although he wasn't from a family of means per se, I was.
Not as much as you.
Of course. And it were, I should say, the women, the community of women that supported the movement so that Yeshua could be the healer that he was. But we would often take a back seat. But I'm here to tell you that we're moving to the front now to let you know that I, as Miriam of Magdal, was essential in his healing as well, in his process, in order to heal others
Yeah.
and to prepare him for his journey.
And it was, you know, 7 female apostles who walked with Miriam. You know, more than that too. Okay, we just have a couple minutes. So more than that, but they're, you know, we write about them there. And the archetypes of the women is how the jewelry came to be, which I never expected in a million years, but that was kind of exciting.
Yes, it
It was
is.
exciting. So all of these women who were left out of history and holy books, right? They each have an archetype, which you know, is in all of us, right? It's in all of us. And so that kind of came through when we did the jewelry, which was,
You know, it's not
Fun
uncommon
chapter.
that they followed me. As Yeshua followed John the Baptist, after he died, the movement went over to Yeshua. You understand?
yeah, they studied together too, John the Baptist.
After Yeshua passed from this realm, the movement came over to me, and I took it to the next level.
in southern France.
Yes.
Yeah, we're actually leading a retreat this fall to France where we're going to walk in her footsteps.
And I will come through.
Anthony's going to be Magdalene for the whole time.
No, I will be Anthony.
You will be Anthony for the whole time.
As I said, Anthony doesn't channel me. I channel Anthony. You
So
understand.
that's going to be exciting. So anyway, we need to
It is time to wrap up,
bring
to close.
Anthony back. Yeah, so thank you all for coming. Checking the time here. I can't see.
It is
Okay.
time to go.
So do you need to step back and let Anthony come through? No, or are you going to stay?
I'll step back.
You're going to step back?
Yes.
Okay.
Although I don't want to.
But we're encouraging people to come to the booth to get a copy of your book. Since we know it's your book.
Do that. 1 second,
She
please.
doesn't give me any credit. None of us, right? It's Magdalene's book.
I'm excited to read it.
We thought of actually putting Mary Magdalene as the author.
Mm-hmm.
That would be kind of
That
funny,
would be
wouldn't it? We kind of thought, but then it takes away from the divine masculine and feminine coming together as one, which is part of the process. So anyway, yeah, come to the booth. We've got books there. We've got jewelry there. And then we'll be doing live channeling sessions and we have 2 membership programs as well. So we meet twice a month via Zoom.
Should I ask how much is the book?
25, and we'll sign up. And the membership programs are 22 a month or 33 a month, and we meet twice. So they're live and recorded replays if you miss a session. Are you back?
Come back. Yeah.
My Italian is back. So anyway, thank
Thank you, all of you.
I know. Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you all for being here. And
you.
hopefully we'll spend a little more time with you at the booth. You can't miss it. It's the big blue blob in the corner with all the jewelry.
I think it was just touching the
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo, April 12th and 13th.
There, we're live. Welcome, everyone. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we're delighted to have you here with us today. And I would very much like to introduce our next presenter, our next speaker. I have the pleasure of finding her bio. Amanda Joan is recognized as an expert in ozone therapy, and she is the owner of Radiant Body Sebastopol, a wellness clinic in Sebastopol, California. Amanda has consulted for holistic centers worldwide, assisting them in integrating ozone therapy into their practices. Additionally, she has supported hundreds of individuals globally in setting up and using at-home ozone therapy kits, and has facilitated thousands in experiencing ozone therapy applications. In her time with us today, Amanda will share personal stories of how ozone therapy has transformed her own life and the lives of those she has guided, providing valuable perspectives on its potential benefits and applications. Enjoy.
Wow, thank you so much.
Yay, thank you. All right, well, welcome. I'm so happy that y'all are here. This will be a little interactive too. I'll have questions and we can engage together, share story. If you have any experiences with ozone at the end, we'll just open that up. I'll just wait for them to close the doors there. Right.
So you're
There we go. Perfect. Yay. Okay. Maybe we could all just take a breath together. That we're sort of talking about oxygen. So let's just breathe in. Yeah, no worries. They can come and go. But we're just going to ground in, just breathing in. Let's connect with our breath. Let's connect with this element we're going to be sharing and learning about, ozone. Oxygen is life. Welcome. Yay. We were just grounding in together. Take a seat anywhere. So yeah, oxygen is life. The human body can go without food for quite a long time, can go without water for quite a long time, cannot go without oxygen for minutes. So if you really think about that, it is life. It is what we are here to receive, to continue living. So when we take that, welcome. When we take that element and use it as medicine, we're using what we are made of. We are using what keeps us alive as medicine. It just kind of makes sense, right? The body knows. Hi, I'm so happy to have someone, a naturopath that has worked with ozone. So I'm just so happy to have you here. Our body knows how to work with oxygen. It's an intelligence that just knows exactly how to work with this element. So I'll go through a few stages of this. So first I'll go into what is oxygen, what is ozone, how it's made in nature. I'll go into how then it became this modality. And then I'll go into how we can use it on the body, the benefits. So I'll go into all the right brain science part, but then we're going to shift into the juice, the real stuff, my story, what I've seen, what I've heard, what I have experienced, the magic of it. Because ozone can be quite medical, but it also can be very spiritual and very magical, because it's an alive essence, it's an alive element, and there's intelligence in that. It's a very feminine, life-giving element. So we want to get the details and the science so you understand, and then we're going to go into the magic of it. I also want to invite anyone throughout the talk. I have a lot of different materials. So as I'm speaking, if you feel engaged, you want to pass this around and just take a look, that's all there. Mm-hmm. So, okay, what is ozone? So if we think about oxygen as two molecules, and there's this oxygen in the room, we're breathing it. Our body knows how to use it in our biology. We're breathing in oxygen. In nature, when this element, this two-moleculed element, comes in contact with any electrical charge, whether it is lightning in the sky, waves crashing, any electrical current that happens. Even in our brains, we have electrical synapses, right? There's electrical currents everywhere, seen and unseen in nature. So when oxygen comes in contact with that electricity, the two molecules split for that moment, but they can't live on their own, so they attach to another O2 molecule. So imagine this whole room, a bunch of O2, and I spark a little live wire even, or, rub 2 rocks and there's a charge, that will break apart and they'll just attach onto the O2. So now we have an O3 molecule. That third molecule is unstable, which means it can be released. So this is like the real sciencey part of the matrix of how this gas is created in nature and why it's O3. So this is O3. This is how it's created in nature. So nature has an intelligence. Why, are we breathing a whole room full of O3 molecules? No, because nature knows it's a very drying kind of element. So you're not supposed to breathe it in directly. It will be very, challenging to the lungs. But it's smart. It knows when to create it in little instances. So that is the divine intelligence of ozone in nature. It's this electrical moment where oxygen becomes electrified. It's created in certain moments and certain times. It helps to cleanse the air. It's very electrified, and it is powerful in it oxidizes. Now we think oxidation, we think bad, but no, everything in different moments can be good. So oxidation can be good in some moments in time. So this kind of oxidative O3 electrified oxygen in nature is created, and it's a purifier. So when the sun hits the earth, we have that electrical current of the sun hitting the earth's atmosphere, and then we have this ozone layer. When it's thunder in the sky and there's rain, there's a little bit of magnetism in the sky and there's a little bit of ozone. It's very cleansing gas. So in around the 1800s time frame, there was kind of this human phenomenon. Maybe you've heard of this. In history, when you look at the human mind and inventions and moments of aha moments of intelligence, it comes in waves. And it will come, it's really intriguing. They have science behind this. So in this one time, people that never talked to each other, doctor here, scientists in this country, at this one moment in wave, Tesla, a doctor in Germany, a doctor in Russia, they all kind of were like, what does this electrified oxygen do? That we know it exists, we know this gas exists, but we see it in nature, but what can it do? So then brilliance started coming through, and there was machines made to recreate ozone in the form of devices. So let's take this electrified oxygen, let it be used as medicine and see what it does. And it was amazing. They started to use it in Germany for when the soldiers come back from war, they would put it on infection. It just became very known that, especially in Europe, where, America, we're late to the game a little because of medical mob and, just pharmaceutical, there's a lot of untruths in our American medical system. Not to put down the medical system, but in Europe, they're more open. There's more availability for these types of modalities. So it's been used for a while. So it came through. We started to see these machines being made, these applications being created, and they saw a lot going on in terms of how it could heal the body. Okay, so now you kind of understand how it's created in nature. Now we can see that it's brought into the industrial time and we're recreating it. How does it work in the body? So we're going to bring this gas with the machines. There's 2 types of machines that can be created, a medical machine and a non-medical machine. Medical machine just means we're recreating that ozone with a pure oxygen source. And the ozone machine, we're taking the oxygen into a machine, and the machine has a way in which to flash UV light or any electrical charge. So we're just recreating nature. We're saying, hey, oxygen, here's some electricity, output some O3 molecules. So for medical, we're using a pure source of oxygen. So that gas that comes out, the ozone is created from a pure source of oxygen. That's medical. Non-medical is a machine that creates electricity, but maybe just by a little fan, not like a UV chamber, but just a fan, and it's taking oxygen from the air, ambient air. So both are ozone, but one is pure oxygen through like a pure machine that's very clean, and one is non-medical ambient air. And so you'll see, if you Google ozone machines, you'll see like $30 machines that you could plug in. It's like a little fan and it's outputting little ozone, and then there's like expensive, people putting it into their blood, right? So there's medical, non-medical. Non-medical, you can apply topically, you can make water. Some people use it for insufflations. I don't agree with that, but You know, there's always space in that realm of people making their decisions. The medical is where you can put it in the body and work with it. So those are the two types of medical and non-medical ozone machines. So now that we have these machines and it's outputting this gas, there are different ways to bring it in around the body. So once that gas is created, you have a tube with the gas coming out, and you have apparatuses that you can apply inside or on the body. So with, you know, so maybe you've heard of medical grade ozone being used IV wise in the blood. And then there's insufflations, which you can bring that gas into the different orifices of your body through the ear, through the nose, vaginal, rectal. So that's all like medical grade treatments because you're using that pure source. You can bring it in the orifices. You can bring it in the blood. Non-medical, dental, water. Question.
What kind of illnesses are using that kind of
We're going to get into that.
Thank you.
I want to, you know, it's like there's so many questions in this. So I want to, like, how is it made in nature? How is it created in the machine? How it's outputted? Now we're going to get to the good stuff, like the, you know, how it works in the body, actually. That's the magic. But you want to have some understanding of that, because when you start to, if I just went right to like what ozone does, how though, you know, and where did it come from? So that gives you a sense of that. So before we go into the magic of what her question was, is there any questions in terms of the machines and ozone in general?
Yeah, ozone in general. Sometimes I'm out, you know, and I say, I'm in my ozone. I don't know. Can you tell me what element is that? Is it what?
It's a gas element. So
Gas
ozone. So ozone is a gas that's created in nature. So it's like oxygen, but a little bit more electrified. So it is a gas. So maybe after the rain, you'll smell that scent of ozone in the air.
So I would be in the ozone.
Yeah.
Right?
So if you're like,
I just want to know if
yeah,
I'm communicating with.
you are. I think you've got it. You came to my booth. You're like, I know the ozone, baby. So
Well, yeah. So now that I'm here, and I just
Yeah.
Okay, because sometimes I do say when I'm out, I'm in the ozone elements.
It is an element.
Okay.
Yep. Absolutely. So how does it work in the body? Now that we know we're creating this gas, how does it work in the body? So my kindergarten pitch, when I have a short amount of time, is out with the bad, stimulate the good, right? It's getting rid of pathogens. It's helping to eliminate bacteria, viruses, parasites, just cleansing, detoxification. But it also works to nourish and oxygenate and strengthen the good. So that's the short pitch. The longer way that I explain it is in a visual. So imagine each of us right now, our bodies are a matrix of cells. Just see like tiny little circles, everything. Our skin is made of skin cells. Our liver is made of liver cells. Everything is cellular. When our cells are happy, we are happy. Cells create life. When we receive information, whether it is toxicity in the air, negative thoughts, any information, and we receive good information. Blueberries bring antioxidants. Like everything we do, everything we are in exchange with in life is information coming in, information coming out. We eat, we poop, we breathe, we exhale. We drink, we pee. Everything is this like in and out, this wave of life, nourishment, detox, right? And so our cells, when we think about, take away all the physical and all the words, and let's get right to these cells. We are these cells. Cells are receiving information and they have jobs to do. Our body is so intelligent. Our physical body is so intelligent. And these cells, all they want to do is replicate and build and create. They just want to be happy. Now, everybody has different frameworks of receiving and exchanging this energy. You know, if I'm in a room and there's maybe some mold, maybe I'll get a little headache and then I'll go pee and, I'm good. Someone else might breathe it in and it becomes chronic. There's no rhyme or reason all the time to dig into why that is, but we all exchange and receive and are affected differently. What that is our cells. Our cells are receiving information and our cells are processing it out. For whatever reason, in that moment, my cells were able to process it out. That person's cells it was a little bit harder. So think about our body. We when we're thriving and healthy and happy, we're flowing, there's movement, there's circulation, our cells are replicating and building. When we receive information, we're not supposed to be perfect. We're supposed to breathe in some toxins and do the things, but our body's also meant to, respond to that. When our bodies have a little buildup because it's not responding in that easy way for whatever reason, that is our cells having to work overtime, right? So if I drink some tequila, which I don't drink, but if I do something that's overtaxing, if let's say you drink alcohol, your liver cells have to work a little harder. That's fine. But over time, all these different things, when we're over processing, our cells replicate by nature. They don't just die and go away. So if a cell had to work a little harder, it's going to become half charged or dead. It's going to replicate half charged or dead cells. And that's normal. We're supposed to have this, it's the life. We're not supposed to be these perfect cells all over. But this buildup of these cellular junk, this cellular activity that's stagnant, there's no flow, that is disease, right? From pimple to cancer. It's just a moment in our body where we're not processing out, and there's a buildup of density, and that becomes disease. So what do? We detox, we eat better, we exercise, we do all these things. Why? Because we're moving that energy. When we have more flow and not stagnancy, the body can self-correct. So how does ozone come into this, right? I like to give this framework because it's like, it makes you understand even deeper what ozone's going to do. So let's say you have that little cellular clumping going on, and your diet and your supplements and your exercise isn't working. You live a good life, but you're still having these symptoms. That tells us that those holding patterns need something else, right? So you go to your naturopath, you go to different sources, you come to these events to find things that are going to help move that flow for everyone. And everybody finds their different tools: red light, amp coil, blueberries, like whatever. Everyone has different medicines that will activate for them. Ozone is one of these medicines. And what's beautiful about ozone is that it works for everybody. It's oxygen. It's so alive and so great for the cells. So when that oxygen comes in around the body, ozone has a charge to it. It's a magnetized charge. I like to refer to her as a she, because I feel like she's a divine feminine element, an alive intelligence that's breathing life back into the body. So ozone comes in, this gas comes in, and imagine your matrix, your cell map, imagine you have like a heat map. Where are your cells kind of clumped up, right? Mm-hmm. My kindergarten talk again, clumped up, but so not scientific or medical, but whatever. Imagine your cells are like on this heat map, and you can see where each of us have these holding patterns. Ozone comes in, and it is oxidizing, so it can, some people will be like, well, is that going to mess the good cells up? Not so much. It has a magnetism. It has a negative charge, so it's going to go to the heat. That over processed cellular clumping has a heat to it because it's like overworked, right? So ozone goes in like a little professional ninja goddess element, and she's like, oh, there. And the way that it works is it kind of like disperses that clumping, that cellular clumping, that holding. It helps to just kind of like move and break it up, and then our body can process it out, those particles out. So that's like the real science part, but really it has this oxidation aspect that almost is like a megaphone that calls the body and says, hey, I'm some oxidation coming through. Hey, white blood cells. Hey, all the good stuff. Let's juice things up. While it also is very oxidizing to pathogens and bacteria and viruses. So it's like going in, cleansing out the bad, nourishing the good, blood gets clear, movement happens. And so when people ask about specific things, does it help mold? Does it help? Give me any words you've got. Because we're talking about cellular, deep, the baseline. If you have inflammation, and if you have
diabetes,
whatever it is, oxygen, ozone will come in and help create movement and flow, and the intelligence of the body will have more room to self-correct, which it will do. So, the way that it goes into each application, you could use this gas to put into the ears. So the gas goes through a stethoscope and goes right into the ear canal. You could do it through oil, and then it comes out as ozonoids, not pure ozone. So if someone's like, you're not supposed to breathe ozone, via oil, and it's not ozone direct. You could do it vaginally. You can do it rectally. You can do it through sauna with your head out. And you can do it topically with oil. You could do it topically with gas direct. You can do dental ozone. These are all the attachments. Now, mind you, the one thing I didn't mention too is because it is a very electrified oxygen, it is very drying. And so that's why when we create that ozone and it's coming out of the tube, you don't want to sniff it. No way. It's not that it's dangerous or toxic. It's just so dry that you never want to breathe ozone direct. So when you're using this gas, it's not that it's like dangerous. It's that it is drying. So you're mindful, just like in nature. It's not outputting all this ozone. It's instantaneous. So when we use ozone, once I start that button, you're putting it in or on the body. You're not just wafting it into the air, right? So that's where, ozone gets a bad name for whatever reasons. I can go into a lot of that too. But the main stigma is that it's dangerous. It's like, no, it is something you don't want to breathe in direct. And you do be mindful of so when you're in a sauna, your head is out. When I'm doing the ears, I have a fan on and I'm not letting the person just talk while it's wafting. So there's a mindfulness to it, but it's not dangerous. When done the right way, obviously it's dangerous if someone's being negligent and having someone put it in, right? So that's that in a nutshell. So now you kind of know that. There's a lot of beautiful applications. Now I'm going to reset the room and get into the magic. Is there any other questions for the medical and the let's get into the juice of it.
In the hospital, like what are they treating in the hospital? And is it with a stethoscope style?
Oh yeah. So the medical grade ozone is great to do. So this is another very specific thing. So when doctors, I'm not a doctor, so I don't do any of the blood work. There are people in the ozone industry that are doing blood work under the table. That's their path. They are helping people. I personally don't believe in that. I think needles equal doctor. Insufflations, are different. So when you're using a medical grade ozone in the hospitals with doctors, they need a tank, 100% pure oxygen to put in the blood. When you're doing insufflations, this is, another gray area. Some people say it has to be tanked, but I've been doing this for 12 years. I've spoken to a lot of ozone doctors, worked with it. You can use a concentrator. It's 98% pure, and instead of 100, and you put that ozone through to do insufflations. So that's medical grade. You're doing the vaginal, you're doing the rectal, you're doing the ear, you're doing the nebulizing, and if you have a tank, you're doing the blood and your doctor. Non-medical, dental, water, skin, topical, and sauna, because that's not going like inside your body, but it's totally helpful in these other ways. So now you kind of understand all the physical biology science part. Now I want to, yep.
I'm curious why you put dental as a non-medical. What are you doing for dental? Are you just holding them out?
Yeah, I'll go into dental. So you could do dental with the medical. Non-medical with dental, when you go to a holistic dentist, I guarantee there's not one holistic dentist that does not use ozone because it works. When you go to a holistic dentist, they can do injections. They'll use the gas direct and they'll do some ozone water. I've worked with a holistic dentist that even say, I see my clients gain more if they have their own machine as well, because you could be doing it, the gas right to your mouth. You could be using the water. You could be using the oil yourself, which you're going to go a long way with anything. Consistency, having it at home is so empowering. But then sometimes you need to go get the blood thing and the injections, but you can empower yourself at home with ozone. So the dental, and if you come to my booth afterwards, I'll show you, I have my dental ozone kit I've kind of curated. So it's a non-medical ozone machine. And then the ozone's coming out, and then I have all these attachments. So there's an attachment that's like a little hand piece that you could put on your tooth. There's a little mouth guard, and there's like little gum attachments. You could also bubble it and make water. With the dental ozone, you're putting this gas that you're not supposed to breathe in your mouth. So there's a learning curve. You need to I have some training videos. I make sure that whoever buys this kit knows you have a fan, you're holding it, the ozone's coming out, you're taking your breath. So there's like a method to that, to not breathe it in. But oh my God, it's amazing. Now we're going to get to the stories. Is there any more questions about the physical machines or biology? Okay, cool. So I invite us all to close our eyes. We're just going to connect. I'm just doing this for myself too. Just get out of the right brain and now share in a different way about ozone. That was a lot of information and the science, very needed to understand. But now beyond understanding. Let's connect. Let's share story and heart with this medicine. So my journey with ozone began as a 30-year-old New Yorker who knew nothing about anything, about any holistic anything. Moved to Ojai, California, was in the throes of it all, and was exposed to ozone therapy. And the second I received ozone, my whole body lit up. And I was just like, this is some real stuff. This is real medicine. I started to receive ozone through the vein intravenously from an ex-paramedic who was doing it totally under the table. That's how I got into it. I was in the right time at the right place. I was in Southern California 12 years ago when ozone was this totally underground thing. And there was an ex-paramedic doing it here and a scientist doing it here and a dentist doing it here, but it was not like it is now. It was so underground and so not, there was no paperwork on it. I mean, it was so underground. And I received treatments, and the community I lived in, he was doing clinics every week. And so it was kind of, he would do it on this balcony and you'd hear the stories of other people. So as I was about to get my treatment, I would hear what he was doing with that. It was just very open and transparent. And I would just be hearing these stories of like tumors going away, cysts going away, cancer being treated. Like so many people were healing, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing and even just feeling in my own body. And so I knew at that moment that this was a mission of mine. This was me. This was going to be my life now. I'm going to learn this thing. I'm going to get it out to the people. That's just my archetype. I'm like a 4-1, learn it, get it out to the people. So I did that with ozone. I practiced with him. I started injecting people. I was like, no, this is so illegal. I'm not doing it this way. Then I went to the dentist and she told me all the ways she did it. And then I went to the science. So I was like just getting all the ozone downloads from everyone. But I was also like, but why is it so secretive? Why is it still so not known? So I'm a web designer. I'm an entrepreneur. I just started to like educate and create the materials and learn more. And here 12 years later, you know, I've never stopped. And it's amazing. You know, what I see with this treatment with ozone is, I always tell people I can't guarantee miracles, but I see enough that it's like never ends to amaze me. Even to this day, 12 years later, I'm like, oh my God, it worked. Oh my God, it's amazing. People will come in for like 1-minute treatment and like their ear thing that they can't figure out and went to all the specialists too is gone. Or like I'm like, you know, I'll work with someone that's super rich and has been to all the clinics and all the things they try ozone, it's gone. Like, it's just amazing what I've seen. I've seen people's dental issues go away. I've seen people, their brain comes back online. Lyme disease. I've had people with neurological Lyme disease come and go from complete death, like almost suicidal state, like people that are at places in their life because of Lyme or mold or cancer that is so crumbling to the soul, because not only they're physically sick, but they're mentally and spiritually sick because they've tried everything. So ozone's kind of gained this popularity in society as this thing that people turn to and finally get the relief they're looking for. Not to say it's the only thing, you know, you need to do things to feel well, of course, and there's multiple treatments that are amazing. But in this experience of mine, I have seen that to be the case where people are like, finally. So with mold, with Lyme disease, I've seen a woman with neurological Lyme disease, which is the hardest of them all because it lives like right in the spine here, spinal cord. And she tried everything. She did everything, colonics, supplements, detoxes, specialists, you name it. She does an ozone sauna and she pops back to life. I had a woman come into my doors, death, like she would walk in, she was like, ugh. Like couldn't even like walk in, and she was so sick and she had a parasite. She's done all the parasite cleanses. She went to all the specialists, gave her 1 rectal ozone insufflation. She was running to the bathroom, poops out parasite. Her face comes back to life. Like I saw like a yellow dead person, and then I saw this like joyful, happy person. It was unbelievable. I've seen, you know, people ask me, can it cure herpes? Because that's a big one, because there is some information out there that it can help clear genital herpes, which is a very hard virus to get rid of. But Viruses are like something that are either dormant or not dormant. And it's harder. Like my teacher would always say cancer is so easy with ozone, like just whatever. But viruses are a little harder. They live in the spinal fluid. But I worked with a woman who bought the machine, and 1 year later, now sometimes with bigger things like that, you need to get the machine and work with it, you know, and you have to be patient. And with some people, they come for a few treatments. So there's the protocols, and the end results is always going to be different. But in general, it's miraculous because I did have a woman, and now this is not me disclaiming ozone will cure herpes, which some doctors say that, because some people, you know, they don't test negatively, but their outbreaks are less. But I had one woman who bought the machine, did it every day for a year, and she went from positive to negative tests, which is unheard of. And I've never revealed that online before. So, you know, things like that, it's just like so amazing. Yes, question.
You could help somebody who has ALS.
Everything, anything, any word. Think about it, right? That cellular, right? What is creating that symptom? So we're breathing this energy into the cells. We're getting rid of that stagnancy. And that's with every technology. I work with light technology. I work with massage, breath work, vitamins, everything in that room, everything that you guys use. It's a means to an end. It's a means to get more energy flowing, more of our cells charged. So, you know, even with our beauty, right? Our skin, as we age and break down, the skin cells are getting that kind of dense, dead cellular energy. Breathing back some of that with light or oxygen into the cells, we see the collagen. There's more room for the collagen to be made. So brain stuff, why, you know, as we get older, forgetful, vision, Alzheimer's, like whatever, you know, it's that density. It's that, like, as we're aging too, it's a very anti-aging medicine. So aging just means things are slowing down. Our cells are slowing down. So ozone helps to speed it up. And so then we see this anti-aging effect. I mean, I don't like to go in this direction, but I'm 43. I look pretty. I have people say I look like I'm in my 30s. I owe it to ozone. I mean, I do other things, obviously. If I just did ozone and nothing else, maybe not, obviously. I'm not going to just say it's all ozone. That would be so, like, lame to be like, it's ozone. But it's exercise and water and all that. But I do. I think, like, I would look older if I didn't do as much ozone as I do. And ozone's so empowering because I use it for dental. I use it for if I start to get allergies, feel the allergy season come. If I start to feel like I'm coming down with a cold, I'll hit that ozone and it just stops it in its tracks because it's cleansing, right? That the pollen, the candida, the whatever those things that are coming in, it helps to clear it out quick. So I use it as a preventative. I use it as maintenance. I see women come to me for the vaginal insufflations. I have one woman that is getting too many periods and bleeding too much, not getting her periods, not having a baby. It's like ALS, ACL, all of it is that, bring it back to that understanding, right? And what are the tools? Ozone's an amazing tool, but even think about this in all the tools. Just remember that, because it can get overwhelming, all this biohacking stuff and all the gadgets. So just try to simplify it. You know, we're just working with natural elements. We are made of these elements. We are made of hydrogen. We are made of, these are just natural elements. And when we receive these elements, it's going to breathe back life into our body. So with that being said, how do you want to get ozone into your life? You can either go to a clinic. I have a clinic, Radiant Body Spasible, and I offer all the insufflations and an ozone steam sauna. You can create your own ozone clinic at home. I help you with that as well. You can get an ozone practitioner training. Along this journey, I have women especially, but it's open to men, healers that are like, I want to offer this. I want to learn this. I want to help my community. I want to help my family. I want to make money. I want to, you know, be an empowered healer with a tool that I'm going to see results with. So I've created a practitioner training program. It's a business in a box. So, you know, I impart all my wisdom, and I'm trying to replicate myself here so that we can get ozone out into the world. And so I have a few ozone angels in that way. I sell the dental ozone kit because some people might not have the money for the big thing, or it seems overwhelming, but they want some ozone in their life. So it's a dental kit, but it also could be used to make water and skin. So even if it's not just dental, you're getting that ozone water in your body. And I sell the medical kits, I don't sell them. I'm not a distributor, affiliate, or MLMer at all. I'm a holistic rebel. I'm a truth seeker. I'm a woman on the path of trying to find what works, and I want to share what works with others. That's what I'm passionate about. So, especially with ozone. So PromoLife is the company I strongly believe in, not for personal profit gain, but because I really believe that their machines are the best out there. PromoLife.
PromoLife.
Yep. And when you buy a machine through me, I have a little add-on to the cost that whatever your package wants to be with PromoLife. I'll train you. I have videos, and then you get me, with a few Skype calls. Because some people, they'll buy the kit, they'll go through the instruction, but there's so much more to learn, like when you're putting gas in your body. So I help people get established with their home kit, medical or the dental also comes with some training. So if you want ozone at home, whether it's the non-medical or medical, I've got you. If you want to become a practitioner, and if you want to just come try it out, everyone at the talk here, after the talk ends, we're going to go to my booth together, and I'm going to give you all free ozone nebulizing, and you can see some of these things that I'm talking about, look more at the paperwork, asking more questions. I think we have plenty of time too, so we could share even more. I got all the important stuff out. So I have some good information here. Let's see, did I miss anything? The ozone sauna. So ozone saunas are basically, you go into a sauna with your head out, so you're not breathing the gas. Ozone works really well with wet skin. So when the skin is wet, the ozone will just get right into the lymphatic system. So you can make your own ozone sauna at home. I will suggest you ask me how to do that, because I know the best way because if you just buy a sauna on Amazon, it's very toxic. So there's three saunas that are generally the only safe ones to use. Two are very expensive. One is less expensive. So if you want an ozone sauna at home, ask me. But basically, I have a steam sauna cabinet at my clinic, and I pump the ozone gas in, your head is out. And not only are you getting a topical ozone onto that wet skin, so it's skin treatment, but it's absorbing right into the lymphatic system. So not only are you getting the sauna effects, but then you're just nourishing with all that ozone. It's amazing. Some people just do ozone saunas. They don't even do the blood work. They don't do the insufflations. They'll just work with ozone saunas and cure their cancers.
So may I ask, what's the difference between the oxygen and the ozone?
Yeah, so in that oxygen, in the oxygen source, either a tank or a concentrator,
right,
that's O2 molecules. We're taking the O2 molecules, putting it into the machine, flashing UV light on it, out comes O3, because in that machine, the light hitting the O2 is creating all those O3s. So it's oxygen turned into electrified oxygen coming out of the tube to use. Yeah. So how, why is it not used? Why is it not in all of our homes like it should be? Why is it not in all the hospitals? Why don't mainstream medical doctors talk about it? Because it's not profitable. Because they can't patent or own ozone. They can't bottle it up and say it's this or that, So they don't have interest in that. And we are living in a country, especially in a world where they are focused on sick care, not health care. If it was about health care, we would have massages covered in our insurance. We would have ozone covered in our insurance. Like, this is the world we live in. So we have to be our own, advocate, and we have to come together as community to find the truth and share our resources. So yeah, that's why it's not, I get very upset, because it should be, and it should be in all our homes. And for under, $2,600 gets you an ozone kit with my guidance. I mean, I'm not making a killing over it, because I just want it in people's homes. Like, that's what it should be. So, if you have a machine in your home, you can treat your family. You can be doing dental stuff. You can be doing all the things that save you so much money at the doctor. You go to the doctor, they just write you a prescription. They barely look at you. Not all doctors, but mainstream doctors. Come on, it's true. That's what's up,
You're right.
I'm not trying to poo-poo mainstream medical. I used to be that way. I used to be like this, like total conspiracy, bad, whatever. But you know what? There's a place in the time, and I've gotten humbled as a holistic practitioner, where I had to go to the hospital because I got stung and I'm scared as fucking ozone's not working. I'm not saying ozone's going to work all the time. Everything all the time. Like, I'm not going to sell it like that. but it is something that you can turn to and be empowered with. So yeah, that's why it's not in the mainstream, because they can't patent it, they can't make a lot of money of it. And then why does it get such a bad stigma? You Google ozone and it says death. It causes death from the EPA. No, so much misinformation. There's not been like one reported death in ozone in centuries. Centuries is extreme, but in decades, in hundreds of years, it's been used. It's been used so much in Europe, it's not even a big deal. They're like, yeah, ozone, right? Here, it's like, is that safe? Come on, like, is oxygen safe when you're taking all your like weird man-made things that cause blood coming out of your eyes? No, ozone is safe when used. You just don't breathe it in. That's it. All right, I think I covered all the bases. Is there any questions, any feedback, any stories that you've had with ozone, any curiosities? Any who here in the room, raise your hand, has something that they think ozone can help them with?
So say it again. What made you wanted to get into the ozone?
I mean, it changed. Oh, for my personal, yeah. So I was 30 years old. I moved to a farm in Ojai. I went from an unhealthy New Yorker, full of pizza and beer and negative thoughts, moved to Ojai, was exposed to this whole world of healing, and started to take apple cider vinegar in the morning and working out. I did all things. I was like so ready to be healthy. And I was exhausted still. I was like 30 years old, so healthy, doing everything right. And around 11 a.m. after doing my workout and doing all the things, all the cleanses, I was so fatigued. I wanted to just like go to sleep. And I knew that wasn't right. So my first ozone treatment, I've never had that happen again. One treatment cured my fatigue. That's what made me like, what the heck is this? But then when I was going to get my ozone and hearing the other stories, I was like, this needs to be known. So now 12 years fast forward, it is very known. That the guy that was here is a naturopath. He offered it. Like there's so much more, even like people, they're like, I know about ozone. I'm like, oh my God, this is so cool. And it's just more and more and more. It's happening. You can't stop truth. This is truth. You can't stop truth, medical mob. Huh. The proof is in the pudding. So that's so. How do we empower each other? How do we empower these communities to take truth into their own hands? So yeah, there's so many groups. Like before, when it was like underground, ozone was this thing that all like the internet groups with cancer or living with mold, like they would all start to talk about, there's all these groups. Now it's communications has exploded, but there's all these groups of like, oh, have you heard about ozone? It was like this thing, right? Because it was helping people. So mold, cancer, Lyme disease, dementia, all aging, parasites, gut issues. I've helped somebody come back from he was on his dying bed with colitis, and ozone saved him. I've worked with people with cancer and they're on their dying deathbed, and ozone's not going to resurrect you at this point, but it gave them a few weeks of some ability to connect with their family as they were dying. I've had people come do 1-minute demos at events like this, and someone with sleep apnea their whole life that like has this, there's these things that just like create so much stress for people, and they come and do it for 1 minute and they're like, oh my God, are you kidding me? Tinnitus. I had a woman come to me with 30 years, her whole life. There's a buzzing in her ear. She does 3 minutes of ozone in the ear. The buzzing stopped. I have it recorded. If you go to my Instagram page, I have her going, what the heck? Like it was crazy for her not to hear that ringing. Did the ringing go away forever? No, she needed to like work with it. Right. But it just shows you like there's ways to move through these, so-called, life and never ending illnesses.
What if a person doesn't hear too well?
Yeah, I mean, people have used ozone in the ears.
Medically or not?
Well, I always say use the medical for everything. Non-medical is just for dental, topical, and water. Some people have used the non-medical for the bubbler for ears and inhalation through oil. I'm doing the nebulizing with the non-medical. I feel okay with that through essential oil. It feels I've done this for 12 years in every capacity in so many ways. So I really know the quality of it all, right? Okay. When I do it through the ears, I can feel, that's why I'm not doing ears through the non-medical. I can feel the difference, but through the essential oil, it's good. It's all right. So there's, yeah. So anyway, as we're closing this out, we only have a few minutes left. Any last burning desire questions or comments or, yep.
I wanted to make a comment about ozone treatment through a dentist, a holistic dentist.
Yeah.
And I unfortunately had to have a root canal, which is very bad, and you have to have it done just exactly right. And a lot of dentists don't use ozone to clear it out. So I was recommended to a dentist, endodontist here in Santa Rosa, to do the root canal, and I was referred by 2 holistic dentists. And then I had seen a wonderful documentary called Root Cause, which is about a young man who gets hit in the face and he loses his 2 front teeth and has 10 years of horrible health problems because a doctor finally realized that he had the bacteria still in the root area. And so he got a doctor who did the ozone and he got his health back.
Yep. I've had a lot of people come to me now after that documentary, actually. Yeah. So for the dental ozone kit, you could be doing this. You could be using it.
Don't use the ozone.
And a lot do though, but a lot don't.
Do they? Okay,
a lot don't. And a lot are starting to, but you don't need that because you could buy the dental ozone kit and be empowered with it at home, blasting that ozone right into your mouth. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks for explaining everything so clearly. It really helps.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you feel like you understand. You understand now, right? Because it's like it's ambiguous. Some of these things too. I get like, what's scalar energy?
Yeah.
How does light therapy work? It's all the same of that groundwork, right? Think about even the light coming in, how that's affecting the cells, those clumpings, right? Scalar energy too. It's another form of an element creating cohesion and flow for the body to heal and self-correct. Ozone is just a little bit more specific with really like detoxing and cleansing out and like moving that kind of energy. So, if I felt like I needed some people, the big question I get is what's the difference between hyperbaric, right, versus ozone? That I get that a lot. Another oxygen therapy, instead of putting it and electrifying it, they're putting it into a compression. So it's like compressed oxygen rather than electrified oxygen. Compressed oxygen is good for like inflammation and brain and like nourishing wounds and injury. Ozone is better for cleansing out pathogens, detoxing, bacteria, cancer, mold, all these things that get into the system, the blood, but also helps with inflammation. Yeah. So, and ozone can be used, another question I get, how many times, how many is good? What's the protocol? I always say, give anything 3 sessions to like create that conversation. And then you kind of know the protocol. I have parameters. I can tell you, like, if you said, I have these symptoms, I could be like, this probably would work for you. Let's just set the tone with 3 sessions to create that conversation. But I am excited to invite you all to have a group field trip across the hall with me at my station and get free ozone for attending the talk. And there's more information. I didn't have any presentation pitch. I'm like, I'm just going to share my truth and what I've seen.
And your name is Hoppy?
Amanda.
Oh,
there's one old thing that there's one old thing here. I used to go by Hopi Rider, but I go by my birth name. Yeah.
Well, Hopi's a pretty name.
Yeah, I've graduated to just go back to my birth name.
Which is Amanda.
Yeah. Awesome.
I'm sorry for me being so uncouth.
Don't apologize for being you. You're awesome. You're in the ozone now, girl. You're in the ozone. You're good.
Take a field trip.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
Like I could use I was using different objects and it was healing people. But I also have a gift where I'm able to heal myself. So, like if I wake up or I sleep in the wrong position, I can just touch my hand and put a prayer that the pain will go away and it will instantly go away. And so I never have physical pain. It takes me longer. So I also am able to self-heal. I think everyone has an ability to self-heal in different ways as well too. But so I'm very mindful of the words I say too. So I just feel like I use the law of attraction. So basically I'm just using my words to heal and in the form of a prayer. And sometimes it happens instantaneously. Like when I lay my hands on someone, or even when I just hold their hand, most of the time it's instantaneous pain relief. And it's not 100% guarantee. So it doesn't work for everyone, but I would say I have like at least an 80 to 90%. Like yesterday, I saw at least 20 or 30 people, like 20 to 30 people, and it worked for everyone. And today, so far, I've seen about like 12 or 13 people, and it didn't work for only one person. So it's like, I can't give an exact percentage. I just know I have a very high percentage. When I was in Mount Shasta for the 3 weeks, it nearly worked for everyone. So I forgot that sometimes it doesn't work for certain people. So it's hard to give an actual percentage, but I've been taking video testimonials since July 4th of last year. And that was around the time where I first started my business. And since then, I accumulated over 70 video testimonials. And some of them include follow-up videos. I go back to the client and I follow up months later. And Salma was actually one of my very first clients from 8 years ago. And her pain has never returned since then. She had a dislocated shoulder, pinched nerve, severe sciatica, where, once or twice a month she would be bedridden. Her pain was pretty severe, and she actually was a skeptic. She didn't believe me. She thought I was crazy when I told her, hey, I can give you a bracelet and like it'll get rid of your pain. She even told me, she says, I seriously thought you were crazy, Yvette, that you could give me some magical bracelet and it'll take away all my pain. So when I gave it to her, it instantly relieved 100% of her pain. And she still believes it was the bracelet that healed her. And then, so I'm going to just jump into some of my testimonials. So I'm able to do a healing session, so I don't have to use an object. I could just project the energy. And I'm also a conduit and a vessel. I'm not like doing the healing as source. You know, the source energy is within me and it's within all of you, but I happen to be gifted with like a source to, I have the gift where I'm able to channel source energy of the highest frequency and highest vibration possible to do instantaneous healing up to 100% pain relief. And I also can like channel I can also project it into any object to also facilitate pain relief. And yesterday I did a pen and instantly 50% of the lady's pain went away. And she was a client from here yesterday. And so I'm gonna just show Rosa. Rosa is one of my, she's a client from April of last year, about a year ago.
Very thankful to Yvette for helping my brother. He was walking with pain. He had hurt his back. I told her about it and she recommended her copper bracelet. I got it for him. I took it back to him. He wore it. And by the next day, he was walking without a cane. And the pain was gone. This was 7 months ago. And he hasn't been using the cane anymore or the bracelet. Sometimes if his back starts to hurt, he'll put it on, but within hours, the pain is gone.
So just so you know, I gave Rosa a bracelet and her brother had severe level 9 chronic pain. And I was not aware he was walking with a cane. I feel like when I first started, I made it more simple. All I did was literally say in my head that his pain will go away. That's all I said. I didn't even clear the bracelet back then. And I gave it to her. And then I saw her a week later and I said, oh, how did the bracelet work? She's like, yeah, he's no longer walking with a cane. His pain is gone. She says it happened like it was pretty much instantly. And he doesn't have to rely on the bracelet. Some of my clients, back then when I was like a year and a half ago, I started giving bracelets away because I was like, originally I was going to start a copper bracelet business where I just sell healing copper bracelets because I didn't know at the time that I could also do healing sessions. And she told me that his pain, like he was doing yard work and she was so shocked that like his pain is completely gone. And just so you know, I've never met him to this day. I don't know what he looks like. I just know his name is Hector and he emailed me saying, oh, I was walking slowly with a cane and now I don't need a cane and my pain is gone, and it's been gone since then. This was April of last year, so it's been 12 months now. And that's just with the bracelet alone. So it's because some clients think like, oh, a session is better than a bracelet, but it's the same energy that I'm projecting into people that I'm projecting into the objects. And you can have just as good as results, but some people like the human connection, the human touch. Like he doesn't, I don't think he even knows what I look like. So I don't have to have an emotional connection to the person or even have met the person. So you can buy a bracelet for a family member or for someone that lives far away. I do mail my bracelets to some clients. So I have one client where he's an 11-year-old boy and like he had eczema, anxiety, and depression. And that bracelet got rid of his eczema. It went away, and it got a lot better. And then like he was able to sleep and his anxiety. Like I had the video testimonial posted as well on my Instagram. And then I'm gonna go on to the next video. In Turlock, I just tried channeling different objects.
I stopped by the booth at the holistic fair to see Niyat, and I was having some neck pain. She asked for my watch, and she put prayers and intentions into my watch. And as soon as I put it back on, my neck pain was gone.
Hi, yes, I'm here at the Holistic Expo, and I came to visit Nuyet.
and she used my phone to put her personal intentions that my arm pain would go away, and I noticed that the pain did significantly go away.
My name is Santiago, and I'm here with Juliet, and she, oh Lord, like earlier, like I was feeling like shoulder pain, like collarbone all the way to shoulder pain. I can even do this. Now I'm able to hold myself now again, move my arms. Yeah, she did a little prayer on my little bracelet right here, and ever since she did the prayer and I put it back on, I'm able to move. Yeah, like my pain tolerance was from 1 to 10. It was at 10. I couldn't even barely move my arm or anything. Just to even get out of the chair was hurting. But now it's like at a 1. I'm like, seriously, it just feels so much better now. Like you have no idea. Like it's like, oh my God, I'm able to move.
And thank you so much.
Okay, so after Nuyet put her intentions onto the bracelet, my pain was like at 10, and it was hard for me to get up and out of the chair. So I would say it dropped down to about a 1, and I definitely feel a difference, and it's definitely working.
Okay, I just want
At
to
the holistic center.
Oh yeah, hold on, maybe. The last girl said 80% of her pain went away with the bracelet. I'm not going to show all the videos, but just so you know, and that those are all the same people at the same fair. And I was just using the first person. I used a watch, and it was just like a regular. It was not an Apple Watch, just a regular watch. And I put intentions for her pain to go away, and 100% of her neck pain went away. Then one of the guys, like the guy with the orange shirt, I used a string bracelet. Like it was like made out of thread, and like he went from level 10 pain to level 1. And for all those clients, I only spent 15 seconds. And the last girl, maybe I will show the video. The last one she mentions, and I took all these videos, you know, like I tell my clients later on, I check back with them, and then 100% of the pain is gone. So the energy is still working, even though I'm not in front of them. Like usually with most of my clients, like 15 minutes later, all their pain is gone, especially when it works that quickly. But I want to, you know, I just want to move on to the next, you know, to help someone else. So I took all the video testimonials towards the, right after I do the session. So I'm going to show you the last one actually.
I stopped by the booth at the Holistic Fair to see Niyet, and I was having some neck pain.
Maybe I'm not able to fast forward. Let me see. Oh yeah, this is the last one. So this is the last video on my YouTube channel.
So I'm at the Holistic Center or Expo at Sherlock, and Nuyet, you know, she was lovely, sat me down. I think it only took 15 seconds of putting her intention into my bracelet here, and I'd say about 80% of my knee pain just honestly went away. I literally just walked outside with her, and I did feel a lot better, honestly. So I'm at the Holistic Center or Expo at Sherlock, and Nuyet.
So for all those people, I only spent 15 seconds channeling the object. And I remember when I first started, it was less than that. Like my bracelets are sold up in Mount Shasta, because one of the employees, I spent only like probably 5 seconds. I only said like one statement. All I said was for her headache to go away. She has severe like chronic headaches and flare-ups. And ever since I did that, 85% of her headache has gone. You know, and later on I did a in-person session for her, and all of her headache went away. So I don't have to take that long. And like I've actually have some sessions where it's only where it's only 2 to 3 minutes, and all their pain is.
So you're gonna fix this today yet?
Yeah. So I'm gonna do another video testimonial. This is Rachel's.
Okay, so my name is Rachel, and I was describing in the last video about the stenosis. So I have the stenosis between C1 and C2. So basically like the vertebrae are kind of collapsing and rubbing, and the nerves are inflamed. But what it does cause is this deep, like throbbing kind of headache thing. So that's what I describe as a headache. It's like I think the muscles flare up, and then the muscles around the skull flare up, and that causes this like deep pain. Anyway, so that's the kind of thing that I approached Niyet, and I was like, I've got this. It's like almost not functional when I have it, and my left eye is a little off. And so anyway, she handed me this necklace, the rainbow fluorite, and it was instantly gone. And she was like, how's your pain? I'm like, it's gone. It was kind of shocking. But anyway, so it's that or the copper bracelet. So at another point, I used the copper bracelet and also my pain went away instantly. So if I don't have either one of them relieves the pain, this or this, I don't need to have both on.
I actually, later on, I did an in-person session for her, so she didn't have to rely on the object, and she doesn't need any object anymore, because I put the energy directly into her. For some clients, it's like she was wearing it for months, but like when she takes off the bracelet or the necklace, like the bracelet that I channeled, her pain will come back. When she puts it on, it's gone. And I think one time, the only reason why I gave her the copper bracelet, she forgot her necklace at home, and she had a flare up, and her head was hurting really bad. So I gave her my bracelet off my wrist, and I actually, when I handed her the bracelet, she's like, oh, like, when did you do, like, your magic on the bracelet? And I said, I said, as I was handing it to you, I just put the intention, I just said in my head that this will take away your pain. That's all I did. And she was like shocked, because she was saying, oh, when did you do the intentions? Because she thought she missed it. I did it as I was handing it to her. So sometimes I actually don't even, there was one time where I didn't even, I told the client I was going to help her. I know she was sweating profusely. And I said, I do hot flashes. I can do intentions to get rid of your hot flashes. Then she's like, okay. And before I even touched her hot flashes was already gone. So that's how quickly and instantaneously, 100%. She actually just stopped sweating. And I discovered I could do hot flashes based on the reason why I only list it if I know I have success with it on my brochure, all the conditions I've helped people with. I don't list it if I'm not confident that I can help them with it. But I recently added nasal congestion because I have there are certain conditions where I have just similar to insomnia, where I have a very high success rate, where it's over 90, insomnia is over 98%. And so and sometimes I don't even have to touch them, and I just state it. I actually have this one client where she sat down on my chair, and instantly her headache went away. And I said, I didn't even know you had a headache. She says, yeah, I have severe anxiety, and it causes me to have a headache. I have it all the time, but she just felt my energy, and that got rid of her headache, and I wasn't even aware of it. So, and then there's another, so I'm gonna go back to, so Adam was when I discovered I could do a dog. I was able to, he's one of
Hi, my name is
clients.
Adam, and I just want to share my story with you for what Moon has done for me and my girlfriend and our dog. We met Moon, and she came to our house and did
Yeah, I'm gonna fast forward it to the part where
that would come and go in our bracelets, which I almost all the time now. I hardly ever feel it. My girlfriend's arthritis is doing much better since our sessions. The thing I want to share with you that is just like a miracle to me, like literally a miracle to me, is that our dog woke up one day, and it's an old dog, and its rear leg wasn't moving at all. It wasn't even working. The dog would take a step and it would fall down, and it would just lay in the hallway. And it being an older dog, we were really worried about it, that maybe it had a stroke or something. We had to carry it outside to go to the restroom and stuff. So we were thinking about taking it to the hospital, the dog, vet. And so we decided to put the bracelets on his leg. And before the end of the day, the dog was walking. And then the next day, you couldn't even tell that anything had happened to the dog. It's gotta be, it's a miracle. I mean, because just the intentions that were in the bracelets, we put it on the dog. The dog is fine now. And it wasn't fine. And
so it was actually through him. He's actually one
really
of my
neat
neighbors.
thing.
He lives really close to me. And he actually texted me about his dog. He's like, oh, you can't believe what happened. I put the bracelet you gave me during our healing session on my dog, and is now able to walk. And it was through him. I was like, oh, I must be able to work with pets. Since then, I actually did a virtual session with a cat who was nauseous, throwing up, and had 2 viruses. And after the session, the cat owner told me that it stopped throwing up, it was eating, it was getting better. And then she gave it a checkup a couple months later, and it was fine. So I did a turtle recently. So since then, and I did another dog, I'm able to channel objects. I channeled the pet's collar, or I could actually do, like I did a session for my dog's brother, so it didn't bark as often, and I just cleared like his breathing. His breathing wasn't as heavy. So I feel like animals are more receptive. Like they're, I feel like you can telepathically communicate with them. And I have that connection where I'm able to tell, they're receptive to the healing. So it was just by, accident. So that bracelet, you can actually share it with other people, or because it has the healing intentions. So I've had some clients do that as well. So Demi is actually, she also works at the SoulSearch events, so you may recognize her.
Checking back with her because I worked on her knee pain about 3 months ago, and she was walking with a cane. Debbie, did you want to go over the results of our healing session from 3 months ago?
Yeah, 3 months ago, like she said, I was walking with a cane and I had a lot of pain in my knee. I have arthritis and I have tears in my meniscus. And a little while after her session, it wasn't instant, but it did work, because now I am not walking with a cane anymore. I can kneel. I could, I'm not walking with a cane.
You have not pain. You've been pain-free ever since, right? What level was your pain?
Oh, like 15.
On scale 1 through 10, it was pretty severe.
Yeah, it was pretty severe.
And
So
then,
it was a 10, because I was like falling over with the cane, because it would just give out.
So just so you know, I helped her back in October. Now that's about 6 months ago. And all I did was I took her personal object, her pendant, and I spent probably like 20 seconds putting intentions that her knee pain will go away. That's all I did. And she was looking for me because I did it for her back, and it worked. She was actually a skeptic. She even told me she didn't believe me that it would work. But then since I did her back, she knows all her back pain was gone. And she says she used to be limping with her back. So then she let me do her knee. And when I did her knee, she no longer walks with a cane, just with the pendant. And that was like technically it is kind of a session because I'm doing energy work, but it was basically like a 15-second session. When I use an object, my intentions amplify, but I don't have to use an object because I could also use my hands, but I could do it with no object. The first 6 months of my business, I never touched any clients, and I did it with no objects. And I actually used to do 2 people at once often, but now that I do hands-on, it's just easier to touch only one person at a time. But I want to also show you, I'm not going to show you all the video testimonials because then I'm going to show you my website. I also have a website too. I'm going to go to the next one. So I did a group healing session. This was in San Rafael on March 2nd. And there are 2 people. When I was in Dublin, there was actually 6 people in the audience who had instantaneous pain relief, where like at least 4 or 5 people came up to me after the show. One said, my headache is gone. Thank you so much. Another person said, both of my knee pain is gone. Mm-hmm. And one person said she had chronic stomach pain for 6 weeks, like over a month and a half. And she even asked me, she says, oh, how did you know I had the pain? Did you do a body scan? I said, no, I had no idea that anyone in the room had any physical pain at all, actually. Mm-hmm. She's like, oh, and I told her, I can't see auras. I don't do body scans, and it just happens spontaneously. And this is 6 different people with up to 100% pain relief in one area. And that lady with the stomach pain, I actually checked back with her a month later, and her pain stayed away. She's actually going to do a follow-up video testimonial when I meet with her, because she wants me to do sessions for her family members. But I want to show you guys what happened in San Rafael. This was a month ago. Victoria was a vendor here yesterday.
I'm sorry. Hi, this is Nunette, and I just did a whole group healing session, and I'm gonna ask some of the attendees on how she felt afterwards.
Yes. I just got after the session, started moving my shoulder. That was painful. My neck it was stiff, and I feel great.
What was your level of pain before the whole group healing session?
Oh, about 6, 7.
And now it's 0%. It's completely gone. And that was just a 5-minute whole group healing session during my talk. Thank you.
So her pain went away, but Victoria, I'm going to show you another one. She was in the same group. This is San Rafael on
March. Did a whole group healing session for everyone in the room, about probably 15 people. And Victoria,
do you want to talk about how you felt?
Yeah, I have a chronic neck and shoulder pain, and it feels like it's pretty much gone after the session.
After the 5 minute whole group healing session.
Yeah.
So this was on March 9th, actually. It was a week after the Dublin show, so it's about a month ago. So yesterday, I actually took this video testimonial in this room. She was standing over here. So you guys may recognize the background because Victoria was a vendor here yesterday. And she wanted a full body session, a complete session with everything that includes insomnia or headaches or whatever other conditions she may have. So I asked her to do a video testimonial, and I actually asked her, I said, did your pain stay away? And she says, yes, 100% of her neck pain and her back pain stayed away. And this is during the whole group healing session where I stood stationary in this room and I didn't touch her at all. And I was doing everyone else simultaneously at the same time, doing the session for everyone else. So this is her follow-up testimonial from yesterday. So this is a very recent one. I'm following up with Victoria. A month ago, we did I did a whole group healing session at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo, and she reported that during the whole group 5-minute healing session with about 15 to 20 people, 100% of her shoulder pain and neck pain went away. And I'm following up again with her. And Victoria, did you want to go over I think you told me your pain stayed away.
Yeah, so the area that we worked on, and it was just literally 5 minutes, has completely stayed away. It has not reoccurred in the body. So this morning we did a full session in which we worked on other areas of the body, and I'm feeling a lot of relief.
So that was so you can see that there's actually long-lasting and long-term results. Even I'm actually going to do a free whole group healing session today. So I just want to share you guys that information too. And then yesterday I don't think I have, maybe I have it on. There's a this is actually, I want to show you this because it's interesting. It's the first time I used a pen, and it was from a client here, and I did ask her for permission, and she said that she's okay with me sharing it during the I used a pen with her, and let me see if I might share both. I just uploaded. This is actually, I might just show this video too.
Hey, this is Minette, and today I did
I don't know what happens to the audio.
Hi, this is Minette, and today I did a complete healing session for Linda. So I worked on her osteoarthritis in her hands, feet, and her heart pain, her insomnia, headache, trauma, anxiety, allergies, and her nasal congestion and her sinuses. So Linda, did you want to go over the results of our session?
Sure. I had an open mind. I think that helped. And I found that it was very, very effective for me. And in addition, I'll say that when we were working on anxiety, I visualized certain traumas that had happened in the past. And I was able to release those. Very, very impressive.
And then when I worked with you, I only put I laid my hands on your hands when I was putting intention to release the pain in your hands, and it only took about 20 seconds. And I said only 2 statements in my head. And after the 20 seconds, how much of your pain went away?
Almost all.
Like, almost all your pain went away, right? Right now, do you have any pain in your hands?
None, and no stiffness.
Yeah, and then when I laid my hands on your back, actually, it was on your, I put my hands on your hands, and I told you I was going to put intention to relieve the pain on your feet. Yes. And after 20 seconds, how much of the pain in your feet went away?
Almost all. Very effective. I think we did it again, and then.
Yeah, and now how much of the pain?
No pain in my feet.
Yeah, I did it again a second time for another 10 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then after I did it for another 10 seconds, all the pain in your feet.
Yes.
And also, I laid my hands on your heart because you had chronic heart pain, and how much of that pain went away also?
All of it. It's gone.
Okay. What was your level of your pain in your hands before the session?
About an 8 out of 10.
And how about on your feet?
The same.
It was 8 out of 10, and your
Yeah.
back was 8 out of 10, and now what's the level of pain?
I have none.
So it's 0 out of 10 now.
0 out of
So
10, yeah.
So just so you know, I worked on her nasal congestion as well, and it completely cleared. I have actually multiple clients who said that they were breathing through their mouth, and now they can breathe through their nose. With nasal congestion, I don't list it, but I also help people with flu and cold symptoms, which I don't list, or like boosting immunity, like coughing and congestion. I don't have that listed on my brochure, but I usually like. So I wanted to show you. Sorry, that was the. There's one where because I just there's one where she used a pen, and this one was I used literally just a blue regular pen.
Hi, this is Nia. I'm here with Linda, and I channeled. Hi, this is Nia. I'm here with Linda, I channeled a pen for the very first time to eliminate Linda's pain in her back. She has osteoarthritis. What was your back pain before I channeled the pen?
It was about an 8 out of 10.
And then when I handed you back the pen, how much did your pain go away by?
About 50% initially.
50% of your pain instantly went away, right? Right
Yes.
when you held the pen. And then after
Yes.
after 2 to 3 minutes, how much more did your pain go away?
It got almost 100%.
It was almost 100% after only 2 to 3 minutes. But can you show?
So it's just a
the
blue
big, it was
ballpoint
just a
pen.
basic blue ballpoint pen, right? And I just
Right.
put intentions in it. Yeah, and before there, because you use that same pen to write your name.
I did.
Yeah,
yes,
so there,
you're right.
before I put intentions in that pen, there's no effects, right?
Right.
So she actually used that same pen to sign up for me to do a session. So yesterday it was for the very first time. You know how I said I can use any object? I've used a plastic cup one time before just to try out an experiment. There are some clients who I can tell that their energy is they're very receptive to taking on source energy, and I know I can do it really quickly. And if they're open to, so I just want to show you that video because like that, I just channeled a pen. Pen doesn't have healing properties. It's made out of plastic. And I actually did it one time. The lady didn't have anything, so she had like the foam grip. It was made out of plastic, and her rheumatoid arthritis was instantly 100% gone. So for some people, it's like 100%. And then I think a week or 2 weeks later, she emailed me saying, "Oh, I want you to do a session for my mom. My pain stayed away. Her pain stayed away too." She did follow up with me. So I'm gonna let me check the time. I'm gonna go ahead and start the whole group healing session. Does anyone have questions? Yes? I'm sorry.
So with the pen, does she need to keep that pen with her at all times?
What I did was later on, it depends on the person. Sometimes they have to hold on to it for the pain to stay away, and then if they let go of it, the pain comes back. So then they're kind of stuck with holding the pen. That's why I use things they could wear, like necklaces, bracelets. Yeah. One time I used a person's cell phone, and he had to hold on to it when he and I have this other guy, I used a watch for a shoulder pain. His wife told me when he takes off the watch, and he even told me one time when I ran into him, I said, "Oh, did your pain stay away?" He says, "But when I take off the watch, all my pain comes back. So now I have to always wear my watch." And I told him, "I could do a session for you. That way I project the energy into you. Right. You don't have to rely on the object." But most clients, after 6 or 7 months, after wearing it for a long time, it integrates in their body for a majority of them. So they don't have to rely on the object. And for some clients, it doesn't even, instantly it integrates. I had this one lady, she slipped and she fell. She's in her 60s. Her pain was so severe, like level 10, she couldn't even bend her back. And when she put on the bracelet, instantly all her pain went away. And when she took out the bracelet, it stayed away. So she just still has it just in case. So everyone, the results vary depending on the person. Is there any other questions?
Is this something that you can teach others to do?
I've been asked that so many times. It's so hard to tell someone, hey, just say a prayer in the cup that the person's pain will go away, and pass it to the person and all of their pain will go away. Because I think it's like a gift that I was born with, but everyone has source energy in them. Like I feel like, because it's not, when I'm channeling source energy, it's still my energy. It's not like It's not a different spirit that takes over my body. And when I'm doing this session, the person is self-healing too. They're being open and they're being receptive to it. Like I feel like they're also self-healing themselves in a way. And there's some skeptics and it still works. There's some people who actually think like I'm crazy or they think that like it's hocus pocus and they're shocked. And they say, you seem like such an honest person. I had a complete skeptic yesterday and he didn't believe me at all. And he was pain-free. And what was shocking was for the first time, the last 4 intentions I didn't even get to, but all his pain was gone. He had gout pain and his toe pain was instantly gone. But I didn't even put any intentions. It was already gone because I already had my hand on him. And I think like, and then his headache was already gone. And I said, oh, I could just still do it. I said, that's never really, that has happened in the past, but not like at that level where it was like 5 different conditions that were completely gone without me even stating any prayer or intention. Energetically, he was able to receive it without the intention being stated. But I don't know, like, if it's something, because it's a gift I was born with, and I'm 100% self-taught, and I'm using my own words. So but I feel like everyone has their own ability to heal, and like in their own way. And like, yeah, but sometimes like if you, like in the beginning I used another person's method and he was like, the person was putting limiting beliefs on me and saying, you can't use different objects. Copper is like, a good conductor of energy and is a good conduit. And because I told him some people can't wear copper bracelets. I'm going to switch maybe to add on using fluorite stones. He's like, oh no, it has to be close to the wrist. And that wasn't true because I used a pen and I used watches. Like I was actually resistant to using watches because that's EMFs, but I just put a prayer for protection against EMFs when I do it. There's some objects which I don't like to use, but I'm just trying out and testing. I usually don't like to use plastic items as well. But are there any other questions? Okay.
Pen right down by your face.
Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start the healing session. So you have permission to connect with everyone's soul. So you just nod your head, and I'm gonna put a bubble of white light and protection around every one of you, and then I'm gonna put on the wave dire meditation music. Okay, so I'm gonna stop there. Does anyone want to share if they had anything? Okay. Okay, if not, then do I have any volunteers? I have about 2 minutes. I could probably do one. So, yeah. Come up here. Or you can come around over here. Okay, so where's your pain? Yeah. Or did you want to come over here? Okay, on your neck?
Left neck, left shoulder, and
I'll just
left
do
foot.
one area. Where is it most intense? Left neck? Okay, that's probably where it starts, right? Okay, so what's your name?
Sue.
Sue, thank you for volunteering. So I'm gonna just put a bubble white light protection around you, so only positive energy and white light can come through. I'm gonna just clear my energy. I'm gonna put a bubble white light protection around you, so only positive energy. So only positive energy and white light can come through. And I'm also gonna just clear your energy, just negative energy. So do I have permission to touch you?
Yes.
Okay, so what are the symptoms of your pain on your neck?
Yeah, they're just
Okay, so achiness, soreness, stiffness. Okay. Do you feel any reduction in the pain?
Mm-hmm.
How much of it is it gone?
About half.
About 50%. Okay. Okay, but it's still working too. Here, I'll do an object. Okay. Okay, so did it reduce it further?
Yeah, a little bit.
How much more?
About 10% more.
Okay, about 10% more. Okay. Okay, so, well, okay. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Sorry. And if you want to, you can find me in the back. I'm in the very back wall, and I do healing demonstrations back there also for a really small fee. And a full session is more expensive. But yeah, so if you have any questions, you can also meet me in the back as well too.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for volunteering.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed.
Go. Thank you all for coming. I really, really, truly appreciate you all coming here and learning about what I do and who I am. I'll just give you a little brief history before we do, meeting volunteers. And then what I'll do is I'll talk about myself, which I like to do. And then how I got started, and briefly, all this is briefly, hopefully. And then I'll have a volunteer or two come up and work on them and see how it unfolds. And then as a group at the end, we'll do a group one in a little bit of a meditation to work as a group on all of us. So, my gifts came out when I was in my 40s, my early 40s, and I was living in Hawaii, and I thought I'd be happy. You know, I lived close to the beach. I had a husband and a daughter and pets and 2 cars, and it was island living, you know, always summer. And I wasn't happy. So I went through this whole transition about being spiritual, and I decided to learn how to meditate. But my goal to meditate was to open up me being psychic. I wanted to be psychic again because I knew I was very intuitive here and there and through my life, but I was never really psychic, and I wanted to be psychic. So I learned how to meditate, and then gradually things started opening up. I was seeing things and hearing things, and I couldn't tell if I was making them up or if it was really happening. I was like, oh, I couldn't have made this story up. You know, oh, my best friend's mother died many years ago. Why is she coming to me? Oh, she wants me to make, and I thought I was making up a story to tell her. And how this went was, I worked on meditating, and I would meditate at 10 at night when I went to bed. And I asked if anybody wanted to come visit and give me information. I was happy to open that door and relay that information. And my best friend's mother came, and she said, tell Ann not to count the pennies. Don't count the pennies. And I'm like, okay. What else do I tell her so she knows it didn't come from me? She's like, no, just tell her not to count the pennies. So I wrote to her and said, hey, I had a dream about your mother, and this is what she said. And never heard from her. And I was like, oh no, I lost my friend. She thinks I'm crazy. I'm like, then we finally talked. And she said, you know, that freaked me out what you said. My mom used to say that to me all the time. Because her mom used to run businesses and run restaurants. And she would always tell the kids her kids that took part in running the restaurant, don't ever count the pennies. The pennies, they're a waste of time. You pay someone more money to count pennies than you do to look at the pennies and go 37 cents. Who cares if you're off by 10 cents, right? And so she says that really did help me with my business, because I was doing not so well in my business. And when you said that, it brought up a whole flood of information to me that I used to be able to get my business back in balance. So I was like, okay, I'm on the right track. I never heard her mom say that before. So I was like, oh, it was a verification for me. And so as I kept doing this simple meditation, just breathing and say, anybody that wants to talk to me can. And then I was getting all kinds of information, different information. I'd have a voice come and say, Susan. I'm like, where's that coming from? You know, all these gradual things kept building and building and building in my work. And then people would come to me and say, oh, you have a gift in your hands. I'm like, okay. I don't know what that is. Maybe they're seeing my artwork that I used to do in college. Maybe it's my artwork and my handiwork and my business. And then I was running one day, and my back was hurting, and I was like, what's going on with my back? And I saw in my mind's eye my whole insides and how they were moving. It was like the whole inner kinesiology of my body. And it was like, my legs aren't the right direction. They should be more like this. How do I get them like this? So I kind of unwound my pelvis, and they went like that, and my back stopped hurting. And then I was walking home after the run. I was like, oh, that's weird. People just don't do that. I was like, but I've always been doing that. And I never realized I was always doing that my whole life. And so it was like opening up these windows to seeing who I really was and what I had been doing. And it was like, oh, this is unusual. And then I went to a friend's house who was having a pain in their ankle. And she said, you know, my ankle hurts. Do something. Can you do something? I was like, okay, well, someone said I had a gift in my hands. I'll just put my hand on your ankle. So I did that, and my ankle started hurting. And I'm like, oh, I don't like that. And she says, my ankle stopped hurting. I was like, yeah, my ankle's hurting. But it did go. It was more of a phantom kind of pain. And then I said, well, all these weird things have been happening to me. And I explained to her what had been happening to me. She says, well, if you can see inside your own body, maybe you can see inside other people's body. So we did an experiment, and I worked on her. She was in the kitchen cooking, and I said, don't look at me, and maybe I can do this. And I saw all these different things happening in her body, just like random, like not even like, oh, I'm seeing this and this. It was just like, pop, oh, something's going on in your shoulder. Oh, pop, something's going on in your knee. So I'm giving you a little bit of an overview of how I see things. And so I went to another friend and explained what had been happening. And he said, he's an incredible healer too. He said, you're a medical intuitive, and you can see inside people's body, and you can change things just by checking in. So not only am I a medical intuitive, but I'm a healer intuitive. So when someone says, can you look and see if what's going on in my back? And as soon as I do that, I'm already starting to shift cells. The cells are getting stimulated by me remotely. I like how things rhyme. So I started doing that. I started exploring and experimenting, and using my hands was another avenue to make things move and make things heal. And I also had a very close friend who's an incredible acupuncturist, and we worked together for over 25 years. And so she rubbed off on me. So I know a lot of things in Chinese medicine. I know how answers happen in Chinese medicine. There's deeper layers of Chinese medicine about spiritual, emotional, and physical issues, and how everything relates to everything else through channels. And I'm seeing passageways and channels also. So a lot of times when I read into people, I see energetics, I see colors, I see basics. But when there's deeper issues, when I'm working with someone more, I can go see in the bloodstream and in the blood work, like someone with AIDS. I see these little black lines in blood that prevent the T cells from seeing things. So the immune system doesn't know what to do. So that's one piece of it. And then understanding what organs do. Each organ in your body does something different. And you relate it to how I relate it to how what it means and what it's trying to do for you in the body. So like the liver, big popular thing, right? Liver. In Chinese medicine, it means anger. But it also means your mission on earth. It also means your liver understands what's going on in your whole body. And when something's going wrong with your liver, or you need to process better, or you need to detox, you go to the liver and say, okay, let's work with you. Let's help you out. It's a big organ. It's a regenerative organ. It's an amazing organ, by the way. And not only is it processing your own anger, but it's processing everybody's anger. It's processing the world's anger. It's processing the plant's anger and everybody's anger and frustration and fear around what's happening in this world today. So it's about helping people process. So basically, when it's a liver issue, I'm helping you process. It's not just about anger. And your mission on earth. Are you happy doing what you're doing right now? And how can it change? And how can we shift it? And how can we grow it to make it not seem like it's work? It's more of a mission. You have a desire to heal people. Okay, go to the goal of loving people and see where that goes. And it's not work anymore. It doesn't become work anymore. And different organs in Chinese medicine mean certain things. And I also overlap that. So like the spleen is on our left side. Sorry, wrong side. Left side. And that's about worry. But in my world, it also means having a self-love enough to listen to your higher self, to know the best thing for you, not just what your mom would say or what you think or somebody else is saying. It's about what's your highest good. So I work in all different ways. I work remotely. I work hands-on. I work with someone right in here that we can share with everybody else. I don't know if there's anyone that wants to volunteer right now to experiment and explore. Oh, yes. Yay. Come on in. Come on up and come on in. And we might have to move the little screen, but can you sit here? I'm Suzanne.
I'm Annette.
Annette, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
You're okay with learning, experiencing? Yes. Okay, is it okay if I put my hands on your shoulders?
Go ahead.
Okay. Annette. Okay. Have you ever done this before? Have you ever had a medical intuitive work with you?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So, let's see. So the first goal, and you guys can use this tool too. The first goal is to be in my heart, right? Sometimes if I'm really nervous, that I have to find my heartbeat. I just have to find my heartbeat and find my pulse in my ankles or my pulse in my hands. So my hands are cold, sorry. They're nice and warm. Okay. And my hands-on work can be deep. Sometimes I hit trigger points. Sometimes it's just laying of hands. Palms are about passiveness. Using fingertips is about directing. So a lot of times I'll use palms and hands, fingertips. Sorry, it's chilly.
That's all right.
You feel warm. Are you warm?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, we have a neck thing. Do you have a neck issue?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have a thought of maybe where you want me to work?
Yes.
Okay. Are you comfortable sharing that with us?
My bad.
Oh, okay. Well, it starts in the neck, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So when I do things like this and just kind of stand there and stare, I'm not staring, but I'm going inside and looking inside to tune into being inside. And the interesting thing that I'm empathic, and I bet a lot of you are, that I can feel in my own body what's happening in her body. Because we do empathetic things, right? We can feel people's pain. Okay. It feels like your pelvis is a little bit out also. Like here is out, like it needs to open. Do you have hip issues? No. Okay. So I'm going to work on that too.
Okay.
So since I'm working up here, I can still work anywhere in the body just by pathways and channels. And what I mean by that is we have meridians, we have just the whole mirroring, not only left, right, but top to bottom, like the whole cranial sacral kind of work. I can, and the nervous system, right? The nervous system goes all over the body. So the spine is about nervous system. Let me tell you about the back in general, okay? So you have an idea. The back is a core place in us. So there's deeper pain. When we're talking back issues, we're talking about a deeper pain. And also, another piece of the puzzle about back issues is that when we have to keep moving forward in life, whether we have to work hard or multitask because we got kids, we got a husband, we got work, we got this, we kind of do this with a lot of stuff, right? Just kind of put it in the back, put it in the back. Kind of like it's literally talking to us, putting it in our backs. So, and another question we get is this a physical issue or an emotional issue? Could it be a little of both? I was like, every physical issue has all the components, like an emotional aspect to it, an emotion, and a spiritual aspect, a mental aspect, or like an old belief system aspect. And it's done by percentage. So like if someone has a knee issue that has osteoarthritis and are in bone to bone, then you know it's mostly a physical aspect. But there's also the physical pieces, all the emotional and spiritual pieces that go along with a knee issue. Hi, no, come on in. Everybody's welcome. So sometimes just by holding someone in a position, I can actually make the rest of the spine move. But she'd be able to tell you if she could feel something changing. Some people can feel like heat. Some people might feel a vibration. Some people might start getting emotional. So is there anything you're feeling? Any changes you're feeling that you'd like to share?
Yes.
Okay.
Seems like it's moving.
It seems like it's moving.
Yeah.
Do you know about what part is moving?
My spine.
Your spine? Is it the whole thing? Or is it like your tailbone or your lower back?
It's right in the middle.
But behind, lower than your heart?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh. So that gives me a direction of where to go. And when I talk to someone, so the middle is right across here. Let me see. Let me show you. Right across here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's a little bit lower, like right here.
Okay. Perfect. So that's in what's called the third chakra. And the third chakra is about self. So her value of herself needs adjusting. That's not a bad thing. Okay. Her value of her, like, she's a powerful woman. I just by her sitting there, my eyes kept going over there, going, whoa. She's a very powerful woman. She's even more powerful than she even knows she is. It's okay. Can I put my hand on your heart? Is that okay? Okay. Yeah. And your heart feels good. Yeah. Is this okay? What you're going through? It's supposed to happen. Yeah. This is how people clear things, how we get through things. This is amazing. Thank you so much. I paid her. No. I wish I had tissues. That's all right. Are you going through a big transition in your life? Is it a job or more of a personal?
My husband passed on the 25th of March.
Oh.
And the 26th.
Mm-hmm.
And it's different.
Mm-hmm.
45 years and I don't know what to do.
Okay.
So it's causing a little stress.
Yeah.
So when you said stress, it's like, yes.
Okay. Well,
if you want this or not, fresh.
Yeah. Thank you. That was so generous. So you have permission to take a couple of years and not worry about what to do. In the meantime, you want to find your way back to self again. So if you have lung issues coming up, you're having trouble breathing, or if allergies seem to be really big this year for you, or even your bowel movements might change quite a bit. It's all about grieving. It's all about grieving. And there's a few people in here, I can feel their hearts just kind of going, oh, I want to hold you, love you. So you already have a whole crowd of people in this room loving you.
You know, it's funny because on Wednesday, I got an allergy shot for the first time. That's why it's funny. I promise you. Yes.
Okay.
I got an allergy shot. Concentex.
Oh.
Yes, for the first time.
Okay. So another way also, if you're having allergies, is eating local honey.
Wow.
Eating local honey. And also, this is a weird one. Putting a glass of water out overnight in the air by an open window. And drinking sips of that throughout the day, throughout the week. It's like doing microdosing for the allergens. So your body can actually take initiative and build up the immunity. And when we're going through an emotional thing, everything becomes weakened. So now we're going to stimulate that. We're not going to want to be passing ourselves. Because I know when I've had people close to me die, I don't want to live. I can't find that drive to want to live. So we need to find those things that are going to be playful and make things want to live. You want to live. It's like, okay, well, maybe I'll take up pole dancing. That might be kind of fun. I love your expression. Okay, so now I'm going right to here, which is lung point. In Chinese medicine, this is acupuncture. This is a good lung point. So I'm going to keep massaging that. And you can also, when you're home in bed, you can just gently massage these points right here. And that helps release the lungs. It helps release the lungs. So even if you're having allergies, helping release the lungs. Lungs are about acceptance of life, acceptance of being on this planet, acceptance of this world. It's also about grieving. It can be about fear when we stop breathing, which means, no, don't want to live. So tune into your breath. Feel that breath coming fuller and fuller all the time. Did you grow up here? Where did you grow up?
In Panama.
Panama? Like the canal? Whoa. Oh, we're going to have to talk after. I'm curious about what life was like then. Holy mackerel. Do you still have family in Panama? Yes. Okay. Do you go visit?
Yes.
It feels like you need another visit.
I was just getting ready to take one before he passed.
Oh, wow. Jeez. Was he going too? Okay.
We usually go 2 months, every 6 months.
Wow. Well, take me instead. Yeah. Okay. Your parents still alive? No. Okay. Did they know your husband?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Oh.
My mother passed March the 24th.
Of this year?
Of 23.
Oh. Okay.
And he passed March 26th of this year.
Wow.
2 days apart. 2 years and 2 days.
Wow. That's a very interesting coincidence.
I know. I counted the numbers. You know.
You're a numbers person?
Yes.
Do you do that? What's that method?
Numerology.
Numerology, where a number means, like,
Every
what number are you?
Every number has meaning.
Yeah. And
I tried, but I just was trying to go frontwards and backwards and add them up and take them away. And I still got a 6, you know.
You still got a 6. And what does 6 mean for personality?
It's all about home service and family.
Ah.
It's a hexagon.
Okay, yeah, that's what they were saying.
And it's a strong foundation.
I'm stuck in the middle of it.
Yep. You're stuck in the middle of a good, strong foundation. Everybody needs a good, strong foundation. Do you get numbness in your legs?
No.
Do you get like tingling or? Because I feel like this is what's passing through. What's releasing from you is like this, it's like a vibration like this.
In this right foot.
Okay.
But it's like sometimes it goes to sleep. I usually walk about 5 miles a day, every day. But I get this like pain. It's not even a pain. It's like a throb. It's like a throb.
Okay. Let's see.
Not numbness, but a throb.
Okay.
You know how you have to move your feet like
to get rid of it,
right?
To release it,
and it doesn't go away. I mean, I move my foot and it doesn't go away. It kind of just
seizes up.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's the pelvis.
Wow.
When I originally went to the pelvis.
Yeah.
So it's about, say people's pelvis is like this, right? Yours is kind of like this. It's very slight.
But my pelvic tilted when I had my last babies because I had twins.
Oh, whoa.
I have 2 sets of twins.
2 sets! Oh my goodness.
They'll be 43 in June, and my babies just made 34.
Oh, wow.
My boys just made 34. So 34 years ago,
oh,
my pelvic tilted when I delivered.
Oh. Okay. So going to, what do you call that? Pelvic floor specialist would be a really good idea. It might help with the twerking in the twist, because I think that's what's causing that. Is something at the base. So if this is the pelvis and this is the sacrum, where that triangle piece right there.
Oh, my back, that could be causing.
Yeah.
A good chiropractor could help with that too.
Really, I'm scared of him.
That's okay.
I'm scared they're gonna tell me it's something else.
She oscillates and uses wedges. She has helped my clients before with pelvic.
Really? Yeah. I didn't know I had a pelvic problem. I thought it went away. They're 34 years old. I haven't been that.
There we go.
You felt it.
Yep.
I did too. It was right there.
Yep. So even though I'm tapping into some tight muscles in her trapezius, I'm also helping release the pelvis. Just because I'm having this mimic the pelvis. Yeah. Thank you guys. You are all helping. I can feel that. Okay.
It's like you hit the pressure.
Yeah. Okay. So you have permission not to do and play in life and explore and experiment and go out and meet new people and take classes if you want. If you don't want, it's okay. Don't get stuck though. That's the only thing I worry about in general, is getting stuck in being okay with just being where you are. Sometimes we get a little trapped there. So just make sure you meet one new person a week.
Wow. That's a lot.
You go to a coffee shop and have some flavored tea.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And now we're gonna release everything down and out. And we can talk about coming to see me. You know where my booth is. You can grab a brochure or paperwork or schedule me in. Okay. I can't stop. I can't stop.
I needed this so much. It's so much there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I love you so much, and I'm so happy you came and got up here and was brave enough.
I needed it.
Thank you.
It. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm honored.
Oh, I got to release some stress.
Okay, so we have no. So this is the thing. We have 12 minutes left. So we can either do a group healing, or I could have one more person come up. But it would be a short session. Okay, let's do it. Okay, so, but can you help me? I want you close to me while I do this. You can sit here and we'll do it all together, but can I put my hand on you while I do it? You're gonna be like, what do they call it? The medium. You're the medium. Okay. So everybody want to just go into a nice relaxed position and place and feel your sits bones and feel the seat you're sitting on and feel your perineum and all those things that are touching the chair, your feet that are touching the floor. You want to breathe into your back. So when you breathe into your back, you're breathing into the largest lobes of your lungs. Nice, full, luxurious breath in and out. And when you breathe in, your belly is going to expand forward more. And just tune into your breathing. And I'm just going to keep talking while you just breathe. I'm going to have you focus on tuning into your feet and see how your feet feel. Do they feel hot? Do they feel cold? Do they feel damp? Do they feel tingling? Do they hum? Are they vibrating? Okay, and then you're going to go up through your legs and into your pelvis and just feel what you're sitting on. Feel every aspect of that chair that you're sitting on. And feel your belly expand in the front like a nice big Buddha belly. And you want to check in with your heart. Feel that heartbeat. Lift your heart while you're sitting. Lift your heart so you have space in your solar plexus. It's opening up your solar room in your solar plexus so the breath can get in here. You won't keep tight so much stuff in your self chakra. You're going up through your neck, relaxing your tension, releasing the tension in your shoulders. Stretching your fingers, let them splay out, and then release them, relax them down. And then your scalp, in your ears, in your cheekbones, in your furrow between your eyebrows. Just relax, your eyes closed. This wave of energy is coming. Some of you might recognize one of my classic is releasing your past. Wave of energy.
It's a great overall energy. So everybody's going to feel this wave of energy. And tune in to see where you feel it in your body. Some people don't feel things in their body. That's okay. To tap into your heartbeat. But sometimes people can feel things happening. Like why is my lower abdomen kind of charged up? You know, like I'm feeling a lot of energy in my lower abdomen. Oh, it could be you.
And he's kicking like crazy.
I'm feeling energy too. I remember that. Yeah. So it's quiet now. Everybody's getting filled up. Talking to your cells. This wave of energy is talking to your cells and saying it's safe to let go. It's safe to let go. That's what you say that when you're overdue. Can I put my hand on your head?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So everybody gets a chance to feel this motion and movement and freedom. So we're clearing things. You may never forget any memory that you have, but you will release the attachment of painful memories. So if you think about it or talk about them, you don't get so emotional. I'm sending you a little bit of cooling energy. Also. So everybody may feel cooling energy coming in too. And everybody can tune into their heads and see how their head is feeling. Check in with the top part of your neck, where your skull meets your neck, and just kind of stretch it a little bit, like you tilt your head forward, and you kind of tilt it to the side, or make little half circles. Just helping move that energy out from your head. Because in this busy life of ours, including highly intelligent people, we tend to stay in our heads, to think quickly, to think on the spot, to do all these different kinds of things. We have only 5 minutes left and we're all doing good. The next wave is coming and it's about balancing our whole systems. We're going to balance our inner world with our outer world, our right side of the body with our left side of the body, feeling the charge on one side of our body and the charge in our other side of the body. Don't worry if you don't feel that. I'm doing it. And so you might feel differently after, but you may not know exactly what. But that's okay. Balancing our body, and how I like to say it is the pancreas, who's in charge of joy and the sweetness of life. It's a horizontal organ that I consider a ballast in us. And we balance playtime work time, sleep time, eating time, doing nothing time, all kinds of things like that. Meditation time, bringing everything together in our life, finding and reflecting on what we've done, what we want to do. Yeah. Nice, full, heartier breaths. And feeling more and more present with your breath. Yeah. Nice, heartier breath, waking yourself up, feeling you and your body and arms and legs, yawning and stretching. Yeah. Everybody feels a lot quieter now. When you take your time getting up to move around, you may feel a bit spacious. That's good. Or you may process things to go. Things that are going out will come out in waves. You may get more emotional in waves. And I really want to thank everybody so much for coming. And I really appreciate you all. And thank you so much. Thank you. And everybody knows where my booth is. They can get more of my information. It's at the back corner. When?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And nice of you. It was funny. I was watching your husband, and you were going like this. He was going like this. He was going like this.
Well, I was trying to get him to, because he actually was on life support 2 years ago, and they never knew why.
Oh.
They never figured out why. So I was like, come on.
Whoa.
There.
I want to give you my number.
Okay.
And
Thanks, Suzanne.
Thank you, honey.
Bye. I told
I'm hoping to be able to put the little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, There's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk.
There we go. All right. You want to join me in the live window? My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, would like to welcome you very much for coming today and spending time with us and listening to our keynote speaker, John Gray, who we all know as a mega author of over 20 books and world-renowned for a relationship expert of the highest caliber, saved so many marriages and relationships, and helped repair lots of broken hearts. Today he'll be talking to you about how to listen to a man, which is also
actually how to talk.
How to
so
talk
a man
to a
will
man.
listen. Don't listen to men at all. That's the most important thing. Stop listening to men. Get men to listen to you. That's all right. Made a good point.
They make a good straight man, right?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And it is the topic of his almost released book that will be available on Amazon very
Yes,
soon.
that's very good.
So please enjoy.
How to talk so a man will listen. Thank you. Thank you all for coming today. So this theme is, I'm going to talk about 2 books I've just finished. One is How to Talk So a Man Will Listen. Another one is, maybe not sure on the title, but it's like why there's so many single people today. So let's understand that. Of course, people are single because they've been disappointed. If, somebody asked me once, well, why are there so many single people? And I said, well, they don't have role models, first of all. If you grow up with parents who are divorced, how can you ever have any imagination of how a relationship can work? And so little girls go, I don't trust men because you never had a father who showed you the best of masculinity. And a little boy doesn't know the best of masculinity. All he knows is his mother, who had to be independent. And when you're independent as a woman, what happens is you make more male hormones than female hormones. And a man, if you're in a relationship with a man and you're making more male hormones than he is, he'll be emasculated. What produces male hormones is when a man feels needed. What produces male hormones in a woman is when she feels needed. So you kind of go, well, what happens to a mother? Is she on her male side? Yes, unless she's married. If she's married, the support of her husband produces a hormone called oxytocin. She feels safe. She's not all out there on her own. So a man who's married to you makes you feel safe. They can measure married women. They live longer, they're healthier, and they're happier. That's the statistics. These are research studies showing this compared to single women or single men. So married couples win the whole thing, but most people don't know that. They think when you think about a married couple, you think, oh, they must be suffering like the rest of us. No, that's not the case. You know, and even the experts, they don't know what's out there because the only people they see are unhappy married couples. Well, I've talked to over maybe 20 million people around the world in 20 different countries over the last 40 years. And most people who come to my seminars are there to be entertained, to make their relationships better. You know, if you go to see my YouTube talk, it's very entertaining. Look at the audience. They love it. And they're all happily married couples. So the experts don't have any idea of what goes on in a healthy relationship, nor do they have healthy relationships. They live in an ivory tower. Now, part of why I'm able to write 23 books this year is I have a wealth of information from 50 years of teaching these ideas. But as I was writing my book, I was using ChatGPT to edit it, you know, to go through and correct things and whatever. And ChatGPT would say all this wrong stuff. And I started seeing that all my ideas, ChatGPT gives you the opposite idea. Well, no, ChatGPT is giving you what everybody says. I can't even imagine how bad the advice is out there because I don't listen to other people's advice. I have a part of my very beginning as a counselor, I developed my Mars Venus ideas was because people would come to me for counseling because their friends told them about it. They say, I got more out of this session than I've ever gotten in 10 years, 5 years, 3 years of counseling. I said, well, what did they teach you? The opposite of what I recommend. It's amazing to me how misguided we are in our society. And so you kind of go, well, could that be true? Well, look at the results. The results are more and more dissatisfaction in relationships, more and more unhappiness in relationships, more and more broken families. And once you have a broken family, you suddenly increase the chances of failure for your children who grow up. We need examples. It was interesting in the 90s, a lot of the fun examples on TV were all from my book. You know, it was a Home Improvement was one of those shows. I met him at Disneyland on a VIP tour. And I said, I wrote Men Are From Mars and you're doing the Home Improvement thing. You know, he's the funny guy. And he goes, oh yeah, I got it right here. Before every show, they show me a few pages from your book. So it integrated into society. That quickly stopped when I was canceled in the year 2000. I was on every TV show. I was on 18 times Oprah, her personal coach. I was 3-hour special with Barbara Walters. You know, who does that? You know, it's just amazing amount of being exposed. Today Show, Good Morning America. And, you know, anytime I wanted to do a show, I just call them up. I'm in New York. Everybody would want me. Why not? My material is so friendly. It's so relatable. People don't get tired of it because you're describing something that's relatable to people. You know, talk about a rocket going off. Okay, that's interesting. But when we talk about something that people relate to, you get full attention. So it was a very positive message and it was completely canceled. Never allowed again on national TV. Never been invited. Occasionally on little local TV, but then that stopped. Amazing. And see, there's an agenda which has always been there. I've been fighting it. It just caught up to me. The agenda is basically that women don't need men. And how many women today say, why do I need a man? I can make money myself. And as soon as you're making money yourself, your hormones change. When you sacrifice your personal needs, like what you would like to do, what you enjoy doing, when you sacrifice that, you stop making female hormones. And when you sacrifice also being in a relationship where you depend on a man for something of value for you, your stress levels go up. So what's exciting in all my books is I have this massive amount of research. And with ChatGPT, I have all the references. It's easy to find. I've always had references, but it's tedious to bring in references. I'm just a popular expert. I say it because I say it. But everything is now easily verified on ChatGPT. I went through every one of my differences with ChatGPT, and they brought up studies showing it. It took a while for these studies to be there. But anyway, the reality is that men and women are different. One of my 23 books might be just simply, I'm questioning it, but it's on my list. It's called Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, Two Genders. Almost want to say only two genders. That might be too politically charged, but that's the biology. It's 50 amazing differences between men and women that you wouldn't even imagine are true. I'm going to focus on a few today. And one is simply happiness. Now, what keeps you from being happy? If you look biologically, you can only be happy when you're feeling optimistic, right? Can you be pessimistic and be happy? No. Occasionally, you can be happy because you're so pessimistic when it turns out a bad thing happens. You're happy a bad thing happens. See, I told you. See, I told you. It's a momentary glimpse of happiness. But pessimism is guaranteed in your brain. It's designed to look at the negative. It's designed to look at what's dangerous. It's designed to look at what's missing. It's designed to look at what threatens you. It's designed to do that if you produce cortisol, the stress hormone. What have they did since 9/11? They play it over and over. The terrorist is a terrorist, and there's a terrorist in Iraq. There's a terrorist in Iran. There's terrorists in Russia. There's terrorists everywhere. Now they're white supremacists, terrorists everywhere. All you see on the news is fear, fear, fear. Now, without looking at anything nefarious, we can also know that if it bleeds, it leads, because it gets people's attention. We're addicted to negativity. Our attention goes there 10 times more than positivity. One time I was driving through the town where I live in Mill Valley, nice little town near San Francisco. And there's a few traffic lights. And one time I'm driving in the car and my daughter says, "Dad, why did we always get the red lights?" I said, well, let's do an experiment. Let's just keep driving around, count how many green lights we get and how many red lights we get. And we got 5 times more green lights than red lights, but your brain just remembers the red light because you're sitting there all that time feeling frustrated. And that's what we do. We remember negativity. We don't remember positivity. There's no function in it. The function of survival is I need to know what's dangerous. I need to look for it. So if you're in cortisol state, you're looking for what's wrong. So you're married to a guy, you go to work, you're on your male side, you're independent, you make male hormones, you don't make female hormones during that time. Let me explain what male hormones are about. It's testosterone. You produce testosterone when you're challenged to solve a problem. So you're busy solving problems, and particularly challenged to solve problems for money. As soon as you're working for money, testosterone goes up even more. Look at me, if they told me I was going to make money from this talk, I would have more enthusiasm to come. It's a bottom line. I just did it as a joke. I was very enthusiastic to come anyway. I do these nice small talks to test out my ideas. You're my test group. I can spend hours writing, but I don't want to just put something out there until I air it out and look at it. Well, that concept is also 10 times more for women. If a woman can talk about what's bothering her and somebody doesn't negate what she's saying or interrupt her or try to get her to the point or offer a solution why she shouldn't feel that way, she can just express her feelings out loud and somebody's listening without interrupting. She can hear herself. She can see herself. And then she can see where she's overreacting. Now, one of these new books, I just have a whole chapter on it where we need to clean up our idea about overreacting. You know, Men Are From Mars did this for men underreacting. It was like, except man cave everywhere. Man cave, man cave. Now you buy stuff for your man cave. That was such a revolutionary idea from Men Are From Mars. Why? Because women constantly misinterpret a man when he's in his cave. Because when he's in his cave, he's not available to you. So then you've got all these women going, unavailable men, unavailable men, unavailable men. Well, the married women who read my book said, oh, thank goodness, my husband, when he's ignoring me, it's not personal. It's just what men do. Now I can explain it's what men have to do. Because if men get close to their wives too much, their estrogen goes up and their testosterone goes down. They become too feminine. So I come home to my wife and see my wife. Already my testosterone levels are low because I'm exhausted from the day. Yeah. And now I'm going to go spend time with her. She's going to tell me about her day, to connect with her day. My estrogen goes up. Estrogen is the opposite emotion of the opposite hormone of testosterone. So here's your basic understanding. When a man is optimistic, his testosterone levels are 10 times higher than a woman's. And when a woman is optimistic, her estrogen levels are 10 times higher than a man. This is simple biology. There's no disputing it. People say, oh, we're not really that different. It's so funny when I run my stuff through chat, they're always toning down everything. Well, some women. No, it's every woman. This is biology. This is 100%. And yet they all want to neutralize, well, some people this, some people that. There is a reality where men will think like women. That's when they're making female hormones. And men only make female hormones when they're stressed. And women only make male hormones when they're stressed. What does your male hormone do? It protects you. So here you are feeling threatened by life, danger. You make testosterone. The easiest thing for women is to make testosterone. Hard for men to make testosterone. I have to set a goal. I have to do what's necessary to achieve that goal. I can't procrastinate. I can't get lazy. I can't just sit and watch Netflix or whatever that is, movies. I have to do something. I have to say I'm going to do this, and then I have to do it. That's why I'm writing 23 books this year. In the last month, I just started this year. But I said I'm going to write 10 books this year. And I said, if I don't do it, you shoot for the stars, at least for sure there'll be a few. You get to the moon. So a man sets his goal. It's a big risk. I would look like a fool if I couldn't write those books. But as I'm doing it, totally motivated, I'm going to do 23. The fact that I'm telling everybody in the world there are going to be 23 books coming out at Amazon, I will look foolish if I don't do that. And some people think I'm foolish anyway. How can he write that many books? I wrote a book every year in the 90s. I wrote over 23 books every year. I write a book, write a book, write a book, write a book. And you kind of wonder, why am I wanting to write this book so much? Because after my wife died, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, she was sick with cancer, 7, 8. I haven't written a book since. I've been devastated. The deeper you love someone, the more painful it is to lose them. And even with divorce, if you're the one who left a divorce, it can still cause huge grief because you lost your dream. And for women, what happens is they often don't get involved again because they go, well, I can't trust men. I thought he was the one. But it's not men you don't trust. It's yourself you don't trust because you thought he was the one. You thought it would work out. So there's a lot of problems going on today with so much divorce. Women close down. They disconnect from the part of them which is feminine. Why do I call that the feminine side? It's because the part of them that emerges when your estrogen levels go up and your stress levels go down. We'll call that normal behavior. What do you feel at that time? You feel grateful. You feel happy. You feel appreciative. You feel trusting. When you don't have those feelings, you go to your male side. You're in danger. You don't trust. You're going to go to your male side. And there's nothing, I want to say, lesser attractive than a word there, than a woman on her male side excluding her female side. There's nothing for me to do. You know, women say, oh, I intimidate all these men. They're not attracted to me because they're intimidated. No, there's nothing for them to get. What do I want to get from a woman? I want to get the message that I'm successful, that I am appreciated, that she can depend on me. The hero. Throughout all history, what are all the stories about? Heroes, heroes. And then when you get on TV, the women are all the heroes.
Wonder Woman.
Not just Wonder Woman, everyone. Oh, the woman is in charge. She's running the show, and women are running the show now. All this idea about women making less money than men, it's all a lie. Since the middle of the 90s, if a woman is single and doesn't have children, she makes, on average, 30% more money than a man for the same job. And women are taking over. Part of that, it's hard to explain this one, is that when women don't feel safe, they get a free zone of testosterone. It's automatic. You know that. If you feel ignored and neglected, you're all alone. It's so easy. You have no way to stop. You're going to go to your male side, and you can't turn it off. Other thing, so many women, I watched it in the 90s. In the 80s, I saw the big complaints where men aren't romantic. You know, the symbol of that is he no longer brings me flowers. My mother would never care if my father didn't bring flowers. This was a phenomena, the first wave of feminism. Their testosterone levels were low. Their testosterone levels were high, being independent, achieving their goals. Their estrogen levels were low. What stimulates estrogen? I haven't covered that. Whenever you feel trusting to depend on someone. So when you go to the doctor and you believe in your doctor, which unfortunately so many people don't anymore, but if you go to your doctor and you believe that they can help you in some meaningful way, your estrogen goes up. I think, and of course, women are the ones who mostly go to doctors. Men wait to the last minute to go to a doctor because they want to be independent. What's he going to do? I can do myself. Where for women, they're so eager to go see their doctors. Way more. I don't have the statistic on that right now, but I do know in the 90s, the hospitals were all calling me. How can we get the men to come? You know, the only way to get the men to come is get their wives to bribe them. It's the woman that has that awareness, but it's a woman who gets so much benefit out of depending on a doctor to guide her. Self-help books, 90% read by women. Why? They're looking for help. Help me help myself, which is ironic. That's just going to help me become more independent, but at least it's help. When a woman feels I can get help, estrogen goes up. When a woman feels I can't get help, what do? You become independent. Then I'll just do it myself. Now, what happens in a relationship, women, when you've asked your husband to do something, he forgets to do it. And you ask him again, and he forgets to do it. Well, you can lower yourself down to just be a nagging wife, which you know he ignores you, or you can just give up. You say, I'll just do it myself. So in doing it yourself, what happens? You just cut off your femininity. What's he attracted to? Your femininity. Boy, this is like a big problem, right? Except women don't know how to ask a man because nobody ever taught you how to ask a man. Your mother, if you had mother and father, they didn't have to ask a father anything because men only had to make money. That's it. And be the policeman, protect. His presence protects. My mother had 7 children, 6 boys. Dad's job was to control the kids. Even when he was at work, he was controlling the kids because my mother would say, if you don't listen, I'm going to tell your father. And then when you didn't listen to mom, you get whipped. That was just the way it is. That's Texas. You bend over, pull down your pants, and he pull out his belt and whip you. You think this is just how life used to be. When I was going to school in Texas, they had this swimming pool. You know, it was pretty abundant school, junior high, and had a swimming pool. And so they'd have all the boys get naked. And we'd all have to go swimming in the pool naked, this indoor pool. And if you misbehave and kids are always playing around, teachers talking, they're not listening, he'd pull you up there and with this little whistle thing, you know, the plastic thing they hold, you'd bend over in front of everybody and he'd whack you. You'd have a big welt on your naked body. These are all pedophiles as far as I'm concerned. I went in there one day and I said, I won't go back. They said, well, then you'll get kicked out. Then I'll just leave. I did this several times at school. I won't take it. Part of me knows this is wrong. But part of that is because I grew up in an environment where I was never punished. This was a little bit punishing to me. After four brothers above me getting punished by dad, my mother tried to convince my dad, let's do an experiment with Johnny. Let's not punish him. Just give him freedom. My mother's very spiritual. Let's put him in God's hands. And later I did become a monk. Okay, I'm a very spiritual guy. But it was thank God to my mother. So I never got punished. So if you've never been punished, you can write a book in a week. Because you can self-correct very quickly. Instead of, oh, I'm going to make this work. I'm going to make this work. I'm going to make this work. It's our fear of being punished, fear of being rejected that causes us to become stuck and not self-correct ourselves. We have to defend ourselves. I mean, think about how many times you didn't tell the truth to your parents because you could be punished. Well, when you disconnect from your parents, you just disconnected from your source. Every tradition throughout time worships the parents. Where did you come from? Well, if you have a spiritual idea, you came from the spirit. You came from heaven. You're a beautiful being. Look at my granddaughter. She's just like heavenly. Enlightens anybody she looks at because her mother has got my training in her. This child is practicing something which I highly recommend to everybody that takes my message even beyond what I was teaching. Is how indigenous people would raise their children. The book is called, I got to shift to somebody else's book now. It's Hunt, Gather, Parent. Hunt, Gather, Parent. I recommend every woman who's married to a man to read that book. Because what happens for women when they get married, another hormone gets produced, and it's called prolactin. Prolactin causes women to give unconditionally. And so if a man to a child, once you have a committed monogamous marriage, you have 400% more prolactin. Prolactin is the magic hormone that allows you to live longer. It stimulates high estrogen. As a matter of fact, so many women in menopause, they lose their estrogen, right? You've all heard that? And then there's a big long list of symptoms. I can't even remember all, but chat gave them to me. Bone loss, one of the major ones, adrenal burnout, unhappiness, mood swings. Oh, it's a whole long list. Can't remember all these bad things. Well, they say that's because there's this hormone, estrogen doesn't get produced anymore once you have no longer have eggs to make a baby. The body doesn't make estrogen. Well, that's a lie. Go to any expert, they'll tell you, right, oh no, you can't make estrogen when you're in menopause or going through menopause. You make estrone, and you do. You always make estrone. Estrone is what they call a weaker form of estrogen. Well, what that means when you translate, what does that mean, weaker estrogen? It means you feel self-sufficient. You don't feel dependent on a man. You don't feel dependent on others. You dry up. That's basically what happens. You can't have sex. You don't have the same spark. So many women in menopause, I meet all these nice men, but it doesn't spark. There's no juice. Well, why is there no juice? You have no juice. Not the man who's going to make it. You have to have the juice to get sparked. You need estrogen, not estrone. Now, you're always going to have estrone. And because of that, if you learn how to make estrogen in pre-menopause, during menopause, after menopause, all these hormonal problems women have today, inevitable. It's like doomsday when you think about what's going on for women with hormones. Why is that? Well, first of all, we know that plastics are hormone inhibitors. We know that atrazine, which is a pesticide in all of your non-organic foods, is a hormone inhibitor. Turns the frogs gay. Well, we have so many gay people. Pesticides, when the mother eats food with pesticides. It's a well-known fact. If you take a male baby and you inject them with estrogen, the baby will start developing a female brain. They'll still have the male body. And if you do this, if a woman had birth to a little girl at a certain point, they've known this for thousands of years. You give her testosterone, at that point, the little girl will be a tomboy. She'll still have a female body, but her brain will be more like a male. All this confusion about gender is all because of the toxicity in our food, which then promotes us to behave in crazy ways. Promotes women to become more masculine, men to become more feminine. And the great news for parents, if you see your child has confused about this, what do? You celebrate that you have the solution. The solution is not to affirm the deception, the wrong. It's to help rewire their brain. And this is the good news. The first 7 years of your brain is completely plastic. Whatever message goes in, you're hypnotized. Children you have to go now?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. I'm so glad you're here. I could have talked more about relationships for you.
That's okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So when you have this plasticity in the brain, all you have to do is hypnotize your children back. Now, why I say hypnosis is that children up to 7 years old, they make, what do they make? Their brain chemicals are theta. You've heard alpha, theta, beta, all these different brain. For a child, theta is what you produce in your brain when you're dreaming. It's a dream state. You know, my little granddaughter, we go up to the wall, we have all these, like say plants on the wall. We go up and take a strawberry and we share it with each other. It's all pretend. Everything for them is pretend. And if you get upset about things in terms of your children, you're training them to get upset about things. Mm-hmm. And if you push down you're upset about things, they're going to get it even more. They absorb everything about you in your first seven years. So to men, I say, look, learn this stuff so your children, sometimes men are more motivated because your children's happiness other than their wives. Because they feel with their wife, I don't know how to make her happy. But the way you make your children happy is you learn how to make her happy. You learn how to help her feel that you're safe, that she can depend on you, that you're there for her. And for your little children, when they're just growing up, you need to give very positive messages for little boys who are afraid to have support, to be confident. And they have to do boy things like rough and tumble play. See, if a mother doesn't understand this, her little boy never gets rough and tumble play. And we've already seen research shows to develop the male brain, you need rough and tumble play. Rolling around. My mother had such good wisdom because I was number 5. I was very connected to my mother. After 4 boys, I'm sure she thought I'd like to have a little girl. So I was very close to her. And she was very smart. She made sure, and my dad traveled a lot. She made sure I had lots of male mentors. I mean, I'm a little kid. I was in a box, learning to box. Tell my brothers, like, they were so jealous of me because I never got punished. So that was the way it came back on me. So, but we go boxing and tell my brothers just knock me. They didn't fully knock me out. One time, without the glove, one of my brothers knocked me out just by punching me in the stomach. You know, unsupervised males can be quite chaotic, right? Quite mean. Then I learned judo, which was much easier. Then I learned becoming an entrepreneur. When I was taking the judo, then I went to karate. I was in the front of a karate magazine because I was so little. I was the first karate kid. Literally, junior high was terrible because the karate teacher made a brochure of pictures of me and released it at the junior high. So everybody saw me as the brown belt in karate, you know, and they all wanted to fight me. I never fought anybody. I say, okay, meet at the filling station after school. Never go. It's a big school. I don't know what happened. Anyway, so, you know, but what I needed, being more on my female side, because that's how I understand women. I'm very connected to my female side. I have very high estrogen levels. It's just that my testosterone levels are now super high. At 70, when I was 73, they're 50% higher than I was a young man. I know exactly how to help men increase their testosterone. I know exactly how to help women increase their estrogen without having to take hormones. You know, if you're a man, you take testosterone, you lose your balls. They atrophy because you're not making it. If you stop making things and you depend on something else to make it for you, your body stops making it. Use it or lose it. So my whole work is all about behaviors in relationship, because everything's a relationship. I'm in a relationship with you now. I'm in a relationship with my dog that's in the car. I'm in a relationship with my publisher. I'm in a relationship with my grandchildren, with my daughter, with her husband. Everything is relationship. So how do you regulate your relationships? If you're a woman, you need a lot, particularly if you're on your male side. I'm not saying don't be on your male side. I'm saying balance it with your female side. Same thing for me. I've got so much estrogen in me. Everything's like I walk outside. This is my estrogen side because I got here early. I'm walking on the golf course thinking this is the most beautiful place in the world. Rohnert Park golf course. Beautiful trees. They're like gods to me. What man thinks like that? My wife thought like that. Yeah, good for you. Yeah. This is enhanced perception. It's like I'm on drugs. My daughter, my dad's always on drugs. Every time I eat something, it's the best I've ever eaten. And the very funny thing about my granddaughter, she's just 2 years old, just learning to talk, but she was having a little snack in the afternoon, and she said, "This is the best I've ever had my whole life." Because she watched me say that one time, you know, it's just like, it's so cute. Children just mirror. One time I'm having dinner with him and I was finished. I ate faster than everybody else. And I just sort of sat back like this. And she's over here in a little chair and she sits back like this. They just absorb. They absorb. And so fortunately, my mother put me in all these situations where I had male mentors doing traditional male things, because doing traditional male things actually increases testosterone and changes your brain wiring, particularly in the first 7 years of life, if not even later. This is simple science. Okay, coming back to the topic of today, how to talk so a man will listen. Lost 2 people because they have a reverse child, probably, and they couldn't hear. You know, it sounds so cruel and judgmental of me to say that if your little boy is a little girl, to not give him dresses. Although my daughter Lauren, when I was gone, I traveled a lot during those days when she was growing up, teaching my seminars. And she has this wonderful picture she loves where she went into my closet and put on daddy's suit and my shoes and loving daddy. Okay, that's a natural thing. Okay, see you later. Just feeling that. Okay, and that's natural and normal. So I'm not saying you can't do a little bit of this. You know, she'll be putting on playing with makeup and make up me. So I'm now gal made up. It's all playfulness. It's just when it goes too far. And then we're taught you have to affirm that you're not this, you're something else. That's not a healthy message. Very politically incorrect. Maybe I should not play this video, but they won't be watching me anyways. Very few people watch these videos. This is why I'm trying my stuff out. You see, I hear myself. I go, yeah, that's not going to fly. I just lost 2 people over there. So,
placebo group.
So anyway, so it's such an important message, but you can't do everything. You know, there's so many other things I can teach people, but they're too politically incorrect. So I'll just stick with what's not. Mars, Venus, for 40 years, actually 50 years, because I was teaching it even before the books came out, has always been politically incorrect. It's just there wasn't the power to cancel me. It's always been. You know, people would. I was speaking at the House of Commons in London, you know, prestigious best-selling author. All the people are there, the big hall. And I'm getting my talk. Somebody pulls the fire alarm. Everybody has to evacuate. I'm in Russia giving a talk. Somebody pulls the fire alarm. This has happened to me over and over. In America all the time. Wow. Activists. Yeah. I was teaching at Stanford, teaching at Harvard. They won't allow me to go there. They have to hire security because there's very vocal, unhappy people who think just because I say men are from Mars, women are from Venus, I'm a sexist. One of my daughters went to Berkeley and women's studies there, and the teacher was basically saying, and of course, men are from Mars, women are from Venus. John Gray, he says this. And this is my stepdaughter, and she doesn't have my last name. She raised her hand and says, I know the author of that book. He's never, ever said something like that. Have you read the book? The teacher says no. Well, it's just the idea that men and women are different. It's somehow this sexist idea. When it's the most common sense thing ever for anybody who's married. If you're not married, you're single, then single women can easily not relate to anything I say because they're going to relate to the things about men. And they refuse to relate to things about their female side, particularly your more activist types. They're not in touch with their female feeling. You can't even feel I want to have a baby unless your body makes a lot of estrogen, a lot of oxytocin, and then prolactin. Prolactin stimulates in women the ability to raise a child, to think that you can. It's a big job. It's a big, big job. So you have to sort of have this hormone set to help you. Anyway, coming back to the theme of this talk, I promised I'd say how to talk so a man will listen. We have science which now explains to us that when men are stressed and women are stressed, we have different reactions. Okay, this is pure biology, completely studied. You probably heard of these things called mirror cells. Okay, mirror cells are in both men and women. They function differently. Well, they function the same when they're open. When the mirror cells open up, they allow us to be happy when somebody's happy, to feel sad when somebody's sad, to empathize with others. Empathy. This is the whole basis of relationships, is being happy for someone, caring for them, wanting to help them if they're sad. This is emotions, right? Well, it turns out that when a woman is moderately stressed, her mirror cells open wide up. Blood flow increases to the emotional part of her brain 5 to 8 times. So that's why we would say women are more emotional. Of course, she's a feminist. She's still got the blood flow. She's just not acknowledging it. 5 to 8 times more blood flow to the emotional part of the brain due to normal life stresses. What are life stresses? Driving in traffic, being late for an appointment, your child needs to go to the doctor. All those little things, life's overwhelm, right? That's that feeling of overwhelm. That's all moderate stress. So under moderate stress, what hormone is a woman producing? Adrenaline, rushing. How many women here have felt overwhelmed this week and rushing around? Raise your hand. Let me just see. Yeah. That's very common for women. I also was rushing around, although today I didn't. But when a man is moderately stressed, his mirror cells completely close. Completely close when he makes adrenaline. So you see these guys risking their lives to climb mountains and do crazy stuff, drive their cars really fast. And what are you doing that for? Is he crazy? No, he's feeling good. He can't feel anything. Adrenaline keeps him from feeling emotion. If he has fear in his life, for that little period of time, he's fearless. Now, some men their receptor sites are always closed. They can't open them. That's maybe 1 out of 100, maybe 1 out of 50. They're the ones you want to watch out for. They're your real narcissists. They cannot feel what you feel. So how do you know a narcissist? Well, they can't feel what you feel. There's a lot of other things, but a regular man who's wonderful, who can be a great father, a great husband, heartfelt guy, if he's experiencing adrenaline, which is moderate stress, or his wife saying to him, we need to talk, already adrenaline goes up. As soon as she says we need to talk, instantly his mirror cells shut down. So how do you talk so a man can listen? You don't say,
don't say anything about me. When I leave, I'll be right back.
Okay, all right. That was very sweet. So what happens is when you say to a man, we need to talk, if there's been experiences of long conversations that didn't turn out well, his brain remembers. We remember everything bad. We don't remember the good stuff. Every speeding ticket I've ever had, I can remember. How about you? Can you remember that? Go back, just right away. Boom. Can you remember that? We remember the bad stuff. We don't remember the good stuff. When a woman is experiencing no adrenaline, she's quite capable of remembering the good stuff. Now, this is a metaphor I'm about to explain. Think of a woman's memory like a library. In her brain, what's often associated with memory is the hippocampus. Okay? Hippocampus is memory. And all that blood flow when a woman is stressed goes to the hippocampus, where she remembers every bad thing you've ever done. But in that same library, she remembers every good thing you've ever done. But as soon as she's stressed, she gets in the elevator, she goes to the second floor, which is all the memories of every way she's been disappointed. That's what stress does. If her stress level goes down, she doesn't go there. Suddenly everything's wonderful. This is so shocking to men because a man could be with his wife and she seems so happy, she's so wonderful, everything is good. And then the next day, all she does is remember every mistake you've ever made. And we think, are you crazy? And we do. We think you're crazy. This was a bad thing, you know, back in the day. That's why this whole idea of overreaction is not allowed in our society. And my book basically explains, if you want to hide from the reality, women, that you overreact whenever you're stressed, that's the reality. Whenever you are stressed, you overreact. You can't see the positive. That's what overreaction is. It's I'm only looking at this and I'm forgetting about all this other good stuff. I feel terrible. You never listen to me. You don't care about me. You always ignore me. The house is always a mess. Nobody helps me. I'm all by myself. You're never all by yourself. But when you're in a stress state, you can't remember all the good stuff. You're overreacting. When a man's in his cave, he's underreacting. We've all accepted that. I talked about that before. Just don't take it personally, and then you're fine. Well, how can men not take it personally when a woman's overreacting if we don't admit that women overreact? Let's not make it a bad thing. Let's realize the only way for women to lower their stress is to overreact. That's the only way. You can't be loving and nice. So if you can't be loving, if you can't admit that I'm overreacting, and if, hey, all women do it, nothing wrong with me, I'm overreacting. Now, he's not allowed to say, oh, dismiss her in terms of you're overreacting, but he needs to understand that if a woman is stressed, she only has one choice, but to overreact. So if I know she's overreacting so that I can hear what her overreaction is, and without me telling her she's wrong, all she has to do is talk about what she's feeling. Her estrogen levels will go up, her stress will go down, and her overreaction will be gone. That's all she has to do, is express what she's feeling without somebody taking it personally, or somebody saying, oh, you're just overreacting, as opposed to, oh, my wife's stressed, she's overreacting. Well, tell me more, honey. And I know in my mind that what I want is a happy woman. I don't have to tell her how to be happy. She's biologically wired to come back to happiness if she has permission and support and empathy and understanding that she's overreacting. But part of that is women have to own it. Because what happens when you're overreacting and you're a woman and you feel like, I don't want anybody telling me I'm overreacting, you suppress. And when you suppress emotions, guess what hormone gets produced? What hormone do you have to make to suppress your emotions? Testosterone. And when are women stressed? When their testosterone goes up and their estrogen goes down. Talking about your feelings raises estrogen. And now you got all the experts. Okay, they're all talking about, okay, when a man's upset, he needs to talk about his feelings. It's the worst thing in the world for a man when he's upset to talk about his feelings. We only do it because women think we're supposed to do it. And books say you should do it. And everybody should talk about their feelings. Feelings is the cult of transformation because it works for women. If women can talk, and all these experts, how do they become experts? By women coming into their offices And women talking, this is what happened for me for 40 years. 90% of my clients are women. It's statistically 90% of the people who go to counselors are women. And so you sitting there and you're getting a woman to talk, if you're good at it, she feels better afterwards. It's like magic. All she don't have to explain anything to her. Her life doesn't have to change. Women come into my office. They come unhappy. They come stressed. They're overwhelmed. I get them to talk about their feelings in a particular way. I have a certain set of skills, which I teach in my book, but how to get her to talk in a certain way that makes her stress go down even faster. So for me, women come in, all kinds of problems. When they leave, without me giving them a lot of solutions, like how your life is going to change, try this, they leave happy. They feel more optimistic. They realize it's not as bad as I thought because they're not overreacting. You've all had that experience where you're really upset about something and next day, not that big of a deal. Any women relate to that? Well, what just happened? What happened is instead of focusing on this one thing, you're now getting support over here. You're getting support over here. You're having a meal. Somebody's being nice to you. All these other activities are raising your estrogen up. Your stress goes down. And there's no reason to be upset about that thing. It's like that wonderful book, which was, I knew the writer. His name was, his book was called Don't Sweat the Small Stuff. Parentheses, it's all small stuff. Yeah. Now, mostly men bought that book. Because that's how men process stress. Don't sweat it. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Forget it. That's what a man does in his cave. He forgets his problems. See, if you think about a man, most of his problems for thousands of years, millions of years, were things you would do during the daylight. You go out, kill animals, protect the house, do all these things, solve problems. At the end of the day, there's no sunlight. You can't do anything. So men have this wonderful stress reduction technique, which is don't worry about it. Nothing you can do about it. Mañana, tomorrow. That's why men are always putting off stuff. Well, it's not an emergency. Just forget about it. This is deeply in my genes. I remember my dad, he was a military intelligence in the World War II, which is why I understand what really goes on in the government. Anyway, so the war, but he was in London and they were bombing. You know, they're all bombing. The airways signs are going off and they all go into their underground places, sweating, bad smells, awful. My dad, he said with his buddy, they would just go walking in the nice parks. Because they knew Germans are not going to bomb the nice parks. So just go walk. They just were walking around, feel like they owned the town. I'm not going to get rid of the bad stuff. By the way, they're all relatives, all those people in Europe, kings and queens, they're all family members. They don't want to get bad. Hitler did not bomb all those beautiful things in Paris. And none of that was touched. Anyway, a little bit of history. So back to the whole idea, what's the big deal? That's a man's way of looking at this. Forget it. There's nothing I can do about it. It's going to happen. So don't worry about it. That's what we're about. Now, the problem with that is that we don't worry about anything when we're home. And if you're happy, pretending to be happy, we're definitely not going to worry about you. Well, she seems to be fine. So women like pretending to be happy think that that's going to make a man do things for her. No, he just assumes, well, she's happy. I don't need to do anything. So then he doesn't do anything. And after a while, you gather evidence. See, he doesn't love me. He doesn't love me. He doesn't love me. And now you feel justified and overreacting and telling him, well, lousy husband, you never do this. You don't do this. You don't do this. And what does that do to his testosterone? It goes down even further. So what options do women have? Pretend to be happy or get unhappy? Neither work. The solution is so clear, but people don't see it. The solution is be happy and learn how to ask. Guy's in his cave. All you have to do is say something like, let's say you want to have a conversation with your husband. Because at the end of the day, that's going to help lower your stress. He wants to forget his day. If you can remember your day, your stress will go down. So you need to talk about your day. Do you have to do it for a whole counseling session? No. Even 10 minutes will produce a huge amount of estrogen, as long as he doesn't interrupt. Because if you talk to a man, this is back to the mirror cells, If in any part of your message is going to judge him and grade him or blame him for anything he's doing or not doing, he can't hear a word you say. You're looking for empathy. He cannot give you empathy if he feels in any way the problem. So what do you do? Because he's the problem in your life. What you do when he's the problem is to realize you're overreacting, and there's a lot of other problems in your life that you're not looking at. Every day is filled with problems for women. But when you're married to a man, all that suppressed emotion from your day while you're on your male side, when you get home and you relax, it all comes up and gets projected on the person you feel safest with. Or the person you can say, I don't feel safe with, but you had sex with. If you have sex with a guy, you're going to displace everything you feel that you suppressed during the day. This is basic psychology. You're upset because 10 things happened today, but you're just pushing it down, pushing it down, pushing it down. You know, a hard day, and you see he's left his socks on the floor, or he forgets to do this, or he promised to do this, and he didn't do that. On that day, you get all upset because you're already suppressing so much emotion. But if you're having an overreaction on him, he can't hear. He can't hear at all. His mirror cells close down. As soon as you anyway communicate to a man that he's the problem and not the solution, he can't hear what you say. This is biology. This is measurable. So why in God's name do you complain to a man about a man? It will never work. Then you turn into a nag because it doesn't work. And your stress stays up all the time because you don't feel you have support in your life. But everything you do to try to get support only pushes him further away and shuts him down, lowers his testosterone. So is there a solution? Yes. All these things have solutions. We're perfectly designed by God to love each other and have babies and experience happiness in our lives. We have all the wiring there. We just got misled by some foolish people who live in their ivory towers, who have no sex in their life, who have perverted ideas, who don't believe in freedom. What is love? Love is you can do whatever you want. I'm not going to try to change you. I'll help you. That's what love is. Not trying to change somebody. Not trying to control somebody. We live in this huge control society. I'll just mention one little thing, just since it's not that controversial. I own my house. I have no mortgage on my house. In the Declaration, in the Constitution of America, it says you can own your own house, but I can't own it because I have to pay property taxes. If I don't pay property taxes, they can take my house. I don't own it. You don't own anything. They can take everything away from you if you don't pay your taxes. Used to be in America, there were no taxes. Most people don't know that. This is in 1911 or something like that. They imposed taxes. We're the most powerful. You don't know the history of America. We were the force even before World War II. This was the most abundant place on the planet for a lot of reasons. We have all the resources. We're protected by water on all sides. We don't have to worry about military that much. Oh, but then after World War II, we became the military-industrial complex. It's a major part of our control in the world. The opposite of love is control. Trying to control your partner rather than help your partner. And that's for men to help their partner. For women is to use a man for help. Don't ever help a man. He'll be so happy if you don't try to help him. Now, your love does support him by creating a space for him to help you. Men don't want your advice. They don't want you trying to improve us. They don't want you to say you should exercise more, you shouldn't eat this. You don't do any of that. He's not a child. He's not your baby. You have no right. You know, they say with alcoholics, they're really a male out of, see, what is an alcoholic or a drug addict? It's a man who's dependent on something outside himself. His estrogen is off the chart. Men have to depend on themselves. I depend on myself. My testosterone goes high. And by the way, as a man, you want testosterone, you can't blame anybody for anything. Occasionally, I'm not perfect. Occasionally I get upset about something. Getting upset about something is only a symptom for a man of your estrogen's too high. Anytime your estrogen is too high, you'll shut a woman down. She needs you to be the man. So it used to be men were taught never, ever become angry with a woman. And the thought of hitting a woman is inconceivable to me. That's how men used to be. Thank you for coming. I guess it's already time's up.
No, I'll listen to you.
I know that, but time's up.
Your discussion.
I'm past the time. Thanks for staying.
She's my daughter. She's just away from the outside.
Yeah. Okay, so anger.
Yeah.
Men have to manage anger. Look at all the most dysfunctional people. They're angry men.
Yeah.
Look at these. I like to watch a lot of the Chinese movies, Kung Fu, because I also studied Kung Fu. I'm a Kung Fu master, a Qigong master. I'm brown belt in karate. I got all these things. But studying in China for 12 years, studying in India for at least 18 years, coming back and forth. I'm a multicultural person. But if you watch the old Chinese movies, not the modern ones, but these old Chinese movies, which are like fantasy movies of how China used to be, there were these martial artists who could fly. You saw that one show where they can fly. That's what's called a city. But it takes a lot of discipline and internal work. And I cannot fly, by the way. But that's a long time ago. Okay. But anyway, the nice fantasies. The good guys in these movies are the perfect men. They always want to help people. They always protect people. They never want to steal or cheat or have violence. They would never hurt anybody unless they have to protect. And they'll do their very best to protect without hurting somebody. They're amazing. And they will kill people if they are too violent. They can. I mean, so many amazing little scenes I would see from their ancient culture. But the point of it is they always have the good guys are cool, calm, and collected. Nothing bothers them. Nothing upsets them. And the bad guys, they're monkeys. They're drinking too much. They're being mean to women. They're yelling and screaming. They're fighting with each other. They want to steal. So they're trying to teach people, this is the bad guy. This is the good guy. But what's so amazing is these good guys, when you talk, they always listen till you're done, and there's a pause after it. Never interrupt. It's amazing. The best communication skills are in these movies where people they say what they say, and everybody pauses, and somebody speaks. And then everybody pauses, and somebody speaks. This way we communicate, interrupting each other, all this stuff. It's craziness. It's lack of manners.
Yes.
And the thing about men, if men aren't taught this, we're emergency workers. So we jump in there. When a woman's upset, it's like the house is on fire. So we just jump in there and say, put out the fire. Don't worry about this. Don't overreact. You're not being reasonable. You're being say, stop it, men. Understand. So how can a woman talk to a man? So listen, he's got to be the solution and not the problem. Anytime he's the problem. And remember, well, what if he keeps leaving his socks on the floor? As a marriage counselor, it's always the little things that kill marriages and they build up. And then he's having an affair because he doesn't feel happy at home, or she's ready to leave him. But you look at what the issues are. It escalates until anger. Anger is a big. See, I'm not threatened if a woman gets angry. If a man's angry, her life is in danger. This is her wiring in her brain. An angry man is dangerous. So you will immediately shut down your femininity and start arguing and fighting, and all this stuff comes out of you because you're going to be on your male side. And you'll be overreacting. Women only overreact when they go too far to their male side. Okay. Now, that's a different kind of reaction. Let me be accurate. The first, 8 times more blood flow to the brain, she's focusing on the negative. If she doesn't get to talk about that, a hormonal change takes place in her body. Adrenaline stops being made. And another hormone gets produced, which is cortisol. And cortisol is what creates all those problems. All the health problems for both men and women are all directly related to cortisol. When you produce cortisol, your body, which was designed for over thousands and thousands of years, according to evolutionary people, millions of years. So what happens is for a woman, when she's more on her male side and she doesn't feel any support in her life, her estrogen levels are dropping. Remember, estrogen is I feel supported, I can depend on people, I have help in my life. That's estrogen. So imagine you're a woman historically, and you're in the jungle, and there's a tiger, saber-toothed tiger, and you don't have help. What's going to happen? You're going to go to your male side and your female side will go down. Your brain only remembers that when your male side is high and your female side is low, a tiger is facing you. So we're talking more than just a little overreaction. We're talking fight or flight, danger. This is big time. All it takes is for you to have more testosterone and less estrogen, and your brain thinks you're being faced by a tiger. Your body makes cortisol. Research shows, this is real research, studies that are done, women in the workplace, on average, this isn't every woman. This is on average, and averages, this could be this high, low. On average, women's cortisol levels are twice as high as men's in the workplace. The workplace is designed to make testosterone, sacrificing yourself to achieve the goal. Everything is about achieving a goal, make money, make money. And then with your money, you can go be nice to someone. Or people will be nice to you. So this is an amazing discovery that all it takes is for your hormones to go out of balance, where your testosterone is higher and your estrogen is low. You produce a cortisol response. You will react to life as if you are being attacked by a tiger. This is terrible. Now, does this mean women can't have a job? No. It means that if a woman has a job, makes money, she's making testosterone, as long as she anticipates coming home to a personal life, don't have to have a man even, but a personal life that will raise her oxytocin where she feels safe and she receives support from others, particularly the most powerful is to talk to others. By anticipating that extra support at the end of the day, she will make more estrogen during the day and she doesn't have the big stress response. It's a matter of work-life balance, but nobody knows what work-life balance means. Work-life means she has a life where she can efficiently raise her estrogen levels, which the most powerful way to do this is to be able to share what you feel with somebody who understands what you feel. Now, even more powerful is to share emotions. Emotions is what creates the release of stress. And women are really not good at identifying their emotions. As much as we know women are emotional, what happens is when women are emotional, they don't want to admit that I'm afraid. They'll say, I don't trust you. I feel like you're dangerous. I feel like you don't love me. All you do when you say, I feel like, is you affirm that that's a fact. If you say, I'm afraid that you don't love me, right away your brain will go, is that really true? See, a fear is not a belief. I feel like is a belief. You're affirming a belief. I realized this so clearly back in one of the political interviews back sometime where the one party was saying that crime rate has actually gone down. And the interviewer and the other politician says, yes, that may be your statistics, but people don't feel that crime rate has gone down. Therefore, crime rate has gone up. They literally said that on TV.
Wow.
But it's what we all do with I feel like. We think feelings are facts. Whereas if your feelings produce stress, they're a lie. Imagine you believe something that's true, that's really true. You're not stressed. It's the lie that causes us to feel stressed. I feel like I'm not good enough. Now, you can't tell me I'm wrong, can you? No, I've just told you, you can't tell me how to feel. How many unhappy people say, don't tell me how I feel. Don't tell me how I feel. I absolutely know I feel not good enough. But if I said I feel sad that I wasn't good enough, very quickly my brain can go, but is that true? I was good enough here. I was good enough here. I was good enough here. So actual therapists who know what they're doing, and there are a lot of systems that allow you to do that, is first they help a person feel their emotions, challenge the belief that's causing the emotion. But if you just walk in and think, oh, I feel like I'm all alone, nobody helps me, whatever, you're just affirming that's true. And you can't really say to the person, well, you're just, you're wrong about that. So, and all women are all saying, I want my feelings validated. Validate me, validate me. This is the whole word in the 90s. They have no idea how to validate you. When you say, I feel like you don't love me. Oh, I'm supposed to just agree with you. I don't love you when I go to work every day to take care of you and I love you. I'm supposed to validate your feelings. I feel like you don't love me. So validation doesn't have to validate the story she's talking about. He can validate the emotion she feels. See, I can validate anybody's emotions. If somebody's afraid of me or feels guilty or shamed or mad at me, I immediately understand being mad. But to be mad at me because I'm a bad person is nonsense. So if you go, you're a bad person, well, I can't validate that because I'm not a bad person. I feel like you don't love me, feel like you're bad. Well, how can I validate that? But if you say, I really feel angry that you're such a bad person, I kind of, okay. I don't have to defend against that. That's just your emotion. And in my mind as a man, because I understand, I have to teach men this, is that when a woman has an emotion, if you don't make it wrong, it disappears. Think of women as when they're upset and they're talking, and usually they're not really connecting to their emotion. They're being emotional. Being emotional is different from I am sad about this. Now she's reflecting on herself. I'm afraid of this. I feel bad because of this. She can see her emotion and her brain can now change it around. That's why women grow so quickly if they have somebody listen to them. Because when a man listens to a woman's emotions, not her feelings, her emotions, it opens his receptor sites. Emotions open a man's receptor sites. Feeling beliefs, like I feel like, do not open his receptor sites. If you want a man to give you attention, be emotional and try to identify a few emotions. But even being emotional will get a guy's attention. You want him to listen to you when he come home, be emotional about the traffic today. And John Gray went on and on and on and said these terrible things. I can't believe it. Okay. He's like, makes me feel so bad. He just thinks he knows everything. He's so arrogant. I can't believe that guy. Why did I even go talk to that guy? Wasted my life. You know, now it's stuck. Can't unsee it. Terrible person. How can 50 million people read his books like this guy? What is wrong with the world? Now, if you came home sharing that with your husband, he'd be like, oh, okay, tell me more. I didn't like the guy either. I don't even know him. Talk about something else that's bothering you, and he becomes your therapist. See, for me, I learned this all simple logic, how I learned this. For 10 years before I wrote Men Are From Mars, or 9 years, the book preceded it, called Men, Women, Relationships. That book came out of 9 years of listening to women talk 8 hours a day.
Wow.
A lot of women talking, figuring women out. And what I learned is how to ask questions to get women to cry, how to ask questions for women to feel righteous anger, how to ask women questions for women to feel and reveal their insecurities and their fears, how to ask questions so a woman can actually feel regret and feel sorry, like she's part of the problem. How to ask questions, make it so safe that she can reveal these emotions that she's not going to share with anybody unless she's blaming somebody. And she is blaming. I get her to blame her husband. That's the easiest thing for women. But blame her job, blame society, whatever. Get them to talk and then help her find the emotion along with that. And she's transformed right then. It's amazing how their lives change because they have somebody who actually can hear them, help them get in touch with their emotions. No man can do that. Took 9 years of figuring this out. No man's going to be able to do that, but you can do that. You can learn to do that. You can just share with your feelings about something other than him. Even if you're not so good at sharing emotions, you can read my book and learn how to do that. But just talking about other things and not him, he's just like me when I was in the counseling office. I could hear these women perfectly because they're not blaming me. My receptor sites were wide open. And not only were they blaming me, but they were paying me. That really opens your receptor sites. And it was only 50 minutes and only once a week. I couldn't do it every day.
Oh my goodness.
And then the other one is, she was never blaming me. In my whole career, I've only had one woman blame me. I said, well, thank you so much. That was it. I have no interest in trying to win them back. Look, if I'm a problem in your life, see you later. Have a good day. I can't be open to somebody who's blaming me. I'm biologically restricted. If you blame a man, he cannot feel what you feel. And now what happens when men have their receptor sites open? A completely different reaction to what a woman feels than a woman listening to your feelings. Completely different. You can measure the brain differences. And both are necessary in a woman's life. When a woman shares her feelings with another woman, the other woman relates. If you tell me that your high heel shoes are painful or you had a bad period, am I going to relate to that? No. If you're talking about wedding dresses, am I going to relate to that? If you're talking about, oh, got some great makeup and got your hair done, do I even care about any of that? You don't get any resonance. With another woman, you get resonance, and you can measure this in the brain, which is the limbic system. That's the emotional part of the brain. Lights up in this woman, lights up in this woman. And what you get is validation of emotion. Even if you don't say the emotion, see, when women talk, they, oh, there was so much traffic today. A woman goes, yeah, I've been in traffic too. And it's so frustrating. So a woman can relate to the emotion. But you could say to me, there was so much traffic. I go, traffic every day. What's the big deal?
Yeah.
And I'm really good in traffic. My wife's very proud of how fast I can go on the side road and everybody hates me, but I'm in a hurry. I'll do it. And I don't care. I just wave. Okay. I try to come. I mean, I'm a guy, you know, if I got a mission, nothing's going to stop me. It's only if it's like we're late, we have to get somewhere. So now I'm back remembering all those moments. My last point was probably you don't know either. I just need to drink a little water, get dehydrated talking.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes, you can.
Krista.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lucia, good evening. Like I'm trying to figure out the difference between emotions and feelings, and whether we're having male, female connections or a child, how we speak to each other. And it seems like growing up, I was learning to use the I feel statements. And now I feel like you're going to try.
No, I'm not that good. It's a good question.
Yeah.
So when you say as a woman, I feel like you don't love me.
Yeah.
Then what you do, that helps you become aware of the problem.
Okay.
So I feel like you don't love me. Sure. Now, what emotion do you feel in that moment?
Invalidation.
No, that's a belief.
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
I feel like you don't love me.
I could feel anger.
Yep. I'm angry.
Yes.
So you just say, I feel like you don't love me and I'm really angry. Well, God will go, okay, I can understand anger.
Okay. So,
but still, you're blaming him, so it still will be a little hard. Okay. If you say, I feel like nobody in my office cares about me, and I'm really angry about it, guys go, oh, okay, what did it tell me more? But if you say, oh, I feel like nobody loves me in the office, you know what my brain does? And you can measure my brain? Yeah. Blood flow goes to the prefrontal cortex. Yeah. Well, I'll analyze, well, I wonder what you said to do that. I wonder why they're mad at you. What did you say? Did you complain to them like you complained to me?
I know.
See, he's going to go right into analysis. And then he's also going to be activate the action part of his brain.
Sure.
So when a man listens to an emotion, so if you have an emotion, I'm going to go into my prefrontal cortex. Part of my brain lights up like a woman, but only a small part. Okay, so a little bit of me feels empathy. Empathy from a man activates the action part of the brain. You can measure it. That's why we want to solve your problem. We want to interrupt. We got to do this. Don't do that. Don't think that way. We want to give you a solution. What I'm presenting to men, the solution for modern women is don't speak.
Yes.
Just don't speak.
Yeah.
It's a very easy job to do. Yeah. But it's much easier if she also says, remember, don't speak.
Okay.
I don't need a solution now. This is just processing my emotions through you. Because other times you want to speak. But if you're stressed, never try to solve a problem together. You can't. Because if you're stressed, you're going to be pessimistic. And he's going to shut down. As soon as you have any pessimism, you're stressed. His mirror cells will close down. He can't feel this amazing experience that I got to feel listening to all these women who were paying me, talking about other problems. Is it made my mirror cells wide open and created a new wiring in my brain where I have an abundance of compassion.
Okay.
So men, I don't have empathy. I have compassion. See, compassion is the gift of men. Because, you know, I remember this one woman, her husband died. She didn't have any money, you know, and my wife was like, oh, it's too bad you don't have any money. I don't even want to talk to her because I'm going to feel like I have to pay for all her bills. Yeah, that was real, you know. And if I get too much into it, I'm going to feel like I can't go fall asleep unless I do something for her.
Yeah.
So this is a different brain wiring. When a woman can be vulnerable and have negative emotions or vulnerability, overreactions is vulnerability. Anytime you're overreacting, you don't want to show anybody. You're always hiding it. So what's special about your man is it's vulnerable. You're going to share with him. until he doesn't know how to respond, and then you stop sharing with anybody. But so vulnerability, and this is what the research shows, a child is most vulnerable, right?
Sure.
That activates his prefrontal cortex, the action part of the brain, and a little bit of empathy. So all the wonderful things fathers do for their children, he'll do for you. And he doesn't look down at you. He needs you to need him. You don't understand that because you do not want or need a man to need you. The lower your self-esteem is, the more you feel, oh, I have worth because he needs me. That's just your low self-esteem. You're not in touch with your intrinsic value as a woman. Women don't have to earn love. They have to earn money. They don't have to earn love. Your intrinsic value makes you worthy of love. When you try to earn love, you disconnect from your intrinsic value as a woman. What is your intrinsic value as a woman? That's a whole other book. That intrinsic value is feeling happy. That's an intrinsic value. Whenever a woman feels estrogen goes up,
well balanced.
She's happy. She's appreciating her life. She's grateful. You know, as Oprah's coach, she couldn't live without writing out her gratitude every day because she was so much in her male side. I mean, running all those shows and doing all that stuff. That's a workaholic to the nth degree. But what helped save her, to whatever extent she was saved, is writing out her gratitude. You know, just writing that gratitude, putting your attention on what I'm grateful for. Yes?
So would my response be, tell me more? Or when she's saying, oh, I'm having a bad period, I say, would that be like, tell me more, what's going on? Or am I going deeper into a hole?
No, it's just that the problem with saying anything is that your tone of voice will be, my God, you're overreacting. I'm just going to do this because I read it in a book. Okay. That's the problem with doing it. Just shut up. You know, if you're having a normal conversation where she's not like stressed, then you use that phrase. Oh, well, tell me more. Help me understand that better. What else? Let's say you're on a romantic date. You're dating. You're a single guy. Woman's talking. Help me understand it better. Tell me more. Because you're turned on. If a man's turned on, the other place where a man opens his receptor sites is when he's turned on. This is why women say he was so loving. The next day it was just nothing.
Yeah.
Because a woman, whenever he's sexually aroused to a woman, his receptor sites open up.
Yeah.
This is amazing. This is why sex is so important if you want a loving man. But he has to be a loving man before you want to have sex.
For sure.
So that's what's called the battle of the sexes. It's been here forever because people didn't understand the science. The science is, I'm not Dr. Fauci. It's not that I am science, but there is a lot of research now that's corroborated, is out there. It's just, you have to understand men and women in relationships to tie it all together. And no researcher ever has any idea what's going on in relationships. This is my whole life study. And then all I do, and people can say, well, you have a bias, John. That's right. I know what works in relationships. I've seen it over and over. Testimonials kazoo. And so I look for the research that verifies and validates my system. So the research that doesn't verify my system is if I was to say the emotion that men need most is appreciation. A woman on her male side will say, no, that's the most important emotion I need. And I said, no, what you need is respect.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The reason women became like men is that women weren't getting respect. Mm-hmm. So if only the men are being appreciated, or also the dysfunctional men are getting respect, that would be your royal family. This is men who don't have to earn their money. Yeah. They're your most dysfunctional males.
Yes.
Because if you don't earn it, then you're depending on someone else for your money, for your power. Mm-hmm. And when you depend on somebody else for your power, you will become corrupt. Mm. So until we have an election system where only the people pay for the election, we will always have corrupt politicians.
Yes, you're right. Thank you.
Always. Forget about it. Yes. Is that we live in a world of corruption, of lies and deceit and so forth. And the problem here is that because I grew up with a father who with military intelligence and understands how the government is allowed to lie.
Yeah.
They have permission to lie. You have to check the time here.
Yes, it's
okay.
About time.
It's already 6:30 for those that need to go. I won't take it personally when you leave. I would like to just pass this around if anybody, what I do here, this is not for my mailing list. This is another thing I'm going to talk about. If you want to feel empowered, juiced up, motivated to do anything, the most powerful thing you can do is look at your body and look at your judgments. If you look at your body and you have judgments and you feel powerless to change your body, that is the biggest stress that exists. Because this is the only thing we really have power over is our bodies, what we put in our body, what we do with our body. That's our only place to control. And when you look in the mirror and if you feel, I wish I was a different size, you will have ongoing stress. And we have a whole movement today of doesn't matter your size or whatever, love yourself. Yes, love yourself. And part of the way you love yourself is to eat good food, do good things for yourself, to be healthy. And we have like this huge thing of diabetes and blood sugar problems. And it's just a huge mess. Yes. And on top of that, the food is deficient in nutrients, and therefore we crave more food. Yes. So I have a program, I'm just going to mention it briefly, which is if you're interested in it, it costs $200, and it will put you on the right road with free coaching on what you can do in a month to lose 5 or 10 pounds by eating more. Okay, so I know you hear all this stuff all the time, and this is this program, which is 3 peer-reviewed double-blind studies showing that it works. It takes a little discipline. You won't have the discipline to do it yourself, so I don't just tell you how to do it. You need to have a coach. You need to have somebody who's done it themselves. Even when I do this program, occasionally if I get a little extra weight here, this is the #1 source of testosterone for a man, is a flat belly. Once his belly gets big, he starts making estrogen. And what I want is to keep, my happiness comes from my testosterone. So once it gets flat, then I start depending on bad foods that feel good. But then I can come back to this program. But even when I do it, I have a coach. I just need somebody who's doing it, who's done it. It works. You need that message, because the message we're getting from this world is do what you like, and do anything to your body. So if anybody, I'll just put this in the very back. If somebody's interested in getting, it's a $200 program. It's coaching. This woman, I've worked with her for 25 years. I don't do the coaching. I used to do it. She does it. She's fantastic. If you want that support, she'll live for you. I mean, we in this talk, maybe I'll get one person, and that's fine. She'll be happy to do with that. But that's part of my thing. I want to just, I used to have a health food store. I sold 40 different products, but now, everybody's doing it now. Nobody did it back then. I had videos for every nutritional product, what were the best in my experience. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
And you just, I don't need to repeat what other people are doing, but this program is something that most people don't know about, so I continue to support it. I also want to talk about, you go to my website, marsvenus.com. At the top of the page, there is a product that I formulated, been promoting for over 25 years because nobody else has it. And remember, I talked about the importance of prolactin. Prolactin is something that only women, primarily women who are in a monogamous relationship, they make prolactin, which has a massive effect for keeping your stress levels lower. I mean, if you do all the wrong stuff, it's not going to counteract it, but prolactin is associated with happiness. Now, with the prolactin levels, this ingredient, which is called lithium produces prolactin. What this product does, there's one for men, one for women. The lithium produces prolactin. The ashwagandha produces the safety to produce oxytocin. And the other ingredients are there to support her vulnerability so that if she was to get support, it would be more received by your brain. And it is the ultimate stress reducer for women. I've been promoting this for the longest time because women will tend to, when they're stressed, they ruminate. That means they keep thinking about things and often thinking bad things about themselves or what I have to do, and I can't let go of it. So what I've seen over and over is that circling around and around, lithium helps remove that. Now, if you know anything about minerals, lithium is what they used to get to bipolar people until the drugs came along. Now, lithium works. It's just that they had an inferior form of lithium, which was they just took it out of the ground. It's a salt, and it's called lithium carbonate. to get the effects of lithium to calm the brain, not to suppress anything, you have to give 500 times the dose. And if you took 500 times the dose of salt, you would have side effects. So taking prescribed doses of lithium produces side effects. These are no prescription and necessary. They're over the counter, although no store will carry them. I know the owner of Whole Foods, my men's group. He can't even get it in Whole Foods because their policy is, because the pharmaceuticals have such control over this particular mineral. The logic of why can't you carry this? Because people will feel good when they take it. And if they feel good, they'll take more and they'll eat the whole bottle. Because all you need is a very tiny bit. You only need 5 to 10 milligrams, which is the tiniest bit. But they're afraid that because there was only one case of all the search of trying to find a side effect from this product called lithium orotate. Lithium orotate is one lady ate the whole bottle, not my bottle, but she took the whole bottle and she had a stomach ache. That was it. This is not a toxic substance, but if you go online, you say, yeah, lithium, oh, you have a doctor's prescription, you have to do all this stuff. It's terrible. If you go to Australia, you can't carry it. Go to Europe, you can't buy it. It's not illegal anywhere. You just can't sell it. So only place where it's legal is America, where we have a strong natural foods lobby. And so, of course, you can get it online, but even that Whole Foods wouldn't carry it because it works so well that you'll take too much. Because if you take too much of anything, it will have a side effect. You don't need to take too much. And it's not going to solve every problem in your world. It just stops the rumination. It helps producing prolactin in women, and prolactin in men keeps them monogamous. Okay. Monogamy comes from, when a man is monogamous, he produces prolactin. And when he produces prolactin, or when he makes prolactin, it actually takes away his desire for any addiction. It's the anti-addiction drug. It's the anti-porn drug. It's not a drug. It's a mineral whose function is to allow you to not overstimulate your brain. See, when you do porn, if a man does porn, his dopamine levels go really high. Yeah. The result of that is his dopamine function goes down. So now he's dependent upon the high intensity of porn, and a normal woman can't satisfy him. So this is what happened to all these guys online. I predicted it 30 years ago. Wow. Is they couldn't get erections with their girlfriend, but they can get one right away with porn. Because see, porn is not estrogen stimulating. It's fake. It's not real. It's all computers. There's no real connection. A woman produces estrogen in your body. You connect with her. She's soft. You want to be soft. You care for her. Your estrogen goes up. So that regulates testosterone from going too high. But take away the estrogen, testosterone takes off, dopamine takes off. Now you have an addiction. They're massively addicted. It's a big problem. As far as I've seen, he has to practice discipline with any addiction. You have to realize it doesn't serve him. It's going to cause his testosterone levels to drop. He'll be less attracted to women. He won't be able to succeed. He won't have power. He won't have confidence. All that comes from testosterone from a man. And if he does the porn, it weakens it. And if you look at the research, there's no research backing this up other than the science of dopamine function, and that doing porn produces almost dopamine-like levels of dopamine. Because see, one of the biggest industries in the world is porn. They're gonna all these studies saying, well, yeah, your testosterone levels drop afterwards, but they'll come back. Yeah, look at statistics for the average male. They go down 1% to 2% every year. Mine have only gone up. Because the last thing, I started out as a celibate monk, so I've learned you don't have to have sex unless you have love. If you have sex with love, and this is for women to know, whole thing about for women, sex and the single woman. When you have casual sex, a lot of problems happen. Or having sex with yourself, a lot of problems happen. And you can measure the hormones to explain this. Is that shift gears on that one. That brought up a lot of issues in this room.
Well, you went there because that's an issue that I feel that I relate to, and now with this new generation and the globalization and the internet and the access to.
Look, they're teaching children in 3rd grade to masturbate.
Yeah.
This is where I have at home. The World Health Organization, the United Nations outline for global education procedures is in 3rd grade. You teach them that pleasuring yourself, stroking your penis, is a form of self-love. Now, what you have to know is that whenever you touch the penis or you touch women, stimulate their clitoris, huge amounts of testosterone get produced, huge amounts of dopamine get produced. Clitoral stimulation for women produces testosterone, not estrogen. The last thing women need is more testosterone. It's a big subject. I'm just going to stick with a short part of it. Because what happens when a woman climaxes, okay, there's this moment which everybody knows about. A woman's climax releases oxytocin. How many are familiar with that? You've heard that. Okay, so huge oxytocin. And hey, oxytocin is associated with your stress going down, right? You've all heard that? That's the propaganda out there. And I started it back in 94. In 2001, it was actually researched, and I was wrong. Okay. Oxytocin, when oxytocin is produced and estrogen is being produced at the same time, it lowers your stress. Estrogen without oxytocin does not lower your stress. Oxytocin without estrogen increases your stress. So what is the function of oxytocin? See, the research was simple. If you give a woman a hug, I can give my wife a hug, and that any kind of non-sexual touch produces oxytocin. You feel safe, non-sexual touch, you'll produce oxytocin. So if I give my wife a hug, and I've learned from men, the basic hack is 4 hugs a day. Don't go a day without it. Find her, give her a hug, give her a hug, give her a hug. You got to keep her oxytocin levels up. But when you're producing the oxytocin, you're also giving her a hug. You're connecting with her. You're providing the support she likes. She doesn't want a hug, then she's not going to make estrogen. It's like she has a need. Women like to be held. They like to be held. And just for a little side effect for men, women need to be held in a non-sexual way. Men like to be held in a sexual way. Only one part of his body. That's what sex is, holding that part of his body. That's the only thing that can fully open his mirror cells. That little button, the most important aspect of a man. So also, you have the controls over a man. If you can keep his mirror cells open, then he will hear you with compassion. A lot of techniques that go along with that. But anyway, back to this point of what happens for a woman. She has casual sex with a guy. Like one of the big bestsellers of the 90s was, Why Doesn't He Call Back? Did any men say, why didn't she call back? He doesn't care. He wants to call her. But no, women, after having sex, they feel anxious, insecure. They want to know, do we have a relationship? Did I do it wrong? Are you there for me? Did I blow it? Are you going to see me again? She feels insecure. Why does she feel insecure after having this big oxytocin explosion?
Vulnerability.
Because her estrogen levels did not go up. See, what raises a woman's estrogen levels the highest is that he wants a relationship with you. You anticipate continued support. That's why a romantic date on Tuesday, you say, oh, we're going to go do this on the weekend. Already her estrogen levels, she's anticipating getting more. Women have this notion that if they have sex with a man, it's going to help him fall in love with her. So she's already anticipating. So her estrogen levels go up, her oxytocin goes up, but oxytocin bonds her to him. He suddenly is more important. And the next day, she gets no estrogen to go along with that high oxytocin. It stays in your body. You're bonded to him for a long time. So you're just going to feel the pain of rejection again and again and again. If you look at when a woman is stressed, and this is, again, study her body when she's stressed, her oxytocin levels go up and her estrogen doesn't. Oxytocin is actually a woman's first reaction to adrenaline. If a woman experiences a little danger, immediately her body produces oxytocin. And then what oxytocin does is it says, oh, I'm in a little danger. I need help. So if she gets help, oxytocin says, get help. Estrogen goes up because some guy's there to help you. Now you get those two things together. It's chemistry. Estrogen and oxytocin, her stress levels go down. Oxytocin by itself causes stress. It's a stress response. It says you need help. Now, if you find it or you think you're going to get it, estrogen will go up and you'll feel so good. It's nature's motivator for you to not go out and have sex with people unless they're going to be there for you, which people figured this out a long time ago. And they said, hey, you need to be in a committed relationship before you have sex with a guy. Then birth control came in. And every time you have casual sex, what happens, it's a source of stress until it's not. Now, this is a basic phenomenon. If something repeated causes stress, after a while, your basically brain will just say, well, then I'm not going to let my estrogen go up that much. I'm just going to deny that I need it. See, this is the sour grapes story. Sour grapes, Aesop's fable. Who knows that story? Okay, not everybody knows it. My mother used to read it to me as a child. It was the fox sees the grapes glistening in the distance, can't wait to get there, and he runs. He's so excited. I'm going to get those grapes. I love grapes. The best thing in the world is grapes. They're all in the ripened season. But he gets there, and there's a big fence, and he can't jump over it. He tries and he tries and he tries. So then he just walks away going, they're probably sour anyway. This is called denial of a need when a need is not fulfilled. So after a while, a woman's need for intimacy diminishes more and more. And then she's now in menopause. And in menopause, already her estrogen levels are so low, her body starts making estrone, which says you don't need anybody. And so she'll date guys, nice guys, you know, and they'll say to me, there's just no spark. There's no spark. Well, you don't have the spark inside of you. To have that spark, your estrogen levels have to go up. And you go to most doctors, they'll say, oh, well, you can't make estrogen. No, you can. It's just that your body doesn't automatically make estrogen unless you're in a situation where you feel safe and supported. This is like, it's a matter of, and I look at, well, why did nature put that in? Because by the time you're 50, most men have died off. So you don't want to feel like you're dependent on a man anymore, and you can take care of yourself. Because historically, men die before women. So it kind of gives you a freedom. I don't really need a man. It's a healthy thing. I'll take care of myself. But you can go on. I got one student, all the way 78, she's multi-orgasmic because her partner knows how to provide the emotional support to raise her estrogen. And then actually when making love, they also understand how to not focus on clitoris to give her a climax. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's just enough to raise her testosterone to where she wants to be penetrated. And at that point, it's all estrogen, oxytocin, prolactin, along with the testosterone is there, but it's not a major factor for women. Testosterone is desire. Okay, I got a few more minutes to tell you a funny story, which is throughout history, women are considered hysterical, right? We have this whole thing. Women can't run politics. They can't handle finances. There's too many troubles. That's never been true except with wealthy women. Okay, so there's a whole movie on this. I haven't seen the movie. I've read the research. So it's called hysterical woman. Well, she's just overreacting, but it's a different kind of overreacting from women today. It's only rich women. In the ancient past, a status symbol for a man and for a woman is that I have slaves. I don't have to do anything. So you're a woman with a lot of slaves. They brush your hair. They take care of you. They do the shopping. Even in England, you send your kids off to the slaves to raise your children. You don't raise your children. This is their status, whole thing. Is it you send them away. There's kids to get no real love. Right. Yeah. So then you get a whole dysfunctional society, which, boy, if you see what's happening in England now, it's wacko, completely wacko. Okay. What I just heard today. Anyway, back to this point. So this is back in the Greek days, thousands of years ago, right? This is hysterical women. And what they would do when women were overreacting, they didn't understand men are from Mars. They would say, oh, she needs rest. Well, that's the worst thing she needed. Because the reason she was hysterical and anxious, two things can create anxiety. One is too much testosterone or too much estrogen. If everybody's bowing to you and you're surrounded by slaves and all your needs are being met by others, you know, you see the Chinese women, they have these little dresses so that they can't run. That's a status symbol. They bundle their feet so that it shows that they can't do anything. And only the rich women have that privilege. That's the Chinese. We could go to other cultures as well, but I'm not going there. So the bottom line is that more slaves you have, the less you have to do for yourself. And yet the women who are all working in the fields, they're not depressed at all. No. I still remember my Western shock. One time I was in India going to power spots, doing deep meditation. And actually this is a place where they say Jesus did a lot of his early work. So I was there meditating and I came out, it was sunrise, you know, this was early before sunrise. And I saw in front of me a vision of angels, of goddesses. I thought I was having a vision. It wasn't. It was about 100 women all coming to work wearing colorful saris and bangles, all cheap bangles, old saris, dirty saris, but at a distance with all the dirt coming up from their, it just looked like a vision of goddesses coming. And they all had the plowing, whatever that is, they had plows. And I was like, I grew up in Texas. Women don't do that, you know? So I'm like, wow, I'd never seen this before. Women who like work in the fields and do heavy duty work and carrying big instruments. You know, this was women. Women are powerful. They've always been powerful. It's just the rich women. And we have this rich society. You know, there's this saying about, I'll see if I can remember it. Hard to remember other people's ideas, but it's good times make weak men. Weak men make bad times. Bad times create strong men, and strong men create good times. Good times. This is well known. See, men have to have the problem to solve. And what happened as soon as feminism came out, women don't need men. Now, I'm all for women being on their male side. I just have to realize it's through relationship, particularly with men. It doesn't have to be men, but particularly with men, where suddenly they can feel supported by half the world's population. If you don't have the experience of a father, how wonderful men can be, how selfless they can be, how caring they can be, how they work hard without complaint, they're noble. I'm just, you know, I was writing about, and I realized that my daughter Lauren, her husband is like the perfect man. He is so there. He's just so there for her, for the family, everything gets done. And that little girl is going to know that men are like grandpa. She loves me too. for a different reason, you know. Grandpa never gets upset about anything. He's always full of love. See, her mirror cells just absorb me. She's like, she knows everybody's name. She knows my wife's name. She knows all this stuff. But she gave me the name Gaga. Gaga. Always she calls me up, Gaga, Gaga. You know, this is her experience of a man having total wide open receptor sites for this child. Her father has it too. But so she has this experience that men are wonderful. Men can be there for you. They're not like women. We can't do everything women can do. That's a chapter in the book I was just writing today, which is what men can provide and what men can't provide. Yeah. See, a man cannot be a girlfriend. And if you have no girlfriends, you're going to expect him to be your girlfriend. Never going to happen. And then you're going to feel like, oh my God, he doesn't listen to my feelings. He doesn't relate to me. He doesn't want to talk. You know, what's wrong with this? You know, he's not a girlfriend. And it used to be women understood this because men were very masculine and you put up with anything because he was the guy that went out and protected you. He was the guy that went into the forest. He was the guy that did the dirty, dangerous, difficult jobs. And he didn't want you to have to do anything that you didn't want to do. And that's still the man today. He doesn't, now that he has no choice, she has to do some things because he can't provide everything for her so she can have a life that she creates out of freedom. And it's the changes since World War II. I got to see this. I know what it looked. My dad made $6,000 a year. That must have been a month. I mean, it could have been a year. It's so hard to know. But and we had a nice house in a middle-class neighborhood that was safe and everything. Men can't do that today. No. It's a whole different world. You have to have two people working. Well, they set this up. They set it up. I have recordings from the Rockefeller family talking about why we created feminism. You know, Ms. Magazine was completely funded. It's the only magazine that didn't have to have ads. Completely funded by Ford Foundation, which is the Rockefeller front, the CIA front. Sure. Is that that's their agenda. They're getting their agenda. And on a very non-nefarious level, it's just hey, we can get two people to pay taxes instead of one. Double the taxes. Mm-hmm. But even more importantly, take away the children from their parents and indoctrinate them in school. Yes. I just heard a teenager talking about my teacher. Most of the time, they're talking about all these cultural things. I don't want to lose my audience here, but they'll talk about, they talk openly about the importance of communism. Yeah. I never heard a teacher say the importance of communism. I can't even imagine somebody wanting communism because I grew up in the 50s. Right. Communism was a bad thing. So to me, communism is a bad thing. Well, what is communism? Well, this is the promise of communism. Everybody gets equal. Don't you feel like it's unfair that those people have so much money? Yeah. and their parents had money and that money went down. Do you know, if I don't have the motivation for my daughter to get the benefit of my work and my granddaughter, I would not be working so hard today.
Yeah, your legacy.
It's my legacy.
Amen.
And that's what they did to the slaves. This is what weakened them so much, is slaves were not allowed to own property, and that they were not able to leave anything to their children. And that's what the communists want. It's unfair that that rich person, that you're born in a richer family because your father worked harder and yours didn't. And so you have a huge division between poor, and that's also fueled to create unrest. And all you have to do, our government doesn't even need tax money. It's a very small portion of our need as a government. They don't need to tax you. And they certainly don't need to tax people who make less than $300,000. It's the rich who pay most of the taxes, even though they say the rich pay no taxes. That's nonsense. They pay huge amounts of taxes. It's all lies.
Sure.
The rich, they're bad, they're bad, they're bad. That's capitalism. Capitalism says, hey, this is the whole science, which is if you don't try to control people, people will always act in their best interest. If I act in my best interest, I'm going to make sure I get customers. So how do I get customers? I act in my best interest, but in your best interest. Otherwise, you're not going to buy my product.
For sure.
It's all, this is the whole idea of capitalism. And certainly there's huge corruption and deception in the whole thing, without a doubt. But the basic idea is that you get to own your property, as opposed to you don't own anything. It's all owned by the government, and they get to determine who gets this, who doesn't. And they get to determine if you have social credit. Even now, I get a better loan than you can get because I have better social credit with money. See, right now, people are penalized for not paying their bills. Well, then we're going to charge you more interest. Yeah. They should actually get less interest. Then maybe they can pay their bills. Everything's backwards. We live in a backwards world. And, my expertise is not to teach all those ideas. I'm just having fun with you guys. Yeah. But relationships are backwards. So let's take away the basic theme I promised for this talk. How to talk so a man will listen. Your man's in his cave. You just say to your man, honey, when you have a chance, I need your help for 10 minutes. He'll go, what is it? Oh, when you're ready, I'll let you know. After a while, he'll realize most of the time, 10-minute help is just simply, I just want to talk about my day, and I don't need you to say anything. Please don't. Just hear me, and then give me a hug afterwards. Mm-hmm. And she has to make sure that when she talks about her feelings and what she's upset about, it's not him. Yeah, same thing. If it's not him, and she genuinely feels, I need help. And a lot of women don't know they need to talk. If you're way on your male side, you're like a man. You go, I don't want to talk. I got too many things to do. But a man doesn't have a lot to do. She's not really a man. She's a woman thinking she's a man, but she doesn't have any time to talk. But also you have to look at her experience. She's never seen her father listen to mom. She's never had a man who knows how to listen. She's been with men who always want to, if you're overreacting, we want to tell you you're overreacting. Instead of explaining to him, right now I'm overreacting. I just need you to listen, and I'll come back to feeling my love and support and appreciate you. So simple. So simple. And if a man gets triggered because he's the bad guy, guys only get angry if they're the bad guy. But let's just say he feels like he's the bad guy. He starts to get angry. What do you do as a woman? What you typically do is say, why are you saying that? You'll ask him a whole bunch of questions. That's not true. You didn't do this. Why did you do that? You should, if you love me, you didn't do that. They ask questions. And what asking questions do to an angry man? Oh, okay. It increases his estrogen. Yeah. He goes further and further into fight or flight with every word he says if he's in a stress response. Sure. In a stress response, men should not talk. They should do something, and not talking could be doing. But what she has to do, once he's angry, it's too late. What she has to do and teach women responsibility. They're grown-ups. They have a male side. If a man starts to get angry, you say, that's a good idea. I need to think about it, and just walk out of the room. Oh, wow. That's it. Okay. Walk out of the room. So simple. Now, once he's yelling and screaming, it's not going to work. And you're yelling and screaming. That's crazy stuff. Yeah. And every word he says when he's upset is going to be longer for him to see stuck in his cave until his heart opens again. And his heart can only open again if she realizes she provoked it, and therefore she's not holding it against him. Because what man's going to come out of the cave to a woman who goes, I can't trust you. You're terrible. He can't open his heart. Men can only open their heart when they're not seen as the bad guy. And how do you not see him as the bad guy? To see that you're also the bad guy. It's so easy to find forgiveness when you realize that you're part of the problem.
Yeah.
If you don't see you're part of the problem, and women don't generally, if they understand how men think and feel. If you think he's like a girlfriend, then you're going to do everything wrong. Oh, what do you feel? Why aren't you talking to me? Why would you say that? And actually what you do with a girlfriend is you don't even say, hey, I'd like to talk about my feelings, just listen. What a woman will do, that would be rude. You go up to a girlfriend and you start asking her questions. If she talks for 5 minutes, then that woman owes you 5 minutes. It would be rude to just like say, I just want to talk, just listen. So women don't understand. Men are fine with that. Trying to get us to talk is like pulling teeth, being punished. And some men are on their female side and they whine and they complain. Women complain, what do I do about this guy? He's complaining all the time. Well, stop encouraging it. Feeling sorry for him, feeling sympathetic, giving a little advice to him, saying to him, tell me more, what else? The worst thing to do. What do? You out-female him. He's on his female side. You have to be more female. And by the way, listening to someone is pure masculine. I'm penetrating you. When you talk, I penetrate you. That's masculine. When you talk, you're opening up. You're sharing what's inside of you. You're saying, hey, look inside of me. Here I am. I'm opening. That's feminine. Everything we think is backwards. That's why we're getting the results we're getting. Okay, this has been such a lovely time with all of you. Let me know with your clapping how much you've enjoyed this talk. Okay, hanging in there. An hour later, I have to. My movie starts at 8, so I got to stop now.
What would you say about, like in domestic violence prevention class, they say about timeout? That would be another category. Well,
this is the example of how to create a timeout.
Okay.
But you see, you've got to realize how you're creating the problem. See, women escalate by continuing to listen to a man. If a man starts to get angry, as soon as you listen to the tone, you acknowledge him in a positive way. Well, I hadn't thought of that. Well, that's a good idea. Well, let me think about that. And you walk out of the room. You don't say, don't get angry with me. How dare you talk to me that way? You're just fighting him.
Yeah.
Confrontation does not work with men.
You know what, you're right.
And don't stare at him in his face like this.
Like a bulldog.
Yeah, it's just terrible. We do everything the opposite. I heard one expert on TikTok or something, not that I listened to it, and he said, we have a solution for all couples.
Right there.
If you're upset with each other, sit facing each other and look into each other's eyes. It's the worst thing you can do. You can't look into a man's eyes when you're feeling angry at him. It's the opposite. You can look into each other's eyes when you're feeling love, but not when you're not feeling love. Immediately his receptor sites shut down.
All right.
You can.
I wish it was so easy to just say, just listen to me and don't say anything.
Yeah,
I need the direction.
It's also
that would be so helpful.
It's just to be also to say, I need your help, and it will only take 10 minutes.
Right.
You don't have to say anything. It's not about you. And if you're really good at this, you can say, I just need to talk about this. It's not a big deal.
Right.
Every man immediately goes, yeah, tell me it's not a big deal. Because what do women do? They say, they amplify.
Oh my goodness.
So we don't have to explain this we don't have to explain this to them. We just use it.
Just use it. That's why I'm writing books. I got 23 books for women only.
Don't explain this.
Because women will always write stuff off going, well, he'll never do that. I explain how you get men to do anything. Women have always gotten men to do everything. Think about the difference. Men are happy to go out there and with a jackhammer and do the crummiest jobs ever without complaining. Real men don't complain. And then they come home and she is so happy. You've got us to do everything that you don't want to do. That was the power of women. And today they gave that power away. They said, oh, we're going to do the jackhammer too. Now, but from a point of view, I'm all into balance.
Yes.
That to be multi-orgasmic, a woman has to have both her male side and her female side.
Okay.
So this is, the ultimate goal is multi-orgasmic woman, multi-orgasmic man. It's a little bit advanced for me to teach.
Yes.
Eventually that will be one of my books.
Another workshop.
That's a big workshop. You can't be multi-orgasmic if you're a woman, if your estrogen levels can't double and maybe even triple.
Yes.
A man has to know how to provide that kind of support.
Absolutely.
And he has to not ejaculate.
Right.
Man ejaculates all over. It's done.
Yeah.
I can go for 10 hours. Okay. Not that I do that all the time. Only if I've been away for if I've been away if I've been away for a long time, like I travel. I think the thing that helped me understand all this is that I'm a traveling man. I travel. I miss my wife. I don't masturbate. I don't indulge other women. I'm very clean with my energy. So I am so ready to connect with her when I get home. And then I have all these stories about that. But it's just men need distance. Distance produces testosterone. Okay. Connection produces estrogen. Okay. If ever a man is upset, just go out and do something good. Yeah. Do something that makes you happy, as opposed to like be there with him, because you would rather him be there with you when you're unhappy. Well, let me do something helpful. Let me do something for you. For sure. How can you go out and have a good time when I'm suffering here? Yeah. Whereas if I'm suffering, I want you to go out and have a good time. Yeah. At least I did something good. Because men will take credit for your happiness. They also take credit for your unhappiness. For sure. But if the unhappiness is somebody else causing it and you're looking to him to become happier, he's the hero. Now, I've given talks like this, and I watch some women in the audience that go like this. The thought of man being a hero. It's just where women are today. Oh, it's just men are so pushed down, so pushed down. Women are such victims of the whole thing. And I'm okay with women's vulnerabilities and sensitivities, but to push men down like they're doing is such, it just makes men worse. It makes men worthy of that pushing down. And that does exist, but there's so many wonderful men out there. For sure. We just, half the couples are still married. Half the couples are still married. They exist. It's not like all problems. So we hear, oh, problems. No, there's a bunch of happy people out there. Now the rich are not that happy. Just to comfort us poor people. Okay.
Thank you for making
and the movie stars are never happy. No. You're not even a movie star until you've gone through rehab twice. Okay. Yeah. Do you understand what somebody has to go through in order to go to rehab? Drug addiction, suffering, the withdrawals, the unhappiness, the divorces, crazy divorces. Nobody can stay with each other. You know, it's the bigger you are, the harder it is in order to maintain a marriage. Because whatever success you have is like a magnifying glass, and it amplifies all your good qualities. So your superstar amplifies your negative qualities. And for me, it did the same thing. It's just that I trained as a monk. I know how to process emotions within myself. I know the value of silence. I know the value of detachment. I'm completely detached, but it doesn't mean indifferent. It doesn't mean indifference. But if my receptor sites close down, it will be indifference.
Was it Buddhism, your practice?
Hinduism.
Hinduism?
I was the personal assistant to Maharishi of the TM movement.
Okay.
I'm on all his posters. They did my brain function. I was celibate for 9 years. And thank God, I'm telling you, men lose their life force energy every time they ejaculate. Sure. Now, it's a little moderate amount. It's fine if it's done with love. Your energy goes into a woman, but her love fills you up. Your energy just goes out to some porn star. It just scattered out to the universe. Just empties you. And you can measure it. Their testosterone goes down, and then he abstains for 6 days from masturbation, a young guy. 6 days. On the 7th day, his testosterone level increased 50%. Yeah. Because he didn't masturbate. Now, if you want to look at the long term, you look at a guy like me who never masturbates, it just gets higher and higher as you get older. Okay. And it's not just that, okay? It's also getting rid of the fat in the belly.
For sure.
This is a big, big deal. And you know, you see these women who are very unhappy, who are really way overweight. Yeah. What is that? Particularly as they get older, it's the fat that produces estrogen. So if you're not making estrogen, your body wants to produce more and more fat to make the estrogen. And women who masturbate just for fun. If a woman masturbates, she's now balancing. She's addicted to the sensation of the clitoris, which produces testosterone. And in Chinese medicine, they understand the whole energy channels is that it will weaken your kidney qi. Wow. So you weaken the kidney qi, you can't regulate water, and the outcome of that will be weight gain, particularly in your thighs and your butt. And of course, now we've got this huge big thing, oh, big butt women, got to have big butt women. Everything's reversed. Not that I have a big butt, you can still be desirable. Okay. But if it's excess, you got all this extra water weight. I remember this one woman, I knew her, and you touch her belly and it was like water all in her. Okay. It was just a big woman wishing around. It's not like hard fat. It's a lot of water fat. That's due to masturbation.
Okay.
Anyway, that usually strikes a fear into women.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes. But I got to run.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. If we wanted to get therapy in a way that understands what you're talking about here, because like you said, a lot of us are.
I'm very expensive. Just to
I
let
just
you know.
meant like, no, I mean like anybody you recommend.
I recommend
Obviously.
Mars Venus coaches. They're
Oh,
all
you
very
can find
reasonably
them?
priced. If you
Oh,
go online,
okay.
go to
'Cause that's what-
marsvenuscoaching.com. I've trained over 1,000 coaches and therapists. And then I stopped. They all expected me to promote them. I got too many things to promote. You know, they should
Yes,
promote
you do.
themselves. They can use my brand.
Sure.
But I trained them all. They're all really good. You know, they'll be very, very, very helpful.
Okay. No, this
And
is
watch
really-
my videos and take the classes at my website. For every woman, I highly recommend our best course. My daughter did. It's called Understanding Men.
Okay.
And your husband can watch it too.
Okay.
What it does, it just points out that you're the problem, and every man wants to see that.
Okay.
Okay.
He was gonna come last week.
Oh,
but
too
this
bad he
whole
wasn't
thing-
here.
Well,
But
yeah.
it's not like women are bad, they're the problem. It's that women don't understand men, and therefore they just don't know how to bring out the best in a man. So Lauren's class, it's a 6-week class. It's online. It's like, I think $250, something like that. It's better than ending a marriage, you know. If I talk to a lawyer, it's $600. It's just like, I hate lawyers.
Yeah.
They talk. And of course, I'm always being sued by somebody. They always sue, and my lawyers love it because they get to just talk to the other lawyers, and they talk it out. It's crazy. It's a crazy world. You can sue anybody for anything.
For sure.
And then,
Unfortunately,
and they just do it. Okay.
Thank
So
you very
all
much.
of you on the online, thank you for joining me. This is John Gray. Read the book Men Are from Mars, Women Are from Venus. And many of the ideas I talked about tonight are going to be in my series of 23 books that maybe will be out this year, maybe next year. But my goal is at least 10 this year. Thank you so much for joining me. Go to marsvenus.com. And remember what I mentioned. If you'd like to lose weight, 5 or 10 pounds, feel fantastic with somebody who will help you, guide you, coach you through that process. It's $200. You can begin. So if you go to my website, marsvenus.com, at the contact, go to contact, and a thing will come up and say you're interested. We have a lot of different services. You're interested in coaching for wellness, and they'll connect you with that person. Her name is Ellen, a wonderful, inspiring woman. Thank you so much for watching. I'll just turn this off. Who knows computers? Can you turn this off? I can just put it down, but maybe there's an off button.
Sometimes there's a pause button.
Well, you know, somebody's supposed to be listening to this. They'll close it.
How about just this red button?
Yeah, the red button.
No, yeah, we'll just close it.
There.
I'm hoping to be able to put the little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, There's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EESystem Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.